Hello everyone and welcome to the marvellous Circuito Estoril down here in Portugal for the final round of the Peter Auto Historic Championship, and what a great season we've had. Well, coming up, 7 fantastic races. Going to start with these Porsches which are currently on the warming up lap, but then we're going to have Formula 1 cars, some great sports cars, a terrific action all morning, all afternoon. Yes, welcome everyone. I'm Andrew Marriott. Alongside me, Peter Snowdon is here. He has raced this track in the past, in a great history of sports car racing and general man about town. Peter, welcome, and this race just about to start.
Absolutely straight in with track action. It was a fabulous race yesterday, and our pole sitter, Marriott, I think it is, has just got the jump straight away there on the Carl Tilly car that was so successful yesterday.
Yeah, well, that was it in qualifying. This is the race for real, and it's Max Moritz goes into the lead, and the car he will share with Vincent Colt, but just had a very good win the other day in a Ford, but we'll talk about that later. And we'll also talk about the Carl Tilly Ollie Bryant car. Now, the championship here has been won, or the overall main championship, by the car which you'll see in a moment, which is normally red and white, but there's a special tribute livery on that car today, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But it is Moritz in the lead, but bit of a surprise, because this series has been dominated by the Ollie Bryant Carl Tilly car. Kyle owns this machine. They were the champions last year. This year, Kyle missed a couple of the races early on because he had other duties, racing in a modern Ferrari for the ERA team, which he runs. And so Ollie's been in all the races, so he won the championship. Kyle can still finish about 4th if he has a good result here.
So a little moment there for our 8th place car, no, 9th place car. That was Stephen Edwards, having a bit of moments on cold tyres, a little bit further down the field there. That's a car that's going to be shared by 3-time British Touring Car champion Matt Neal later in this race.
And what we forgot yesterday was to say happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, we didn't know that. Happy, but so belated. Yeah. Apologies, Matt. Yeah. That's us off the Christmas card list then.
Should explain that there's 3 different categories here. There are gentleman drivers, that's the majority of them. Then there are pairings of 1 gentleman and 1 elite, and that's a Neil car, an Edwards car. And then we've got 1 pairing of 2 elites, and that is the Carl Tilly and Ollie Bryant. Carl Tilly, of course, had a lot of success over in America, has been a class winner in LMP2 at Daytona and so on. It's even raced in NASCAR a little bit. So that means that they will have to spend the mandatory pit stop a bit later in this 1.5-hour race. They will have to stop for 40 seconds. So it means that really Carl Tilly needs to build up a bit of a lead to hand it over to Ollie, who will then presumably, and has most of the season, caught up all the gentleman drivers who spend 40 seconds less in the pits. Now, the gentleman elite combinations, and that's people like Tim Pappas and Jerome Bleeker-Molen, they will be in the pits. Oh, the number 911's gone round, look. They will be in the pits for 20 seconds. That's Giancarlo Romano there, who's looped it. These cars are quite twitchy, aren't they, Peter? You know, they're great fun to drive, and this is a superb series. It started by James Turner some years ago now. But
2018, yes.
Yeah, but they get your attention, shall we say that?
Pendulous, I think, is the way they probably describe the handling, because they're rear engine, they're very light. They're only just over 1,000 kilos, about 1080 all up. So there's not a lot to them, and it doesn't take a lot to go around. They've got very thin tyres as well, so there's not a lot not a grip there. Yeah, just look at your race leader, Max Moritz. You're absolutely right. That's a gentleman and elite combo. The elite being Vincent Colt will be taking that pro, but as you say, they all have 20-second pit stops. It's our one exception. You say our race leader, who we want it to be, is so our 2nd place man, Kyle Tilly, needs to be the race leader by 40 seconds to hand over to Ollie Bryant.
But they all have 1-minute pit stops, except the ones that have got 1 minute 20.
Exactly.
And the Bryant Tilly car to 1 minute 40. So that's how it works, and there might be a bit of a vector added to that as well, the in and the out.
Yeah, just to be clear, there's a mandatory 1 minute stationary regardless,
stationary.
and then the elite fat is an addition to that 1 minute.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's quite a bit low. You say 1 minute 40 for Kyle Tilley and Ollie Bryant in the number 60 car, currently running in second place. Can't imagine it staying in second place for much longer. Kyle is. What's our best time so far? 2:08. Yeah, Kyle Tilley's the quickest car on track, only by a tenth at the moment, 2:07.9.
Kyle started yesterday, our first race yesterday. Kyle won it in that orange Lotus 15, if you remember, Peter. And I was a bit miffed. I couldn't recall the history of that car. But and of course his regular racing partner, Ollie Bryant, has been very successful in a Lotus 15 in the past. But it isn't the car that Ollie raced. It's the one that was raced 10 years, 15 years ago, very successfully by Philip Walker, the man who's got a transport business at Heathrow. And Philip's been an excellent driver in that car. Those Lotus 15s had quite a lot of gearbox problems in the past. But anyway, let's talk about the Porsches. And I've got to say, Max Moritz done an outstanding job here. He's pulled away that little bit from Kyle Tilley. So the Kyle Tilley car has this special livery in tribute to the founder of the historical organisation who prepared that car, and several others. So Kevin Moffat, who died a couple of years ago. So the Queen of Hearts livery has been altered from the white and gold to the white and red, I should say, to the gold and red. And it looks absolutely superb in that. But I mean, he was a great racer and very much missed. So it's nice that car has been blessed with this special livery today. Let's hope they can give it a very good run. I'm sure they will.
No, of course, it's a 90-minute race, an hour and a half, whichever way you look at it. So lots of time yet to work out strategies and where people can be and what they can do. Kyle Tilley, I thought would have been possibly ahead by now. No disrespect to Max Moritz in the lead, but I thought Kyle would have tried to do that already. He's slightly quicker on the top, simply because he needs to build up that gap. But it's in there. Lights ablaze in the number 60 car. He's just set, as I say that, he's just set across the line the fastest lap of the race, and now a 2:07.8 for Kyle Tilley in the number 60 entry. But it is just under a second gap, 0.9 of a second gap to our race leader, Max Moritz. Jürgen Rudolph it is that's in third place, Nelson Cal in fourth.
Yeah, Nelson's all the way from Colombia. They come over from Bogota for all these races. And then David Dagland, American-based guy who runs a whole series of indoor karting operations, not only in America but also in Europe, all using electric karts. Been hugely successful running that with his wife. And David's been pretty quick this season. He got a bit of a penalty at Ricard for a bit of a bump, I think. There is we mentioned that the championship, the overall championship, has been won, but there's a battle going on between the what we call the GTL Elite category. That's the mixture of the two different gentlemen professional drivers, and that's between Stephen Edwards, who owns the car, and of course Matt Neal, and Tim Pappas driving with Bleecker Molan. So they're both the gentlemen elite combinations. They're battling for the championship in that.
So Tim Pappas, it was that we had an interview yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
With a was it a gear linkage problem or something? I can't remember what it was. That he was very disappointed.
Yeah,
very sanguine about it, but sort of wanted to get back into the race.
But Tim's family have been in the property development business in New York for many years. So there's that livery I was talking about. The white replaced by the gold for Kev. But Moritz found a way around this track. It's quite a tricky circuit, isn't it? Obviously an ex-Grand Prix track. and most of the corners are right-handers, and the two left-handers are basically slow open hairpins, Peter. You've driven it in the past.
Yes, there's so you've got our turn 4 Kerber VIP, which is a long left-hander, as you say, and then we go into a very flat right turn 5 down to Parabolica Interior turn 6, which is an even slower, or it seems long. It's not as very slow. It's a I'm trying to think. Big radius. It goes round. It takes forever going round it. So you've got to get it right. It can be a very precise entry because you can lose it very quick in there. And the only other left-hander is, as I say, what they call the uphill corkscrew is my term for it. Like the Guna Seeker going back the opposite way. Turn 9, Gancho.
And that's a fabulous bit of the track. Was added later, I think. This track, the track was designed by a Brazilian architect originally, but it has been upgraded subsequently. Good battle here, side by side. Yeah, the Tilco organisation that upgraded the circuit and added this really excellent little bit. Well, we'll see it in a minute. It's a corkscrew in reverse, though, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, but there are actually 4 left-handers. So turn 4, 6, 9, and 12.
Yeah.
The last one being the S's, so you can't really have the S's without having a right and a left, can you?
End of season, people tend to run out of budget, so we haven't got as many cars as we normally have. Having said that, we've got a really decent car field of 17 cars, but sometimes we have close on 30 in this category. But certainly not detracting from the front here as we watch this current battle with Jürgen Rudolph, chased by Nelson Calais, all the way from Colombia. So it's quite a long race, Peter. You know, an hour and a half, sort of the length of a Grand Prix, isn't it?
Certainly is. Yeah. But for these cars of 1960s, quite a few of them sporting English number plates. We've noticed, despite being left-hand drive. One in particular, I'm just watching there. I'm just trying to get its number for you. Now I've just gone and said that it is car number 10.
Well, you could Google it, find out when it had an MOT.
probably could. Yeah, if it's a valid one. Yes.
Yeah, if. Max Marriott just his best lap so far, 2:07.3. Just half a second quicker than Carl Tilley. Carl really does need to get by Marriott. Remember, the 269 car will spend 20 seconds less in the pits. So what Carl really needs to do is build up a 20-second gap over Marriott. Easier said than done. Because Marriott is driving this car really well. He knows it. I mean, at the moment we're talking about. Oh, there you are, Snowy. Something FJ, something 277. Yes.
So Carl Tilley just doesn't appear today to have quite the pace he did yesterday. I'm surprised at Max Moritz, who's the gentleman driver, that gentleman elite combination and the leading car. This is number 269, which has now got a 1.6 second gap over Carl Tilley. Max Moritz, that is, that's going to have that car handed over to Vincent Kolb of various sports car fame. So he's the elite driver in that car.
Yeah, Vincent Kolb's just, you do all those Nürburgring 24-hour races and yeah. Didn't they have a victory in the new, relatively new Ford GT3 car, didn't they?
Pretty well, yes. He's a serious peddler in anything.
Yeah, but yeah. I think he was sharing. It's the Haupt team car, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And shared it with Frank Stippler, who we'll see racing later on today. Quite breezy today in Portugal. Temperature, 21, 22 degrees-ish. I'm sure it'll get warmer in the day. You always get a good crowd for this race meeting, which is jointly promoted by French organisation Peter Auto, which of course has run the whole series, and the Le Mans Classic and the Tour de France Auto and a big concours event. That's Peter Auto. And then also Diogo for our organisation, which is called Race Ready.
Now,
I think it's a great name.
We've got a retirement there already. That's our 40, is that 45? I can see over there. It is indeed from 15th position being pulled. It's not going to cause any issues because whatever it was, I'm guessing it's mechanical. It's pulled by the gap in the barriers that are all the way around circuits and marked, usually by orange, happens to be green here at Estoril, but is parked safely there and now being withdrawn behind the barriers. So it should have no effect on our race. That can make a huge difference, certainly getting a full course yellow or a safety car indeed, but so that's 45 that has retired.
That's Frank Deklos.
Yeah. So Carl Friedrich Cole, but going to be second in the car. Obviously didn't get to drive it. Frank Laudenklos is retired, the number 45 entries. That's our first one down with an hour and 15 to go.
Yeah, these cars may be old, but they're usually pretty reliable, actually.
Typical Porsche, does what it says on the tin.
Absolutely. Air-cooled, of course, these cars. There's the 757, running in third place. And that green, which I think was one of the colours you could buy those cars in for the road originally, but obviously added those little stripes at the front.
Well, it's a German flag, isn't it? Because it's got the black in between.
Yeah.
Between the yellow and red stripes.
So Moritz lapping just a tad slower than his fastest lap thus far, and the gap was just actually widened to 1.3 seconds. But the pair of them lapping very similar times. Right under our camera. Had some great shots yesterday from our cameramen and women, maybe, I'm not sure. Camera operatives, I suppose we should say.
So Max Moritz has, as I said, set the fastest lap of the race so far. We are still an hour and 13 to go, but he has set a time of 2:07.351, and Carl Tilley 2:07.8. 1.4 seconds separates the two, which is 2:69 and 60. And of course, 2:69 is a gentleman elite pairing, therefore they'll have a longer pit stop of 40 seconds added to their 1 minute mandatory as well, as opposed to, and Carl Tilley, Ollie Bryant will have the same as well, won't they? Because they're absolutely elite pure. Sorry, not gentleman elite. So my apologies. So the 2:69 leading car will have 20 seconds added, and the second place car needs 40.
Jürgen Rudolph happily running there in third spot, looking for a podium. Where are the battles here? Well, really, the closest battle is for second, third and fourth, with Nelson Calais, the Colombian, pushing hard. Jürgen Rudolph is pretty well matched with his co-driver as well.
So a steady gap at the front still, Andrew, just over a second. It just seems to be fluctuating around about that mark, doesn't it? And, ebbs and flows, a tenth here and there on the odd lap, but 8 laps completed. It was 1.2 something last lap. It's now 1.2 exactly.
Yeah.
But never seems to change much more than that. We have our first race report or interview from our reporter in the pit lane. Vincent Francelin is live in the pit lanes with us.
Yeah, back in the pits for today. First race of today, the 2-liter Cup with the Porsche 911 and one of the kings of the Porsche 911. It's Ollie Bryant. Ollie, you are second of the race now with Kyle Tilley at the wheel. You are an elite crew. It means that when all the car will stop for the pit window, your car will stay longer. Why?
Yeah, we have a elite penalty of 20 seconds per driver, so we stay in the pits for 40 seconds. The car that's currently leading the race, they're a gentleman elite, so they have just a 20-second penalty. So they will spend 20 seconds less than us in the pits, and then the gentlemen that are running in 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment, they'll spend 40 seconds less than us in the pits. So at the moment, it looks like we're comfortably near the front, but actually after the stops, we'll be quite a bit further down and have to push hard in the second half.
For our point of view, of course, it makes the race quite exciting, of course. What about you?
Yeah, no, it always does. I mean, the system in 2 Litre Cup, it works pretty well. The penalty is generally pretty accurate, pretty fair. So it always makes for an exciting finish. So on a day like this, when you've got a gentleman leading the race outright, then it's going to be more of a challenge, but they're doing a great job. And Kyle, I'm sure, will bring me the car in a good second position, and then we can see where we can go from there.
What about the championship?
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, we have enough points now for the title again, which is fantastic. But I think in the gentleman series it's very close for the gentleman class. So I think they're battling it out between Jürgen and David, and maybe Nelson in the yellow car as well. So it's still exciting. So lots to decide in this race.
Thank you, Oli. There is just one thing to do now. Is just waiting for the opening of this pit window.
Thank you very much, Vincent, our intrepid pit reporter, who's been busy beavering away yesterday and will do yet more today. And he's really got into the thick of it, hasn't he, Andrew?
Absolutely, he does know this series well. He asked the right questions, very impressed with Vincent. He's done a lot of commentary. You hear about the Monaco Grand Prix on the PA. He's the French commentator there. But how eloquent Ollie Bryant is. I mean, we'd explained it, but he explained it even better than we did.
Yeah, I mean, he's been racing, I would say, I mean, he came to my notice, I would say, probably just over 20 years ago.
Yes.
Probably, and he started then, he was maybe 25 years. What's really staggering is I was talking to him at Goodwood Revival a few weeks ago, off air, just before we did a bit of interview, and he said, you know, good to catch up with you and so, and without doing, and I said, you know, it's all right for you youngsters. And he looked at me, he said, I'm going to be 40 this year, Snowy. I went, no way, sorry, Ollie Bryant cannot be 40 years old.
Yeah.
And yet, more to the point, he's been racing for over half his life. So, you know, he has plenty of experience in car and off track, very media savvy, always very helpful. He was mentioning me yesterday with all sorts of details and things and whatever. Really quite extensive detail of data in comparison with brother drivers and stuff, which is absolutely brilliant. And I'm slightly nervous, actually, Andrew. I think should he ever want to retire from racing, that our jobs aren't so safe. He'd be great in the commentary booth, wouldn't he?
He certainly would. We have had him as a guest earlier in the season, but absolutely agree with you there. He's also got a great website where it's got a list of all the different cars he's raced, and I've forgotten how. It's an awful lot, but he's won many of them, and he raced quite a lot in America. It did look as if for a while he was going to have a proper professional career in modern racing. This is a professional career in historic racing, and he did Le Mans in a Corvette, I think, if I remember correctly. I think he did well in the British GT Championship. But now he's dedicating all his racing to taking part in historic events in many different cars. But he always likes racing with Kyle. So that's Ollie Bryant, and we'll see him in the car. He will have a lot of work to do because Moritz is still pulling away a little bit from Kyle Tilley, the racer originally from Bath. He'll be heading across the Atlantic again for heaven knows how many air miles he's got, that car, but he'll be heading back to America next week for the Petit Le Mans. And obviously Radio Show Limited will be bringing you the commentary from that great race, one I've been lucky to work on a number of years. Sorry not to be going again, actually. And Ollie, of course, has been a champion in this series in 2018 and then in 22, both with Andrew Smith, and then in 24 with Kyle, and now it's now the 4 times champion, because as he said in that interview, he has got enough points. Didn't even need to finish this race, actually.
And we saw on his overalls when Vincent interviewed him there, Era Motorsport with Kyle Tilley, and just to give the aptitude and ability these people have. Last weekend we were covering him in the Barcelona 24-hour race in a current 296 GT 3 Ferrari.
Yeah.
With Kyle.
Yeah.
And Dwight Merriman and Jake Hill.
Yeah.
Reigning British Touring Car Champion, who's doing his last round today at Brands Hatch, isn't it, back in the UK?
Yeah.
But the versatility to jump from 2 different European circuits in 2, it's transformational differences of cars. One 60 years old and one state of the art, and just to jump in that and understand the differences, because a Porsche will move around, it's thin tyres, it's crosswise, but no doubt it will move around, you get a feel for it, it's very easy. But a Ferrari or modern GT3 car, any particular manufacturer, it's going to have lots of aero, lots of grip, and it's a totally different mindset from one to the other. And these guys are doing it week in, week out. We were saying about that, the Nigel Greenstalls of the world and people that just jump in different cars.
Callum Lockie.
Callum Lockie, exactly. Yeah, but Callum Lockie's mad in the nicest possible way. I hope he's listening, because he's chosen now at this late stage of his career. I say that because he won British GT Championship 25 years ago. Quite how I'm sure he would have been an embryo when he won that. But he's now chosen to go onto 2 wheels. Now, 2 wheels scared the life out of me at the best of time, even the thought of it. Going on the road on 2 wheels, not for me. I'm not worried about me, it's all the other people. 2 wheels on a track, insane. I have absolute hats off to Callum Lockie for doing that.
It's a historic bike. Yeah,
I don't care, it's still fast.
It's still fast.
70 miles an hour on 2 wheels is still 70 miles an hour. I don't care how old the bike is.
And because yesterday, and in the last race, in the Morgan, he finished up in the gravel right at the end. But I did check the results; they were classified.
Well, he did say, because he mentioned that to me this morning. That I did ask him, because I said it's most unlike you. There's bound to be a backstory, and it was. He said it was fluid on the track, and it caught him out swapped ends. He said a bit embarrassing. He said mercifully, because it was so late in the race, because we said that, will this cause a safety car and will it finish on the safety car? It didn't. The organisers pulled him forward. So he could rejoin the track and get to finish. So he said basically he was pressing quite hard to get into the win, and ended up P3. So it's still some consolation for Callum Lockie and that gorgeous Morgan SLR owned by Simon Orbigan that he shares with him on a regular basis. Back at the front of this, that gap has now gone from 1.5 seconds to a massive 2.5 seconds. Not a great deal more. So Max Moritz still leads, 13 laps completed. Kyle Tilley is in 2nd place, and Rudolph in 3rd at the moment. That's your top 3. Just coming up to 3 minutes away from the top of an hour to go. So we're almost at 1/3 distance, Andrew.
Yes, now Ollie did mention that there's a big battle going on for the gentleman category here, for the Gentleman Championship. And Jürgen Rudolph, Nelson Calais, they're all David Dagland. They're running 3rd, 4th and 5th. And I think they've all got a chance of winning this. So I'm going to have a little dig down into the internet and get the championship table up prior to this. And Snowy, that might take me a little while to find that, but I know it's in there.
That's because you're doing it on a tiny little phone.
With my old podgy fingers, yes, absolutely.
As Vincent François, our pit reporter, mentioned, the next element of this race that will change the course of it is the pit stop window, which will be opening fairly shortly. And as in that interview with Ollie Bryant very eloquently explaining to us the difference of the driver pit stops and the penalties that they have for the status of the driver. Of how it looks fine at the moment, Max Moritz with a 2.9 second lead over Kyle Tilley now, but the leading car is a gentleman elite category. All cars have to stop for 1 minute, mandatory, and depending on your classification then they have a further stop after that. Further element to that stop. In this case, gentlemen elite get a further 20 seconds, but elite only, and there's only one in this race. It happens to be the 2nd place car of Kyle Tilley and Ollie Bryant at number 60. That will have a further 40 seconds added to it. So exactly as Ollie was explaining to us, what looks like a 2.5 second advantage now will suddenly become a 40-second deficit.
Now, Snowy, I've just seen that the 91 car has been given a warning for track limits, and that was quite an issue yesterday. And also the 42 car, which is Stefan Koenig and Sane. So maybe just explain a bit for those that aren't around racetracks every weekend about track limits and the problems.
Well, this was something that Ollie Bryant did in his very detailed report, and I was going to say I think report is the best word for that. It was a report he gave to me, submitted to me, which was absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Ollie. Rather than just a simple, this car's a bit, or it's fast, or it's slow, or it's doing this or that. Track limits. So basically, at the edge of the track, we can see on our screen here now we have the black stuff, which is the tarmac, and a white line at the edge, and varying elements of the circuit will change. So you'll have some corners will have then a red and white curbing, and then a little bit of concrete, which is often painted grass green, and then your gravel. Obviously, you don't want to go into the gravel. Ideally, you want to stay on the track. The bit in between is where it becomes no man's land as to how much of that bit in between you can use. And that is really down to organisers and what they deem if you're gaining an advantage by using bits that are not track. In an ideal world and textbook, all organisers and race promoters would like you to stay within the two white lines at the edge of the track. Now, racing drivers tend to look at that and rip that rule book and idea up and just say, no, we're going to do something different. And this is where it becomes at the discretion of race directors and stewards. So we'll see some of the couple of Porsches here. We're looking at a little bit of footage here of 35 and 27, which are our 7th and 8th placed cars. Sean Edwards, the second one. They are using curb exit to perfection. Just a little bit out, not okay, it's blue and white, curbing at that point. A couple of wheels onto it is fine. It's when the car goes the other side and you start using all the concrete that's spare on the other side before the gravel that organisers take objection. The point being is, if you use all that bit on the exit, you get a much faster exit. So you're gaining an advantage. What you should do is drive within the track. I personally would say all drivers would use that. A good touring car driver once said to me years ago, a touring car driver once said to me years ago, the definition of a good driver is, track limits is, the barriers. Anything in between is basically fair game. Now, that's a slight exaggeration. I exaggerate for clarity, but that's what you want to do. Organisers want it a bit differently.
So here's a question. How do they know?
Cameras. Cameras everywhere. Certain circuits, I don't know whether they've got them here at Estoril, will have sensors. So if you run too wide, there's a metal plate, and it literally, the sensor, the weight of the car, triggers it, and they get a photo effectively to say, guilty as charged. Unequivocal, there's the answer. The simplest way to stop it, Andrew, is take away the curbs, put a white line, and put a gravel trap there. Because what you notice is you never get track limits on street circuits.
No, well,
funny that.
I'm a few moons old, and I remember when Silverstone had little brick walls on the apex of the corners. Final question. You don't get a penalty if you do it once. You get you get warnings. You get due warning.
There's an ascending scale, basically, of three to 5 penalties, and at 3 you get so many, you'll get a warning, and then what will happen is you can quite easily have that. If it's qualifying, you'll have your time deleted. Yeah. If they're really unhappy with you, you'll have the next lap deleted as well. So that's obviously it's a time critical thing in qualifying. I don't mean as in the window of time, you've got to set that lap time. And during the race, you'll get a penalty added. So you may even have, at worst, you might have a drive-through penalty, which is literally drive through the pits. Now, the penalty there is, of course, the time it takes to slow down, enter the pit lane, drive through at the prescribed speed, and pick up speed again. If it's really naughty, you will have a stop and go penalty, so you'll have 10 seconds added to your penalty stop. And if you're a really, really bad boy, then you might even be excluded and disqualified from the race.
And I think there's people that push the limits, aren't there?
No. Racing drivers never do things like that, Andrew. No. You're mixing your sports.
Yes. Let's go back to this gentleman's battle, which Ollie mentioned. So there are 3 cars capable of winning the gentleman's standings, which is the category with the most competitors as well. So it's really interesting. So David Dangland from America leads that with 158 points. Then the 2 guys from Colombia, Juan Pablo Aurelia and Nelson Calais, they are on 154, so they're 4 points behind. And then in 3rd place will be Jürgen Rudolph, who at the moment is leading his rivals, and he's on 140. But the point scoring goes 20-18-16. So it's looking quite good for Dagland at the moment. But let's go down to the pits. We're going to hear some more news from Vincent.
I've few minutes to wait before the pit window opens here in Estoril. Jeroen Blekemolen, driver of the 54 with Timothy Papas. Timothy Papas, the American driver, is at the wheel now. He's just waiting. Jeroen, just explain us, how is it to drive this kind of Porsche 911 on such a track as Estoril?
Yeah, first of all, these cars are fantastic to drive. They move around a lot. You don't have a huge amount of power, but you have to be very precise. You can go a bit sideways and get away with it. You don't lose lap time, so you just have a big smile behind the wheel. And then this track, yeah, I haven't been here in 10 years, but it's one of the best tracks I think to drive. It's very challenging, pretty quick, some slow corners as well, but it's really enjoyable.
It's an old-fashioned track, of course, for an old-fashioned car, so everything is perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And these, especially the last corner, you see it on the images. If you watch the cars going around, you see them going side pace, but you can keep your foot in it. You don't want to run wide because then you have track limits, but that's the edge where you got to look for. But it's really nice.
Timothy Papas is 10th overall now. What can you expect for the race, second part?
Well, we're fighting for Pro-Am, so I'm going to try to catch Matt Neal, who is obviously a touring car legend, but he's like 10-12 seconds up on the road from me, so that's going to be a big challenge, but we will try.
Okay, Jeroen Blekemolen from the Netherlands.
What a fabulous interview there. The Dutch always have a certain je ne sais quoi, which is a French, that's mixing it, isn't really, but a certain amusement about stuff. And just hear him talking about Matt Neal being a touring car legend. Jeroen Blekemolen's hardly the most unassuming, unsuccessful driver in his own way, but just describing how the cars move around a bit, and he goes, and it slides coming out of the corners, which I was expecting a racing driver to say, which costs time. No, he said, which puts a big smile on the face. Exactly what it should be. Brilliant.
Yeah, we had Jerome in the booth earlier in the season. Not obviously in the Porsche race, but in other races. He is another hugely elegant driver with a huge history, racing a lot in America. Been partnering Tim Pappas for many years, Black Swan Racing, of course. And we should see that car normally runs with white with green stripes on it. Does that car? And the car we are looking for is number 54. I think Tim sometimes quite a bit quicker than I see him today. I thought he'd be closer to Stephen Edwards, or might be even in front of him. But Jerome is going to be mega. He's always mega. He'll be on the same pace as
I was going to say,
Bryant.
when isn't he? Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously he's driving this sort of relatively low-power Porsche here, but he's driven a lot of very powerful sports prototypes in the past for factory teams. His father raced briefly in Formula One.
Yeah, Michael, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, in the March.
Yeah, GTM Porsche Super Cup, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was his big areas.
269 is in, handing over to Cole.
That's our race leader. And second place as well, Carl Tilley handing over to Ollie Bryant.
Yep.
So this is where the pit stop time and I'm not sure penalty is the right say, but the elite factor, the driver factor, will suddenly change. So our new race leader is 757, which is our Jürgen Rudolph driven entry. Of course, because he hasn't pitted yet, of course, so it will all settle out again.
So I'm not sure about this, but I thought I saw somebody running around the back of the Bryant car, maybe with a wheel.
They did. It did look at left rear, so that's going to be scissor and predominantly clockwise, so only right-hand turner. So pretty abrasive, pretty fast corners. There are fairly thin tyres on these 2-litre Porsches, so obviously a little bit of excessive wear there on that one. So of course, given that they've got an extra, it's Ollie Bryant, they've got an extra 40 seconds, they've got time to change it. But just bear in mind, it's not going to be like Formula One. It's not an air jack or anything like that. It's a manual jack, and it'll be a spanner, effectively a wheel brace, undoing 4 wheel nuts and taking the wheel off and replacing it.
And hopefully with a torque wrench as well.
Yeah.
There you see the wheels. That classic 911 wheel with a sort of
5 studs, not even 4, there's 5 studs. There's one more to take off than I thought.
Love those Porsche wheels, it just looks so good.
Fuchs, weren't they? Fuchs is the make.
Oh, was it?
Yes, F-U-C-H-S.
Yeah.
Fuchs are the wheels.
Well, I think an oil company with the same name, wasn't it? Well, look at this side-by-side racing. These good boys are having fun.
That's Tim Pappas, isn't it, in the second car?
That's Tim Pappas. And now he's he's picked up the pace and is right behind Edwards now. Well, I'd say right behind him, 60 seconds behind Edwards, because that is the battle for the Gentleman Elite Championship. So, in a vital phase of the race. More people being pinged for track limits, I notice. Note Frank Stickler, not to be confused with Frank Stippler, is one of them. So, I mean, this is a question for you, Snowdon. David Danglan is driving on his own. He's in this battle for this Gentleman Championship, while some of his rivals have got co-drivers, particularly the Colombian guys. Is it easier to have just one driver in a race like that? He knows the track conditions. The guy that's going into the car has obviously got to get up to speed and so on.
Yeah, I mean, it's an aspect of endurance racing I always enjoyed, was the teamwork approach. It's the little race drivers are notoriously selfish by DNA and definition, but it's the aspect of it there that it was a team thing. You had to explain things to your co-driver, and also you had to drive and look after the car accordingly, because somebody would have different strengths. So somebody would drive a car harder and quicker, but it might be more damaging to it long term, if you like. Whereas somebody that drives a little bit slower might be kinder to the car. Not always the case, but that's one of the great things you get to work out. So, yeah, one driver is great, but 90 minutes around here in one of these, they may not have much power or much grip, but it's still going to be quite physical. It's quite hard work. It's early in the morning, so the temperatures are okay. Now, have we got number 10 not retiring? It's been pushed a little bit further back into the pit lane. Now they're showing him, as I said, I love this classic racing now, as you say. We don't use stopwatches anymore. We hold an iPhone out and put it through the windscreen to the driver of a big number counting down, going 9, 8, 7. It's brilliant. So number 10 rejoins the race. That's Nick Cal, isn't it? Yeah, 7th position.
But the green car, look, the 911, they've got the rear deck up, which Giancarlo Romano. We saw the Ollie car getting a new right rear tyre, left rear tyre was it, earlier. There are tyre limitations in this series. James Turner, to keep the cost down, you're only allowed so many tyres. But obviously they had enough. There's work going on there. The other situation is, which is good in this series, if you've got enough money as a gentleman, you maybe you don't have a co-driver. Maybe you've got a mate you like to race with. Maybe you can race with your son. I don't think anybody is at the moment in this. But conversely, if you haven't got the full budget, you can get another gentleman driver in, who might be a mate or becomes a mate, and then you can share the cost between the two of you.
And share the fun as well. You share the entire experience. It's not just the cost. That is a huge benefit, of course. But you're exactly right. Mates that have made money together in business or separately or whatever, they can go and have a weekend away of fun. And one of the great things of that is you can get the family involved.
Yes.
Because you can bring everybody along, wives, girlfriends, children, etc. And you can have a weekend away in a nice part of the world doing other things as well, which is absolutely brilliant way of going motor racing. We were looking at our 911 there. I don't mean a Porsche 911, I mean competition number 911, because they're all Porsches, obviously. Giancarlo Romano, we had the deck up, as you put it, the boot, and our cameraman got a brilliant close-up down onto the surface of the pit lane there. We're back onto it again, with oil dripping out onto the pit lane. Not excessively, so I'm guessing this may well be repaired. The driver, Romano, has stayed in the car.
We're talking about track limits, weren't we, Snowy?
Yeah.
You know what? Stephen Edwards has had a third infringement. He's now got a 5-second time penalty, which will make it more difficult for Matt Neal to try and win that championship. So that
I'm sure Matt will be very happy about that.
Well, no, I'm sure he will. That makes it a little bit easier for Tim Pappas. I'm assuming that the 5 seconds is added on at the end, because then.
Well, has he done his pit stop yet?
No.
So, personally, I don't know what the exact rules are. It is entirely down to the discretion of the race organisers. My personal feeling is it's better to add it at the pit stop, because then it's real. and whichever happens on track is your result. So if a car wins by 3 seconds and then has a 5-second penalty added to it, it's suddenly second. I think that's doesn't read as well, doesn't present as well personally. I just think it'd be better there. Now this 757 is the race leading car, Jürgen Rudolph. That was because he hadn't pitted. He is now into the pits, so that'll drop back down the order. I think the fastest lap of the race has been set by the 269 car with Vincent Kolb at the wheel. What a surprise, 2:07.351 straight off.
But I've just had a message from the pit that the 269 jumped the start and it's got a 5-second penalty. It might have been on our list. We have so many messages coming from race control. Sometimes you don't quite clock them all, but yeah, definitely a penalty for 269.
Well, that's going to change because that's obviously got a that had a 20-second pit stop, didn't it, as well? So that's going to play a little bit into the hands of number 60 car, of course, of Ollie Bryant at the wheel now. Carl Tilley started that car. Ollie Bryant now at the wheel. So, for instance, there. Warning flag, first infringement on track limits for our 175 entry, which is Jan Hunger. We'll have Christian Albrecht in that car now. I think Jan started the car, but again they get a warning.
A bit of a name check to a great racer and a great broadcaster that just pinged into me. Talking about Dutch people, Allard Kauf, who's still been racing forever. I did quite a lot of commentaries with him in the past, and had a really good run in the Group C race at the Silverstone Festival a few weeks ago. So thank you, Allard. Hope you're enjoying the commentary. Well, I know you are. So we'll try and come up with some of my silly stories a bit later for you. Stephen Koiniger is in the lead, has yet to make the stop.
New fastest lap for Vincent Kolb. Of a 2:07.1, and the moment I say that, Andrew, Ollie Bryant says I can match that. In fact, I can go a bit better, a 2:06.9, so dipping into under the 2:07s for the first time. That's our car right in front of us now, the number 60 red with the gold trim on the front you were mentioning with Berlin. 1965 C-Reg, FNC C, 1965 British registered car, even though it's left-hand drive.
60 years older.
I know.
Don't look it, do they?
They don't
look great. It was just such a marvellous design, that 911.
Yeah.
And even the latest 911s, there's still the DNA there, isn't it, of the roof line and how it sweeps down.
Very much so, and it has evolved. I mean, if they are very, very different cars now, and very digital. I do like these analog ones. I think they just look right. It's got to be one of the world's most iconic cars, isn't it? Like alongside an E-Type or a Aston DB5. There are others, but it's just one of those things that's got to be in that list, hasn't it? Of the most instantly recognisable cars to people that are outside of the car world.
Yes.
That's where it transcends into that. People go, oh yeah, Porsche 911 or Porsche even. They know that says you've got something right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've never owned one. I road tested one a long time ago when I worked for Motoring News.
I had a 996. That was fun.
Yeah, I quite the front engine ones.
I've got one. I've got a 968. That's sport. That's a front engine one. But I had a 996, which was the first of the water cooled cars, which of course the purists didn't want to know.
But here's Ollie Bryant really flying now. Look, just behind the 27 car. He's going to nip past that.
Sean Edwards, he's trying to get by today. Steve Edwards, my apologies.
Steve Edwards is actually leading the race at the moment because he hasn't made a pit stop. And he's making it a little bit difficult for Ollie. I'm sure Ollie will nip by in a minute. That car is prepared by the Neil team. Of course, prepared all the touring cars.
Team Dynamics.
Team Dynamics, exactly. Yeah. Dynamics being the wheel, the Neil family being in specialist wheel business, upmarket wheel business for years and years.
Now, I'll tell you somewhere you don't want to be trying track limits is turn 1, curve 1. because our camera shot, which is low level there, is highlighting to us huge amounts of gravel. So something's been off there and brought it back on again. So we talk about marbles at the side of the track. They're the little bits of residue that come off the tyres over the weekend of various cars. You don't want to get onto that because it is like driving on marbles. But adding gravel to that's an extra layer of jeopardy. You really don't want to be going out there. So Ollie Bryant it is now that's effectively taken the lead of the race, has he not?
A cold, maybe. So the second and third cars, Pappas and Jan Hunger, have just come in. So they were the ones that hadn't made a pit stop. And now we're going to see what Bleekemolen's pace is like compared with Ollie Bryant's. That'll be the key, really.
Yeah, so Tim Pappas has just come in and handing over to Jerome Bleekemolen with a left rear tyre change. I would have thought they would have started on, a new or scrubbed tyre. So it tells you what they're doing in terms of damage to this. They're 40 minutes left, just over half distance, Andrew.
Yeah, well, yeah. Down to the pros now, really. Except Matt Neal, that Stephen Edwards has gone long. He's having a really super run. So he's his car. It's hanging in there.
We talk of physics about these cars being lighter and pendulous from rear engines and 60 years old and thin tyres and all that kind of stuff. But one of the things, one of the acts of physics that absolutely amazes me every time I see this happen is Matt Neal getting into a car this small, because he's a giant of a man.
6'4", 6'5",
and more. He must be more. He must be more. I'm sure I've asked him in the past, but just at Goodwood Revival a few weeks ago, bumped into him, and every time you see him again, you forget just how tall he is and his presence. And you can't help how tall he is, but you have to hold the microphone aloft, so up here.
Yes, and me, I need a box.
Interview him sitting down. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
In-car interviews, that's the best. That's the way forward.
There's a 91 Cutters, white, with logo on the roof.
Ollie Bryant just chipping away a little bit, taking another 10th off the fastest lap at 2:06.8 now.
Yeah, that was his lap is just completed, wasn't it? Yeah. So the next person he's chasing after is David Danglard. And he's 2 or 3 seconds quicker than Danglard, so he'll catch him 2 laps time, I think. Juan Pablo Borgela has taken over from Calais in the Colombian car. And Vincent Kolb is in second. Vincent Kolb's done a lot of Nürburgring 24-hour races. I don't think he's had a top 10. He's raced Audi R8 and similar cars.
So we're just under the 40 minutes now. It is Steve Edwards that's leading from Vincent Kolb. Jürgen Rudolph it is that's in 3rd position still.
What about Bleek?
Is in 4th.
Yeah, it's not quite up to speed yet, Bleekemolen. This is his first flying lap. Bryant chipped a bit more off Snowy. 2:06.685.
Yeah, another 2/10 off there. Just you say, just learning it and chipping it away, finding how the car works. Just thinking about where you can make a bit of time there. Vincent Kolb, 2:06.8 is his best, so 2/10 slower at the moment than Ollie Bryant in the number 60 entry, and I'll be interested to see how Jerome Bleekemolen, what time he starts to put in when he gets onto a flying lap, as it were, and out of traffic. And of course, traffic can make all the difference. We say 2/10 there as if it's a crime. It can be traffic. As easy as that. You've got to lift and wait for a moment. Somebody there's 2/10, half a second gone before you know it.
Yep. So
Matt Neal being we missed the the physics of Matt Neal being folded and bent and pushed and harassed and squeezed into that lovely 2-litre Porsche 911 of its day. It's still a 911 Porsche to me. The modern ones aren't 911s. They're Porsches, but they're 911. They don't even call them that now. There's 991s, 992s, and Gen 1s and Gen 2s. But a 911, this is a 911 Porsche to me.
We need our great leader, John Hindhoff, here to tell us why sometimes the numbers seem to go backwards.
Paragon of Porsche information, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think John actually just knows. He's probably forgotten more about Porsche than I ever learned.
Yeah, well, he's got a
And
couple.
I've raced one and I've owned one, but he is a walking fact file on Porsche models, histories, colours, names, chassis numbers. Well, there's nothing you can't catch him out. I've tried.
Trim.
Yeah, I've tried to catch him out and you can't. It's impossible. He just comes back at you every time.
Yeah.
It's definitely a gift. It's a skill.
Yeah. I think he'd love to be doing this championship, actually. He's raced not as much as you, Slowy, but
well,
he's had
maybe there's a pairing commentator team.
Yeah, that
there
would
you
be
go.
good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously,
Get you to talk about it, Andrew. That's a bit. What a setup. Now there's a podcast for you.
Yeah, well, that is Ollie just going up a place, just going past the Danglard car. David Danglard is based in the States, but I think he may be French originally. But,
so that puts Ollie Bryant up to 4th overall now, Andrew, with Vincent Cole leading in the 269 entry. But there is some 21 seconds in total between 1st and 4th. Ollie Bryant, just 10 between 1st and 2nd. Jürgen Rudolph it is in the 2nd place car, 757. Doing a sterling job, I've got to say there, actually. Respectable times as well, best of a 208.3. But there's the difference. So our 2nd and 3rd placed cars, best laps are 208.3, 208.3. Our leading car, 206.8. But our fastest car on the track still remains with our 4th place man, Ollie Bryant, in the number 60 with a 206.685.
Just saw that 911 car still in the pit and made me think what a marvellous device an iPhone is, because we saw them timing with it, now it's using the torch.
Exactly. Well, then I always say now that they're not phones, they're mini computers that you can make telephone calls on.
I've got a brother-in-law that won't buy one for some reason. I don't really know. I can't say, how can you live without it?
Old school. Ollie Bryant in the 4th place. It's not surprising he set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's absolutely throwing that car around. Jerome Bleakmolen said what fun they were to have them a little bit sideways, had a little bit of a smile on the face with that. Yeah. Obviously not wearing your tyres out too much. You don't want to. You've got 34 minutes of this race to go still. But Ollie Bryant just clearly got to grips with that car and got into the flow with it. And absolutely not only flying, but enjoying himself in the process, exactly as it should be. Make motor racing fun. I think it's the way forward.
Bleakmolen's not really up to the speed that I would expect. He's doing 209s compared with Ollie's 206. I don't know if the car's not absolutely on point, but he's got work to do, because we've got that Gentleman Elite Championship going, and he needs to catch Matt Neal if they're going to, if the car he shares with Tim Pappas is going to win that series. I need to also check what the points difference is there as well. We're on top of the Gentleman one, I think. We'll try and work the points out as they cross the line, and James Turner will probably be on it as well. So he's texting me as we go along, which will help. But there's also this Gentleman Elite series, which again has a separate points table. So let's try and find out who needs to do what on that.
So we were commenting yesterday, Andrew, about the wind factor, and I did actually ask Ollie Bryant what it was like. We can see the trees moving about. They're not quite as bad as it was yesterday yet, but it's still early-ish in the morning. Here we're still only 10 o'clock at the moment, and Ollie did mention to me yesterday that because these cars are so light, they're only just over 1,000 kilos, that the the direction of the wind yesterday was buffeting this Porsche around into turn 1 all over the place, and you're flat on the straight, and it's basically saying that you effectively is intimating that you need to leave a little bit more margin going into turn 1, because it's the fastest corner part of the circuit, the far into the straight, down the straight, and not just braking, but the wind's moving the cars round as well on skinny tyres. So it's another factor you've got to consider whilst racing these cars.
Well, there is Brian.
Right on cue, Ollie Bryant, exactly that part of the circuit just mentioned. Thank you, Luke. Nose dives down hard onto the brakes. And that's one of the things I love about these cars as well, because they're racing cars. Yes, they've got stiffer suspension than the road car version, but you can see the angle, you can see the poise, how the driver loads the car into the corner, how the weight goes down, puts the rake into it, dives on the nose under braking, then they go onto the power, you see the back come down, so you can see it's a live moving creature. You can watch it work and see how that driver, in this case Ollie Bryant we just saw, makes the most of that.
Yeah, Ollie's almost into the podium position now. He's closing up on the Colombian, Orjuela, and it's, well, there's 3 seconds difference at the moment. Ollie will probably be on him, certainly within the next 2 laps.
Well, we're 30 seconds off 30 minutes to go, which will give us our final third of this race.
So we're expecting those penalties, those 5-second penalties, to be added at the end. So that makes a difference, obviously. We'll have to watch that with the Matt Neal car, because that's what we know, that's got a 5-second penalty, and of course with the jump start as well, with the 269. So they've got 5 seconds to add to their times.
Well, 3 seconds it is between Ollie Bryant and the third place car of Juan Pablo Orjuela. And Ollie Bryant, just to cement that, has done the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 on this lap. Literally gone purple on those two. Say 206.687 for that last lap. So it was only 2 thousandths off his best lap time. So there's our headlights ablaze on our number 60 third place car currently, Ollie Bryant. The gap over the line this time is 2 seconds. So it's come down from 3.3, so nearly a second and a half taken out of him on that lap. So that means ostensibly, if he continues at that pace, he should be on the tail of this car and at the end of this lap. I think it's going to be sooner, personally. Ollie Bryant absolutely flying at the moment. He's got a taste of that podium in front of him. He needs to get past Juan Pablo Orjuela's yellow version right in front of him. And of course, it does change your mentality. You drive smoothly, can see totally different lines there through turn 4, Curva VIP. Very, very different line for Ollie Bryant. Much, much tighter than Juan Pablo ahead of him. Very interesting to watch that in the same car, similar sort of setups, but a totally different driving style for Ollie Bryant there. It is now just a second between them. It was 2. He's closed it yet again. He's closer and closer. That Porsche number 60 of Ollie Bryant just seems far better mannered through the corners, through the technical bits. And there's a lot of technical element to this circuit. It's not just on sheer power. It's the cornering bit where he seems to be all over the back of the yellow version right in front of him, Juan Pablo Orjuela. They're going to come up on a little bit of traffic. They're running towards the last part of the lap now. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Ollie Bryant gets his job done by the end of this lap. They're coming up to the uphill corkscrew it is now, which is our turns 9 and 10. We've got 11 and 12, the S's, right, left flowing S's, and then down into the fast number 13 corner, Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. And again, tighter line for Ollie Bryant. He's got it all lined up. He won't get much of a run onto the pit straight. There's not a great deal of difference in power between these two cars, but I wonder if Ollie Bryant will line up a little dive down the inside, across the line. I said to be on the tail of this car at the end of his lap. Indeed he is. This is for third place, Andrew. Is he going to dive down the inside and try and take this third place, starting our next lap, which is lap 30 already, with now less than 30 minutes to go?
I think he is. I think he's going to go down the inside. He's going to be later on the brakes, but there's some opposition to that, and the 10 car does turn in front of him. So Ollie, discretion, better part of valor there, but probably get a bit of better traction. in this latter section of the track.
That was.
And of course, they've got other cars that, you know, it's a three-way battle. It's having another go now, is Ollie.
Now there's an experienced driver for you, showing that, playing their hand there.
There's done it now.
Yeah, exactly. He's let that back marker do all the work. He's let Juan Pablo keep his place. He hasn't got the job done yet. He hasn't quite. He almost got alongside there, but basically what he did there was just not force the situation. Juan Pablo's got as much right to be on the track as anybody else, and he's got a right to go past the back marker. So Ollie just sitting there waiting, filling the mirrors. He knows he's there, and it's surely a matter of time. It might even be down the inside here. Not quite yet. Is he going to do it under braking?
Yes.
Yes, he's got the job done. So there he is. I said he got this tighter line through turn 4, hadn't I? Which he's just proven again. And he can able to just place that number 60 car exactly where it wants. It's absolute putty in Ollie Bryant's hands, this number 60 car. Beautiful demonstration of car control.
Just going back to this gentleman elite battle, the last race at Ricard a few weeks ago had a fantastic drive from the Dutch driver, David Virgelbergen, who was sharing with Jürgen Westphal. And they've been sharing all season, but David really got the handle on these cars at Ricard, but they're not racing here, and they are tied on points with Stephen Edwards. Now, Matt Neal's not in this because Matt hasn't always raced. He didn't race the previous event because of his back problems. So they're on. So basically, Edwards should win this because the nearest rivals, the Bleekomel and Pappas cars, is too many points behind. So I think this will very definitely be going to Edwards, which will be great for him. He's been racing that long and been brought along by Matt Neal. So I think that's the story with that. Don't think we have to worry about that. We do have to still chase up the gentleman situation, which at the moment is looking. Where's Rudolph in that?
Well, he's second overall at the moment,
yeah.
so the 7.5 entry. That's Jürgen Rudolph. He's going to come under pressure imminently from Ollie Bryant. Not quite just yet, but there's 25 minutes of this race to go, and he is currently lapping 2 seconds quicker on average than Jürgen Rudolph in second place. However, that means that I think Ollie Bryant might well catch and probably take that second place as the elite driver from the gentleman driver Jürgen Rudolph. However, Vincent Kolb, who's the elite driver in the gentleman elite lineup in the 269 race leader, as all things being equal at the moment, I think is unlikely to be under threat. Now, Ollie Bryant's caught up with Jürgen Rudolph already.
He certainly has, and also looking, what's his gap between him and Vincent Kolb? That's the key, isn't it, Snowy?
Yeah, well, that was a 3 second gap at the beginning of this lap, and it's 0.8 now. It's not just 0.8. It's visual, Andrew. He's right there. No. He's going to be by shortly.
No, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that his real target is Vincent Kolb.
Yeah.
Okay. And Vincent Kolb is 19 seconds down the road. And how long have we got left? 23. So that's probably 12 laps. So we can work out how much quicker he has to go than Kolb.
And of course, they had a 20-second longer pit stop as well, didn't they?
Yes,
remember?
yes.
There's your 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be touch and go. It's going to be a good battle there, just with the Gentleman's Championship, because we are watching that. That is still a big battle going on, actually, because it's Dagland currently has 158 points, and the two Colombian guys are on 154, so there's 4 points difference. So Dagland doesn't have to overtake Orela to take the championship. He can happily stay behind him, and he will take the title.
Well, Ollie Bryant just pulling off his trademark move in this race down the inside into turn 1 past Jürgen Rudolph to take second place overall, and now sets off. As soon as that job's done, that's literally dispensed with that. He's dealt with. Move on to the next thing, which is the chase of our race leader Vincent Kolb in 269.
Yeah, Kolb just now driving, as we said, for the Ford Mustang Factory Works team, isn't it, in Germany? Together with Stickler, the Haupt team Mustang, which has been developed, of course, in Canada originally, and is racing all over the world now. That Mustang GT3 car.
So our race leader with a little bit of damage on the driver's, just after the driver's door there, things being caught on that bodywork there. So it's not a cheapest repair on a Porsche 911. So the two times, the best times of these two cars, first and second, Vincent Kolb leading is a 2:06.8. Ollie Bryant has done a 2:06.3, so fractionally quicker. However, it's the current lap, the last laps. Ollie Bryant is averaging around about 2 to 3 tenths quicker over a lap than our race leader.
Not enough, is it?
Not enough. With 19.3 seconds on the clock, gap, sorry, and with a further 21 minutes on the clock. So they're going to complete this lap. Roughly at the end of this lap, they're going to have exactly 20 minutes to go, and 19 seconds again. 3/10 a lap isn't enough to do. He needs to do a second a lap to get onto his boot lid. Never mind get past him. And we always say, don't we, Andrew, that catching the car in front's one thing, getting past it is another.
Yeah. Well, Kolb was set up well by Max Moritz. He's actually a German Porsche dealer, I believe. And Kolb is hanging on well, or doing a great job on some Kolb.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, it's gone out slightly. It was 19.3, it's 19.6 now, so it's gone out by 3/10. So that's not heading in the direction that Ollie Bryant needs to take an overall win.
I think the traffic's gone more in Kolb's way than Ollie. Ollie's had a lot of people.
There's always different factors, aren't there?
Yeah. I mean, there was a bit of resistance earlier on from, Orjala, wasn't it?
Juan Pablo Orjala, who's in fourth place.
There's all that gravel that you're mentioning. There's a 15 car then of Dagland. Having said that, Snowy, of course, the Kolb car's got that 5-second penalty. So the gap is not really 19 seconds, it's 14 point something.
Yeah, it is, but it's still insurmountable at this moment in that Ollie Bryant needs to either go quicker or Vincent Kolb needs to go slower to bring it down to put it into race. Why should he? It's Ollie's job as the pursuant, isn't it? It's the hunter.
Only less one of them makes a mistake, or less Kolb makes a mistake, or it has some problem with the engine or something. Can't see it happening really, but you never know. But it's never over until the flag falls. Flat 4 engine, of course, beautiful design in the back of these cars. Anybody else? What's Bleak doing now? He's actually, I wonder if that car's not on full chime, because he's actually, Matt Neal's just done a 2:08. So his fastest lap thus far. So Matt having a good run. Say that's another one with a 5-second penalty. Yeah,
and Vincent Kolb was just set a new fastest lap of the race for him, a 2:06.725, and instantly, 20 seconds later, across the line, Ollie Bryant responds with a 2:06.226, a new fastest lap of the race, but it's still not enough. There's 19.1 seconds. It's still only that hovering around that 2 to 3 tenths a lap gain that he's getting. So there's 18 minutes remaining. Ollie Bryant in second place in hot pursuit of Vincent Kolb, but I don't think it's on, to be honest. And if things remain as they are, it's going to remain exactly as it is now, with just under a 20-second gap between them, which we know is 14 because the lead car gets a 5-second penalty. So they've got a nice little cushion there at the moment. So Vincent Kolb doesn't need to push. Ollie Bryant's man's got to do the work.
Nice shots there of the 35. That's Frederick the Aguido. Oh, I said that. Aguido. Bit of a tongue twister, but he's been a regular runner in this series, always goes strongly. I mentioned earlier that Ollie Bryant racing Corvette at Le Mans. It was 2016 he did that, and he was and 17 as well, I think. He was 4th in GTE AM with the Beach Dean car. because lots of victories at Goodwood. I'd love to see Ollie in a T70 Lola. He's really mighty in that. Last year at the BRDC Awards, he was presented with the Earl Howe Trophy, which was for the best British historic racer, well deserved. Start of this season, Snowy, Ollie had 238 race wins. Unbelievable.
Wow. That's it's quite impressive by anybody's standards, isn't it?
He's going to be up at 240 something now. He's had several wins this season.
So we're approaching the final elements of the first race of the second day of our Estoril Classic. 35 and 27 having a great old battle here. What a surprise that 35 is Frederick de Egdido and in 27 is Matt Neal.
Yeah, just getting a message he might have got that car might have got another penalty. I like that colour, unusual colour scheme, those stripes down the centre of that Porsche. Blue, red and green.
I think Matt Neal about to pull off the Ollie Bryant trademark manoeuvre there. Federico moving across a little bit. Only you're not going to intimidate a three-time touring car champion. Trust me. You might move across the track. It's one of the last people. Jason Plato didn't intimidate him, so nobody else is going to.
Bit of a difference in the British Touring Car Championship. They bent a bit of metal. Nobody seemed to mind very much. They do mind in this.
Well, Matt Neal did get by. They are touching that. So there we go. Absolute touring car style. So that number 27, a Porsche of Matt Neal already has bodywork damage at the back from a previous incident. We're not sure what that is. That was already on the car when the car started the race. But these two absolutely hammer and tongue, and there's no quarter given. And at some points, they're just even touching there. Had they both got mirrors on the side of the car? I'm not quite sure at the moment. But true touring car style driving.
It was.
And absolutely great by Federico de Egidillo, not allowing Matt Neal to keep that position. It retakes him, which might have been a surprise for Matt Neal, who's putting a little bit of pressure on him now in a touring car style, shall we say, without touching him. Great shot through the rear window of Matt Neal there. You see arms working away, car looking serene through the left-hander there, but you can see the arms working away, just indicating how much work it is to keep one of these things pointing in what looks like a straight line, and obviously it clearly is not.
Poetry, Snowy, poetry. Vincent Cobb then has kept that gap into the 19 or really 14 seconds, but Ollie just not making any dent in that at all now. They're lapping very similar times. Actually, last lap, Ollie was slower than Kolb, in fact. But Juan Pablo Orjuela doing a good job. The 757 is in, and that's the end of that.
That's Jürgen Rudolph that was doing so well.
Yeah,
it is. Jürgen Rudolph from
fifth place.
Fifth place now. That's already. I think he was fourth, wasn't he? So, just coming back to that, Matt Neal once again looking down the inside into turn one. The two drivers literally their heads turned, looking at one another down the pit straight. And who's going to acquiesce first? Who's going to give way? Well, it's not going to be Matt Neal, I can tell you that. He will get down the inside, but he did exactly the same on the last lap. And Federico de Egidillo is going to say, no, thank you very much. I'm going to come back at you. Now, he's lost a little bit of time there already on that turn one. So huge advantage for Matt Neal. Straight in behind a back marker. Do they go both sides? No, one side. Egidillo having another look down the inside. He does not give up. Matt Neal gets that job done down the inside of turn one. Two laps in consecutively, as has Ollie Bryant. That's his favoured place to pass. But the rest of the field, the rest of the circuit then becomes a bit more of a challenge for Matt Neal, who just cannot shake off this number 35 Porsche right behind him.
Yeah, what a scrap this is. Great fun. I think we could go down to Bonsai in the pits and find out what happened to the man who just retired, I think.
back in the pits with the 757 of Jürgen Rudolph. Stop. It was Jürgen, a nice race for you, and all of a sudden it finished.
Yes, we had all under control in the gentleman class. I don't know, we were P3, I think. And the gearbox made noises already before, but then suddenly down the straight, I couldn't get in the 3 and 5 was finished. So, and in 2 and 4, it makes no sense to finish the race, even it's 20 minutes to go. So
yeah. It's a pity because the battle with the Colombians are quite good.
Yeah, it was nice. My friends from Colombia, yeah, they're very good and very good friends also. And yeah, it's pity.
Sorry for this.
They deserve.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ouais, Jürgen Rudolph qui nous expliquait que la 3 et la 5, en fait, 3e vitesse, 5e vitesse, ne passaient plus sur cette voiture. Ils avaient un bruit à la boîte de vitesse depuis un petit temps déjà. Ça s'est un peu aggravé pendant la course. Et puis à la fin, malheureusement, plus de 3e, plus de 5e rapport. C'est l'abandon. Ce sont donc les Colombiens, Calle et Oruela, qui récupèrent la tête du classement gentleman. Ils vont gagner et en plus, ils le méritent parce que ce sont de très bons pilotes.
So gearbox issues there for our Jürgen Rudolph car that was running, I think, 4th or 5th overall. Great shame, and that was going to, of course, he was leading the gentleman class, was he not?
Yes,
on track.
Yes,
on track, not the championship, just on track.
Yes, yeah. He'll probably still finish 3rd in the championship.
So the battle between intrepid 35 and Matt Neal has settled down a little bit. Matt Neal's managed to get a little bit of a distance between them, just a little bit of air time between the two. And the gap between our race leaders, Vincent Colby and Ollie Bryan, hasn't really changed on that 19 seconds consistently. So they're both lapping in exactly the same times. It is still the fastest lap goes on currently goes to our 2nd place man Ollie Bryan with a 2:06.225,
which is about the 2nd fastest they went last year, which is interesting. Maybe the track conditions are a little bit better,
a little bit cooler.
I can't remember what the weather was like last year. See, that was great, almost over the line, but just keeping those inside wheels in. So that's exactly where you want to be. I mean, you see it all the time. It's not just in this class, it's in every form of motor racing, isn't it? Track limits is something we didn't worry about years ago.
Well, no, it's something that was introduced a few years ago, wasn't it? We know where from, but I've never quite got it. As you mentioned about Silverstone years ago, back in the UK, having a little bit of brick wall. I mean, we used to have tyres half submerged in the ground.
Yeah.
And 90 degrees to the track with the top half sticking out, painted white. Which, I mean, the health and safety would have had a nightmare. You hit one of those with an open wheel car or Formula 1 car, it's going to flick it and almost put it in the crowd. So, but the point of that was that was only really happened if there was an incident, i.e. somebody lost control or whatever. Yeah. As a normal rule of racing, you stay off those things. And as I say, you never see track limits on a street circuit. No. Because if you go wrong, you hit the wall, and that's it. I still say, look at Spa, first corner, La Source. It used to be a barrier on the left-hand side. So you had to come through that corner in a certain way and control your mid-corner speed and your power, because otherwise you were in the wall and you were out of the race. Now there's a huge runoff area. It goes halfway across the Ardennes.
So lovely shots here of the new champion and former champion Ollie Bryant in this special tribute livery to the Historica founder, Kev. And it looks really well with the gold rather than the white. The red and white was a Porsche livery from many years ago. I can't quite remember what car it was on, maybe a Porsche 908. But anyway, the car looks well, doesn't it? Run here by Historica, and with help, of course, from the ERA team. Carl Tilley's outfit. We wonder if it's possible that we could get Carl down in the pits. He'll be there watching. I might be able to find him, probably by biting his fingernails now. But it's always interesting to have a chat with Kyle and everything that he's doing in motor racing, together with Dwight Merriman.
Now, I'm assuming, Andrew, that these cars sometimes do at least some element of night racing. or perhaps into the 6 hour thing. Look at the 269 Vincent Kolb. God, the rear window there is frosted opaque, which is going to help with dazzle and glare at night. I'm guessing that's done for a very specific reason. That's all, they just haven't cleaned it.
Yeah, these are pretty good on the road. So some of these guys do the Tour de France Auto, which is also run by the Peter Auto organisation, and so you know it's a multidiscipline car really. And Peter Auto, of course, these days being run by the new managing director Mark Huayon, who has brought in several new initiatives. We're going to have lots of we're going to have new categories, of course, next year, and a closer relationship with the Estoril Club de West as well.
So a new fastest lap, personal fastest lap for Vincent Kolb with a 206.3. That's a tenth slower than the fastest of the race, Ollie Bryant. So 206.2. 207.7 is our third place man, to the top three running in with lap time order almost, with Ollie Bryant just a little bit, just a tenth quicker in second place. Unfortunately, it's not doing anything for him closing that gap down to our race leader. It's still 19.4 seconds with some just coming up to, we're 40 seconds off, 5 minutes to go.
Yeah. Just to mention some of the new initiatives that Peter Auto bringing in for this championship, this series next year. They're going to have a group called Legends of Le Mans, which is going to be LMP1 cars from 06 to 12, LMP2 cars from 06 to 15, and GTs 11 to 15. That'll be a fabulous grid of cars, a bit more recent. And then we're going to have the GT3 Revival Series. Now, we've already seen the GT3 Legends Series in the UK, and it's been really successful, driven by Maxwell Lynn, one of his ideas, and that will be cars from the GT3 cars from 2006 to 2013, and there's a lot of them around, so we're bringing it a bit more modern, but there are two great series. But I think the actual list of races for next season is the same as they've had this year, and go to great places like Spa and Paul Ricard and so on, although I think the order of a couple of the races has changed, but it's basically the same calendar. So, you know, bright future for the Peter Auto historic series.
It is somewhat daunting, I think it's possible the word, to think that GT3 is 20 years old next year. Certainly FIA GT3 series, its inaugural year was 2006, won by Tech 9, operated by Phil Hindley, TVR Tuscan champion in 1996 or 8, I think it was, thereabouts. Very good racer in his own right. They won that course with Sean Edwards, the late great Sean Edwards, in 2006.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to join that team in the following year, but the car had been somewhat penalised, to say the least, by then. But yeah,
just huge tragedy with Sean. Got more info here on this battle for the gentlemen's section. So James Turner's just texted me, so if Juan wins the class, he takes 4 points from David to equal his score, then wins the championship as has 2 class wins, so they don't go back to second places and so on, but a number of wins, so 2 class wins to David. So Juan is currently in front of Danglard, I should say.
So Matt Neal in the 27 entry has scarpered away a little bit now, but the battle that he was having with Frederic de Igdido was fabulous. He's now giving Jerome Bleekmolen a hard time, and this is obviously an elite driver, is Jerome, and Frederic is a gentleman driver. So onto the pit straight now, once more into battle for these two, and it's again, it seems to be the twistier part of the circuit that's where that really comes into play. The gap at the front there was extended very slightly, not a great deal, but just out to 20 odd seconds. So it looks like Vincent Kolb has settled down, to say the least, and Ollie Bryant can do no more about it. We've just got just over 2 minutes to go, so they will complete this lap and start one more, will they not? So penultimate lap, I suspect.
Yeah. I can't believe that the Bleecker Molen car's operating at full capacity, to be honest, because Jerome is off the pace, and we wouldn't expect what's going on. So
yeah, 208.6 is its best lap.
Yeah, no, normally he'd be right there, lapping a similar time to Ollie. The Frederic car, did you notice the damage on the front?
Yes.
On the right there. So a bit of close contact.
Possibly with Matt Neal.
Yes, I think it was. Yeah,
I'm not blaming Matt. I'm saying during that battle, which was titanic. No blame being apportioned, I promise you, Matt.
Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but the 911, that's the Giancarlo Romano car, has just been given a penalty of 33 seconds speeding in the pit lane. His last but one, so.
So ironic, he just set his personal best lap time as well.
Well, yeah, bit of it in the pit lane.
It giveth and it taketh away.
Yes. And running in 5th place overall, Stephen Koenig has just been pinged with a 5-seconder. And now that is interesting, because he's 10 seconds behind. No, he's 10 seconds in front of Matt Neal, so it won't make any difference.
So with 11 seconds on the clock, crossing the line now, we have our race leader, Vincent Kolb. I said there'd be just one more lap. Just squeezing it in. So some 19.8 seconds now. So that gap really has only just went over 20 at one point. It's been steady ever since Ollie Bryant jumped into the number 60 entry from Kyle Tilley took over from. It's been a steady 19 seconds, almost to the second. So Vincent Kolb starts the final lap of this 90-minute race. The time has elapsed, and of course you've got to complete the lap. There were just 10 seconds left on the clock. There is Ollie Bryant coming into turn one now. Some 19.8 seconds adrift in second place, but it's a gentleman elite combination at the front. Vincent Kolb is in the 269 car. Ollie Bryant in the red at number 60, and elite set up in that car. And Juan Pablo Ojeda in the number 10 yellow car in third place, which is pure gentleman driver, and he will be first in class with that.
The Bleecker Molen car, I think, was hit earlier on by, that's the damage on the Federico's car. And I suspect that it's probably damage to the rear suspension or something. So that's probably why he's not going as quickly as we normally expect.
Well, that would explain, as you say, you estimated he was approximately 2 seconds off the pace. He's normally matching Ollie Bryant's time, and he certainly isn't. What a fabulous, just as they come around on this final lap, it's almost at the end now for Vincent Kolb. But what a fabulous set of attrition, and the consistency and precision of these drivers to be lapping within the same second for 20, 30, 40 minutes. Absolutely testimony to their driving abilities.
Yeah, well, it's been a great season with these 2.0 cars. And okay, we've had the domination of Ollie Bryant with Kyle Tilley in the elite category and overall, but what a fantastic battle for the gentleman section, which has only just been resolved in these last few laps. But it will be Danglard who takes the title, assuming it doesn't suddenly blow up on this last lap, and then just coming towards the flag now. So
well, Vincent Kolb's taken the flag already, just across the line there. So he's our race winner of our second 2 Litre Cup race of the weekend here at Estoril. Second place was 19.8 seconds behind. It will be Ollie Bryant, just crosses the line as we speak. And our third place, rounding out the podium, is going to be Juan Pablo Ojeda in the yellow version, very distinct colours, although they're easy for us commentators to spot the differences. And he's some 48 seconds and just coming adrift, coming into sight now. Our third place man comes out of Ayrton Senna Parabolica corner to take a line. He doesn't go over towards the flag side, he just stays there, flashes the light in acknowledgement, and exactly as we speak, he must have heard me, Andrew, he gently blends across, flashing his light to take the checkered flag there out of courtesy to our flagman. Fourth position was David Danglard, who was therefore second in the gentleman class. Stefan Koenig was fifth overall and third in the gentleman driver class. Sixth across the line on the road is Matt Neal in gentleman and elite driver. Seventh, Jeroen Bleekmolen overall. Eighth was Frederik de Igido. Ninth, Jan Hunger. And running at the top 10 is Frank Strickler, not Stipler, Frank Stricker, my apologies. I know what I meant.
Yes.
Nobody can understand me, but I know what I meant. One final attempt, Frank Stricker in 10th. I got there eventually. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I had a bit of a problem with it with the Colombian guys. Great season for them though, and terrific battle all through the year with David Danglard. And also congratulations to Stephen Edwards as well, winning the Gentleman Elite. So the stragglers, if we can call them that, still coming across the line. They'll be all pumped up, and quite an early start for these guys. You start racing them just after 9 o'clock in the morning. You're up nice and early to get ready for it.
Yeah, but they can settle down now and get changed, have a bit of lunch and potter back, watch a bit of racing.
Yep.
It's in some ways it's even worse when you're the last race of the day. There's got to be a race car, there's got to be an order. But I always feel that when you're the last race of the day, you start thinking you're hanging around forever. Of course, we all get there at 7 o'clock anyway. We still do.
Absolutely.
You know, get your bacon roll or whatever you have. In your case, it's a melon medley today, I've noticed. Very impressive.
I think
very impressive. Very healthy, Mr. Marriott.
Bit of pineapple in there as well.
Oh, even better.
Tesco's best, I think.
Yeah, 5 a day. So we'll have interviews very shortly with our pit lane reporter Vincent Francin. Obviously, cars need to come into pit lane stroke Parc Fermé for him to do that. So our next race is going to be, there's a 15-minute interval before our next race, which is classic endurance racing. That's a slightly shorter race. That has a 1-hour race. Following that, we're going to have a demonstration of 75 years of F1 cars at 12:05. They will be for 20 minutes. And then we've got a gentleman challenge at 12:35 for 45 minutes. Will take us up to a lunch break. So 2 more races and 1 demonstration to have this morning, as our race leader, perfectly on time, or race winner, my apologies, Vincent Kolb, comes into the Parc Fermé, parks up by the board number 1, as he's earned and every right to do. Ollie Bryant takes number 2. And the third place car of Juan Pablo Ojeda will be popping up into number 3 at the moment. Congratulations all round. Vincent Kolb just being congratulated by some of his crew or some of his team with him, and he'll doubtless wander across and have a word with, he's grabbed his teammates first, more importantly. Big hugs there, and I'm sure at some point you'll go and see Ollie Bryant. Indeed he does. Ollie Bryant pops his helmet off and still got the balaclava on, and still congratulating, and big smiles all round for our first and second place. I can't see third place man now, but right on cue we have our pit lane reporter is Vincent Kolb. Sorry, no, Vincent Kolb is going to be interviewed by Vincent Francin in the Parc Fermé.
Victory and for Vincent Kolb and Max here, Max Moritz. Yeah, of course, with the pet. Vincent, great race once again, and this time it's a victory and a great result.
Yeah, thank you very much. JRT did a fantastic job in preparing the car. Yesterday's qualifying was quite well, and my colleague Max didn't do any mistake except for the starts, but we could keep the lead, and it was just fantastic. Super good.
Second position for LIBERIAN. We could think at this time that, okay, as usual, he will come back, but he never came back.
Yeah, I just saw the delta timing that was shown on the board, and I managed to more or less keep the same distance to Ollie. And I think also the ERA team did a great job, and yeah, super happy with the result.
Congratulations, bravo. Voilà, avec Vincent Kolb qui est naturellement très très heureux du déroulement de cette course, de la manière dont ils ont pu gérer en fait tout cela. On va se diriger vers les deuxièmes. Ollie, Bryant et Kyle Tilley second place. Ollie, this time is no victory.
No, it was a tough race. They were flying today. They drove very, very well. So I knew it was going to be hard in the second half. And coming out the pits, I saw the gap, and I was just chipping away every lap. And he maintained the gap the whole way. So yeah, very well deserved victory by them today. But a great job by Carl at the start and the whole of the Era Motorsport guys to deliver the championship for us this year. So it was fantastic. Really pleased.
Kyle, it was once again a great season.
Yeah, I can't ask for more than that. We 3 wins, 2 seconds. Yeah, brilliant year. Big thank you to the boys, especially Lee, for looking after the old girl. So 100% reliability for us, and I believe we'll see, but that should be the championship wrapped up. So good, great year. Always a pleasure sharing with Ollie, and yeah, nice to do it and have a good result with the Kevin Morfitt tribute on the car.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations for the title. Great. Second place, deuxième place pour l'instant et aujourd'hui pour ces deux-là qui sont champions. Néanmoins, les champions 2025, c'est eux. Et puis on va aller retrouver Nelson Cale et Juan Pablo Orwella. It's a nice third place overall and a victory in the gentleman category.
Yeah, very happy about the victory today. Obviously, we wanted a little more. We wanted to be first in the championship. We're very close. Some great competitors, most of them, and it's just an amazing series. Hope to be back here. And thank you, Juan, John Galt Racing, Max at Page for the Enzo Best Engine Builders, and the organization. Thank you guys for being here and having all this possible for us.
Juan Pablo, how was it in the car during this last stint?
Long. It's the longest, I don't know, 45, 50 minutes I've driven. But good fun. Great fun. Had a few good scraps with, I was trying to catch up with Jürgen. I don't know what happened to him. Okay, but slowly catching up. Then we left Danglad behind, which is good. And then Ollie came by, and that was it. But, car worked great, team worked great, everything was good.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations. Voilà, c'est la fin de la saison pour cette Litre Cup, bien évidemment, avec non pas le titre, mais la victoire pour ces deux-là. Nos amis colombiens, c'est David Danglars qui est sacré champion au niveau de la catégorie Gentleman.
Well, interesting. Did you notice with the ERA race suits, as we just see this highlights of the 2 litre race? Well, the beautiful area there, just close to the circuit, Cascais. Line up here of classic endurance racing too. But just before we went to the highlights, I was going to say, did you notice attention to detail? The ERA Motorsport team on the race suit, the ERA Motorsport was in a script from the period, from 70s. They have different race suits when they're driving the modern cars.
Devil's in the detail, isn't it?
It is. Well, look at this. The Otford Group Lola, the car that raced in Thundersports. We'll talk about that in a moment. But here is the ringer that doesn't normally race in this championship, but Team Bright, the Belgian organisation just on the German border, Emil Breitmeier and his father Olivier have brought out that Zack Speed Capri. This is the ultimate Capri. Now, I haven't seen this race all season, so that will be interesting. Here's one of the regulars though. That's the Busch Twins car, the Porsche 935 from 1979. A car originally built by the Kramer brothers, and very colourful it is too. The Busch family hugely enthusiastic with a Mambo sponsorship. I'm not sure if that was the period sponsorship or one they brought to the car. Here's something a bit different, and I think is that. Yeah, that is the Dominique Guénard Tosh. That's with the DFV engine in. Got cars that's over 2 litres and under 2 litres. So we didn't see really the pole sitter, and the story really is with the pole sitter. Of course, it's that man's son, the 33-year-old Maxime Guénard, and he has won this race here at Estoril in this car for the last 4 years. He's going for win number 5. He is already the champion in this series, and here we're going a bit further down into the 2-litre cars, and of course it'll be nearly all Chevrons and Lolas, but we just happen to be looking in the car that isn't a Chevron or a Lola, because it's one of Chuck Grayminger's Cheetahs, the G601 from 1976, still with the wall-to-wall sponsorship on it. And then this is Steve Brooks and his Lola T290. That'll have a 2-litre engine and prepared by Martin O'Connell. Just see the OC on the car, Martin, who sometimes races this car. Moving across it, and there we go to the front. So that number 50 car is the Lola T286, has been so successful in this series in the past. A car with a story. Back in 1978, I think 1976 it was, Lola built 4 of these cars. The 4th one was for Alain de Cadenet to race at Le Mans. They changed the regulations. Alain de Cadenet cancelled the order. The car sat in Huntingdon in a corner with a dust sheet over it for about 5 years. Wherein the Thundersports series had started. And that was a series, a sort of Formula Libre series for sports cars, from Can-Am cars through to cars like this, and then down through to even Sports 2000s. But usually it was a Can-Am car that won, with John Brindley, remember, was the driver, together with John Falston. But it was beaten once in a while. A guy called Jim Wallace, who owned a printing company at Otford in Kent, bought this car. So it had been sat there for 6 years under the dust sheet, not raced, and they got the car and shared it with Mike Wilds, and he gave the T530 Lola Can-Am car of Brindley and Falston quite a run for their money, and did beat it once. Then the car was put away again it was on the dust sheet for years, and then it was acquired by the Guénard Meal Group, and they bought the car, and originally Dominic raced it, and then it moved on to his son, and he's absolutely dominated. He's won the plateau with this car at Le Mans Classic a couple of times as well. Now, usually in these races, he has a lot of opposition from Yves Shamama, who's got a Tosh, one of the German but originally British designed toy, if you want to use that pronunciation, cars, also with a DFV engine, that had some very close races together, and he actually won this race in 2019 and 20. Now he's not doing this race meeting, But suddenly, you know, Maxime probably knew he wasn't doing the rest, so I'll have an easy run here to my 5th consecutive victory. But no, the Brightmeyers have brought out this Capri, this Zac Speed Turbo Capri, a fire-breathing device, and they've put it on the pole. Maxime's dad, Dominic, is in 3rd spot, along with Bush. Then the cheater we saw, Steve Brooks in the Lola. We saw Ross Hyatt was hand over to son Chris later in the race. Ross with a lot of experience in the past in Le Mans and so on. Then Tony Sinclair is 8th. He'll hand that car over to Nick Padmore. And rounding out the top 10 is Sebastian Glazer, and he's sharing. And then in 10th is Lars Rollner with another Porsche 934/5. So she'll have a terrific race here. The cars from the late 70s mainly. Great sports cars and the old GT car, and love to see the 935 Porsches, those twin turbos at the back. So very interested to see what happens here, because you know, that Zac Speed is a bit of a ringer. We didn't expect to see that. Pace car pulls off. Waiting for the lights to change. And off they go, Snowy.
Well, it is the Zac Speed Capri that still from pole position gets the inside line, but it's the number 50 Lola T286 of Maxime Guenat trying to go around the outside. Is he going to pull it off? He got a long way around. He's got the hardest work to do, but he's managed to do it into turn 1, managed to take the lead from the front row of the grid there. I didn't think he was going to out-drag the Zac Speed, but he has. So he takes the lead, stamps his mark on the race. Oh, and sideways coming out of turn 2 there. But that's just cold tyres and just a little bit over throttle application, caught it. Well, I'd love to see the in-car of that, though. There's a lot of opposite lot to catch that.
Yeah, Maxine.
Capri, Zac Speed Capri sliding through turn 4 as well. All trying to get their tyres up to temperature, Andrew.
Yeah, we saw Maxine with the DFV engine, Formula 1 engine on the back of that Lola, designed by Eric Broadley, and then a very different configuration with the car that's chasing the Zac Speed Capri. Great to see that out again.
Nice to see the number 56 there of Sebastian Glazer, the BMW M1 Pro car, and I think also that
got a couple of those.
Chris Ward's in one of those as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he is, with Steve Osborne as well. The number 88 car, Chris Ward, will be further down the field at the moment, but not in. He's listed to be the first driver, but I'm not sure he is.
I think Osborne started that car.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, well, that's what usually happens. So this is an hour-long race. That Pro car just looks brilliant in those Warsigner colours, doesn't it?
Always one of my favourites, as was this era of these cars. That much as I loved Formula 1 cars of that era when I was a teenager, these are the cars I was always passionate about, these BMW M1 Pro cars, 935 Porsches, Capris that were basically on steroids, because it was still relatable. And something just appealed to me, the idea of taking a Capri, a road car, through to Capri, and making it look like that Zac Speed car, but it's only had a 1.4 litre engine to start with, then a 1.9, so they went smaller engine, bigger bodywork. But it was just like, how's that a Capri? It just captivated me as an adolescent.
And a great big turbo as well.
Yeah.
I bet they've still got turbo like that thing.
And some.
There's a Sinclair car, the 85, running in the colours of Crown Racing. Which, there you go. The number 1, the cheetah's gone round, look.
That's Beat Eggerman.
Yeah. Fortunately, everybody avoided him.
Do you think that's a nom de plume? Beat Eggerman?
No,
I'm just wondering if that's. We've had that for one race yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
That wasn't a.
but that's for a different reason.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
I'm no offence intended in any way, shape, or form, but it just seems it might be a little bit of play on words there.
Yeah.
It's not very clever. I may be wrong.
So 3 different categories in this race, and the prototypes over 2 litres, the prototypes under 2 litres, and the GT cars. So leading the GT cars, of course, is the Capri. As we got the M1.
It's one of the Pro cars, is it
Yeah,
not?
it's one of them, yeah.
I think that's the second one. Is that the 88 of Stephen Osborne? Confirmed it is the 88, so that's the car that Chris Ward was going to be sharing, but I'm not sure whether he's just run wide and taken to a little bit of an escape road to rejoin the track in a safe manner, or is actually retiring.
Great shot of...
no, he's retired.
He bailed out, yeah.
So that's not Chris Ward's helmet, so it was Steve Osborne that started the car. So sadly, that's out already. It's our first retirement of our 1 hour race with less than, oh gosh, in 4 minutes into the race. 2 laps, 3 laps completed. Well, not for that car.
Well, you saw on Steve's helmet the Malden Salt logo. He runs that business down there in Essex. Fine salt for cooking. Not sure what he does with it or where he gets it from originally. But, so Maxime Guenard has already pulled out over the Brightmire. Brightmire on the pole. Emile, it's a second generation racer. He's an interesting guy, Emile Brightmire, because he also does a lot of rallying. Very few people cross both disciplines. Obviously, there have been the famous people like Vic Elford, but Brightmire is pretty quick in a rally car. Has had some success in the European Rally Championship.
That's what I want to see. Porsche 935 going down the inside of a BMW M1 Pro car. Absolutely brilliant. 90 and 56. That is 90 at Andreas Rollner at the wheel of the Porsche 935 K3, and 56 was the BMW Pro car of Sebastian Glazer.
Now, right at the last minute, they changed the drivers. I saw a message coming. Michael Holden was driving the car.
Oh, okay, so he was announced as second driver, but this is my first, so they swapped round. Okay, thank you, Andrew. So, no disrespect to Andreas Rollins, but the credit must go to Michael Holden for taking that place off Sebastian Glazer, who has now said, actually, I don't want you to have that place, I want it back, please.
Love the livery of this car, it's very American.
Oh, trying to go around the outside of the BMW, having a look down the outside of the 935, all the way around the outside of Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. He'd be proud of that, named after him, and this driving of that. He's all over the back of that Porsche like a cheap suit. Is he going to get the job done or not? I'm not sure. Not down the inside, he isn't here. And in the meantime, we also have another number, is that
yellow Porsche
180, dives down the inside, takes the inside, slots through the gap. Now, Sebastian Glazer saw that coming. That's the 180 entry of Lars Rollner.
That's one of the 934 upgraded to 935. And the car that raced at Daytona with Puerto Rican drivers. That's why it says Puerto Rico on it.
I'm guessing that Lars Rollner and Andreas Rollner that was going to be in that 935 are obviously related. It's Michael Holden that's driving the number 90 935 K3 car that was in battle there with Sebastian Glazer. And he's now, Sebastian Glazer, as just mentioned, has got that place back from the 180 Primrose Yellow Lars Rollner driven car. And as I say, right on cue, they're not following our script. He goes down the inside again and retakes Sebastian Glazer. Sebastian Glazer says, no, you don't. I'm going to do this. He's done it before, almost teasing the gravel there coming out of that turn all the way around the outside. Sebastian Glazer, he likes it around the outside, does he not? He can send that BMW where he wants. He's now going to try to look down the inside of 935 of Lars Rollner. This, of course, is allowing that Michael Holden in the number 90 935 just to eke out 2 or 3 car lengths as they're so busy battling this out. Lars Rollner and Sebastian Glazer duking it out in 935 and M1 BMW, exactly as it was in the day.
Absolutely, because we had BMW M1s, which one of that car is, racing in various different series and racing at Le Mans and so on, but because there was the Pro Car series, which was also on the Formula One Grand Prix card, and Grand Prix drivers raced in them, and I seem to remember Nelson Piquet going very well in one.
Now, who won it?
Lauda, I think.
Niki Lauda, of course.
I think they had that championship for a couple of years, didn't
I think they did, yeah.
Yeah. Sort of one of the best ever one-make championships. Well, this is a terrific battle, isn't it, with these two here. Meanwhile, Guenard has stamped his authority on this race. Snowy, he's already 7 seconds down the road, looking for his 5th successive win at Estoril in this car. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but we're only 8 minutes into an hour race, so you can stamp as much authority as you like.
Yeah.
It's got a long 52 minutes to run yet.
That car is prepared by Keep Europe, of course, that all the Guenard and cars are prepared by. And it's proved to be pretty reliable, except that the Le Mans Classic couple of years it has failed. But what a shame not to have Yves Shamama here, or his brother, who's meant to be racing a Lola T600, but I don't think that started. Well, it was entered.
We were both right. It was Jochen Neerpasch that created the BMW Pro Cars. It was just 2 seasons, 1979 and 1980, and it was Niki Lauda that won the first season, and Nelson Piquet that won the second season. So we were absolutely right. Yes.
Memory's not so bad.
Yeah, we're doing all right. We get by, don't we, Andrew? We get by.
But I tell you one memory story with these cars. Somebody sent me a copy of a TV broadcast from Donington of a pro car race with my commentary on, and I can't remember doing it. I can't even remember. I expect I've still got the programme.
But we have the evidence that you did.
There's the evidence, I did it.
Sure, I would have been there for that. I would have been there. I would have been a humble 14.
Yes.
15. 15 I'd have been then, yes.
Yeah. So Emil Breitmeyer is in second place, now 11 seconds behind. So splitting the Guenard family, father and son. And then Breitmeyer's dad is also in this race, but he's running in 15th. And Breitmeyer's sort of right on the Belgian-German border. So actually, Emil Breitmeyer has got a Belgian flag on his race suit, and his dad's got a German flag on his race suit, because that's the countries they were born in. Ross Hyatt there in 13th place. Ross has got very interesting business in the salvage business, ocean salvage business, bringing the booty up from the depths of the sea. And they also have another business, so they monitor all the cables that are under the ocean. So he's very much an ocean guy. Had a lot of success in the past, raced things. I've raced Porsche 917 actually. In the past as Ross Hyatt, a very interesting man.
A little aside for you there on the, do you know on the foreign exchange markets that dollar sterling is still called cable? It's traded as cable, and that's what it's known as because it's the transatlantic cable.
Yeah.
And how was the transatlantic cable first laid?
Go on.
Brunel's Great Eastern, which was an unsuccessful passenger ship and got converted to a cable laying ship because they took all the saloons out, put big drums in the back, and that's why we have Forex is still called cable in the market. Anyway, so my days back in the city, there's some use still.
Yeah. Car we haven't mentioned, which is Kevin Cook's March 75S, so it's running down in 16th place. It's a nice car. There's won races in the past in the UK, so I'm not quite sure what's down there. Well, I think also the John Barber car, the number 18, will have it's got the hot shoe going in it later, or usually does.
Now we've got this site of 90, 80 and 180, is it? Yes, 90, 80, no, 56, my apologies, numbers, of the blue 935 later one, the K3, that's number 90 at the front. 180 is a slightly earlier version right behind it, and the BMW Pro car right behind that. These three are covered by a blanket as they battle it out, and they're not battling out for the lead, they're battling for 7th position, these three, and they are literally tenths apart all the way through. Every corner, every turn repeated. Nobody running into one another, everybody giving each other room and respect. But fabulous, fabulous running. 0.5 and 0.4 of a second between these two. That being number 90 is Michael Holden in the 935 K3 from 1980. Lars Molden it is that's just 0.5 of a second behind him in the 934 Stroke 5, 1977, as you mentioned, Andrew, a car that was started in life as a 934 and evolved. And bringing up the rear, as it were, but only 0.4 of a second behind that, is Sebastian Glazer in the BMW M1 Pro car from 1979, now 0.2 of a second. Now, 180 tries that famous outbrake manoeuvre into turn one. Well, he got the job done, he got past, but unfortunately he couldn't actually pull it up square. So 180 Lars Rollner has now dropped behind to these two, and Lars Drop back last one. Sebastian Glazer now takes the opportunity to go side by side. The two of them duking out literally side by side, neither giving quarter. And once again, Sebastian Glazer loves that outside line. If he can't get alongside and get by, he continues his trajectory around the corner, around the outside of any car that's in front of him. Normally, you would say don't do that because you go offline and go onto the marbles. But he's not. He's got his own style. Quite extraordinary.
That Porsche 934/5 was sort of a hybrid between the two different models. It was built specially to compete in Group 4 of the IMSA series over there in America. So I think they built 10 of them. So they had the chassis and the engine of the 934, but the wheels, tyres, rear wing of the 935. So that's Peter Gregg and Brumos crew were the first people to actually work on race that car.
Sebastian Glazer is absolutely hustling that pro car around onto the boot lid of the 935 right in front of him of Michael Holden. Doesn't quite have it down the straight, just ekes out a little bit. The 935 has a little bit more power down the straight seemingly, because coming through the last corner, parabolic at Ayrton Senna, number 56, the Vorsteiner gold, black and red M1 Pro car of Sebastian Glazer is virtually hitting the back of the 935 in front. Obviously he's not, but it's so close you can barely tell there's any gap between them. Once you get onto the pit straight now, a little lock up there for the 935, or a little puff of smoke there for a moment. Might give Sebastian Glazer his chance. Will he try and hang it around the outside at one of his favoured manoeuvres? He hasn't yet. This, of course, has allowed our 180 935 back into contention again. That, of course, is Lars Rollner. Had that moment at the end of the last lap on turn 1, diving down the inside and getting into the lead of this battle, but then having to acquiesce and run wide and drop not one but 2 places.
Yeah, 935, of course, was a winner at Le Mans overall in the 24-hour race back in the day, and also driven by the likes of Paul Newman, great actor.
Second at Le Mans in 1979, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Dick Barber car.
He was for the Dick Barber car, and the Whittington brothers, of course, won there. I had the great privilege to. A quick Paul Newman story. He once phoned my office because for some, I don't know how he got my name.
He misdialed, did he?
He was looking for, at the time he was racing a Triumph TR4, or might have been a TR6, and he was looking for parts. And I don't know how he got my name because I've never traded in them. And of course the receptionist back at CSS thought it was somebody taking the Michael, but it really was him. And we found him. We found him these parts. And subsequently, I did get to interview him at a PADOS function, which was interesting. I didn't expect to interview him, so I wasn't properly prepared. You know, if you interview somebody like that, and he didn't want to talk about the film, so he just wanted to talk about his motor racing. Outstanding racing driver. You know, we will hear a lot about Le Mans and Steve McQueen, but of course, Steve McQueen never did race at Le Mans in the end, and Paul Newman did, and as you said, finished second. He was outstanding in the Trans Am series and won races in that. So great actor, those blue eyes. They're one of the great icons of Hollywood.
Well, it was Graham Hill, the 2-time Formula 1 world champion, that coached Paul Newman a little bit for the filming of I think it was called Winning, which was a race, a film in the 60s.
Yes.
And apparently Graham Hill was noted to comment that had Paul Newman not concentrated on his film career, he was capable of being a Formula 1 world champion, which is a mighty, you know, not just a Formula 1 driver, but he was capable of being the world champion.
Now, we're not seeing the front of this field because, as they say, Maxime Grenat has checked out. He's 20 seconds down the road over Breitmeyer, who's got 5 seconds behind Maxine's dad, and then in 4th place and leading the under 2 litre category is Steve Brooks. He's having a good weekend, is Steve. Remember, he was 3rd yesterday in the Formula 1 race, the historic Formula 1 race in his JPS Lotus. And you see those cars later in the day. This is a race I'm really looking forward to, Snowy. We've had an outstanding field, 26 cars. And I know that one of them, I think it's a March, has is not going to run because it hit the barrier yesterday. But
the real battle here is for third place at the moment between Emmanuel Brigand and Beat Egerman in number 2 and number 1, respectively. That is the Porsche 935, the white car number 2 you can see out there at the moment, and the number 1 Cheetah of Beat Egerman.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things I absolutely love about sports car racing. It demonstrates designers, theories and ways to approach the same result, a lap time, in different ways. The Porsche 935 is loosely based on a road car, very loosely. If you look down the back of it, you can see it's got the tail lights. I love the fact that its original shape is under there, the great big fat arches, but they're lapping at a different time. The little Cheetah is an absolute, mid-engine, proper little sports car, but the two of them are absolutely duking it out. The advantages and the differences over the track is the technical bit, the twisty parts, if you like. The Cheetah has the advantage and is crawling all over the back of the Porsche 935. That's kind of holding him up. Yeah. Because he wants to have a look down the inside, but he hasn't quite got it. If there's half a chance to put a bit more than half throttle down, then Emmanuel Brigand says he'll do so in his Porsche and pulls away, and it's that eternal piece of elastic we were talking about yesterday, where they're forever there, and both are driving beautifully and very, very cleanly, I have to say, but total different ways and disciplines of how to get to the same lap time around the circuit. And the Cheetah just can't get past the Porsche. Nearly does coming through on the end of the lap, but then just quite, and the Porsche pulls away down the track. It must be so dissatisfying when you said they've done all the hard work on the twisty bit.
Yeah, had a little look down the inside.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah. Classic endurance racing, both these different types of cars, of course, classically raced endurance races of the 70s. That's what this is all about. Not necessarily raced like this together, because obviously there's serious regulations changed. In the class is a name, isn't it? That's a GT car, and that is behind it a prototype.
Well, when you think about it, you were extolling how beautiful the 2-litre Porsches were in the previous race earlier today from 1965. How did that absolutely iconic shape we were describing earlier of the original Porsche 911, which came out in 64, I think it did, so those 2-litre cars are representative of those very first cars. In the space of 10 years, it evolved into that behemoth that is a 935 there in just 10 years, basically.
Yeah. So we must be getting close to the window opening now. And then we should see a bit of interest when Tony Sinclair hands his car over to Nick Padmore. Nick had a great win yesterday in the Formula One race, which we had a great battle. We had a sort of veteran Japanese driver, although relatively veteran in age, but new to Formula One, really giving Nick Padmore a hard time. But, and look forward to that battle again. Look, there's in the Jägermeister colours, hair of the dog drink. German drink Jägermeister. You can Jägermeister shots, can't you? I think. Not a great expert on that. But,
I thought they're called Jaeger bombs, I think they're called.
So Zach Speed was Eric Zakowski, and they did something very interesting 30 years ago. They built their own Formula One car and engine, and raced it for a couple of seasons. Jonathan Palmer was one of their drivers. They found it pretty. Now we're back with our leader. There he is, the Oxford group. Oxford's a little town in Kent, and where Jim Wallace set up the printing business and raced this car in Thunder Sports. Say Mike Wiles was his main. Mike Wiles raced this car a lot, and Alan Rollinson, the former 5000 racer from the Midlands, he also drove it once or twice. A beautiful looking car. You can imagine this car was built by Lola and they couldn't sell it. It sat there in Huntingdon factory for 5 years, and then they found a buyer for it. Eric Brawley must have said, oh, great. And Mike Blanchet, because the well-known Formula Ford racer, I think was the sales manager at Lola at the time. It was probably his deal, I would have thought. Lovely man, Mike. So Gwenard from Brightmire, from Gwenard, from Steve Brooks, from the Bush 935, and then Tony Sinclair, who will be handing over the Crown Racing Lola. And that's a car that won there was a European 2-litre championship. Well, there's the March I was talking about, and my mate Ted Higgins has prepared that car. He's down there. Hello, Ted. I know he's been listening to us.
Well, we've mentioned already the Emil Breitmeyer driven Ford Capri Zaxbyed up at the front, and the car that we haven't really mentioned much in the race so far, again of this era, absolutely fabulous. Number 80 is Olivier Breitmeier in his Ferrari 512 BBLM, so Berlinetta Boxer Le Mans.
Yeah, beautiful.
And again, another one of those cars that take a perfectly exquisite supercar, mid-engined 512 BB Ferrari Boxer, as it was always known, and then turn it into this car. Quite incredible.
Explain to the people that don't know Boxer. What do you mean a boxer? Is an engine comes in a box? No, it's not. You explain.
Well, it's the way the pistons work. So that they're opposing one another, and you have inline engines, you have V engines, and then you can completely flatten it like a Porsche is a flat engine. And then you can have opposing where the pistons point into one another, and it's basically like you're punching, like you're boxing, and that's where it came from, the name.
Yeah,
it's a nickname kind of thing, isn't it? Really.
I just learned something. I didn't know that. Yeah, and of course Ferrari used it a lot in sports cars and also in Formula One cars for a while. But there's that's the 49 in the BP France colours, actually, the Dominique Guénard. So that's a Tosh, York Obermoser, produce those guys that produce some pretty good Formula 2 cars as well. Raced by the likes of Keke Rosberg, no less. There, good shot. We haven't seen that car. That's a 45. That's Gianluigi Candiani in his Chevron B36. I mean, they sold a lot of these. The 31, the 36 are progression. Lola and Chevron from Bolton, Lola from Huntington. We had a big battle for sales with these cars. They're raced all over the world. They raced a lot in South Africa. It was the Springbok series where we saw a lot of these cars. But the car which is leading this class, car second in this class, the Sinclair car, is in the Crown Racing colours, and that was Martin Bahrain, who went on to buy the Lola company. So there's connections here, and a wonderful man called Chris Craft, late Chris Craft, who did a little bit of Formula One. It's a great sports car, a wonderful character. And Chris won the championship in this very car. Is in the same livery. It may not be the same tub anymore, but it's basically the same car.
And a fellow competitor very unkindly nicknamed him Insane Bahrain for buying the company at the time.
Yeah, well, I did really well. Now we got the pit stops. The pit window is open. It just opened a minute ago, and immediately the
Sebastian Glazer comes in the pro car, number 56, first to take the chance of the pit window.
Just briefly an echo, so someone's still putting their race suit on. Hurry up, chap.
Perhaps you wasn't expecting that one quite so soon, or the window's open and better go for it. 2 935s in battle here, and that is 14 and 54.
So
14 being Luca Lettardi, and 54 being Dennis Bush.
Yeah, so Dennis Bush will hand over to his twin brother.
Mark.
Yeah, they've raced quite well in the main German GT Championship in the past, the Bushes. And what do they do for a living? They make tyre balancing machines. And on their truck are some quite raunchy drawings with people operating tyre balancing machines. You don't normally operate those things in bikinis, but they do on the side of their truck. Here's the Crown Racing car we talked about. Not many brown racing cars around. I wrote an article about brown racing cars the other day.
only you could do that.
And there's 2 of these loads of brown as well. There's another one called the Chocolate Drop. But
famous car, yes.
Yeah. Well, there's the Jägermeister. Look at that. It just looks so purposeful, doesn't it?
One of the things that I loved about that when I was a teenager was that it was all the design cues of the road car.
Yeah.
The grille and the headlamps is Capri. The door is a Capri. The window shape, the roof, all the window lines and that are still a Capri. So it's instantly recognisable.
Yeah.
It's a space frame tube underneath, tube in a car. Yeah. It's not a Capri, but it's got those bits of cues. But you look at it, and to the man on the street, as I was as a teenage boy, it was a Ford Capri. But it's like, how have you made a Ford Capri look like that? Yeah. And it sounds good, and boy, does it go.
I'm going to go back to brown racing cars just very briefly. Brown Formula 1 racing car.
Yes, there was.
John, I'll spare you.
John
with the Hexagon and Highgate. John Watson raced in the brown racing car before he got into a full works team, and he raced for Hexagon. Paul Michaels, Hexagon at Highgate, still sell wonderful sports car sets. Not in Highgate actually, now they're in East Finchley, and there's a marvellous restaurant there. Paul's done a great job with that. So might get a free plate of chips next time I go.
So our overall leaders at the moment, with just coming up to half distance, Andrew, just a minute or so away from that, is our Gwinnett brothers.
Father and son.
Father and son, my apologies.
Yep.
31 seconds it is between them. And which way around is it? Which one's the father?
Dominic. So he's one of the guys.
He's in second place, so his son's leading.
Yeah. He's the guy that started at Richard Mille Watch Company with Richard Mille. Richard Mille having previously won a watch division for Matra. Forgot Matra did watches, but they did. But anyway, here's a lovely Ferrari, look, with that boxer engine you so well described. Centre locking wheel not there. And just calling it. You can blow leaves away with it, or you can keep your race car cool with them.
Yeah, don't worry about the leaves.
So I'm waiting to see Sinclair come in, which I think you will do very soon, and hand over to Nick Padmore. And because then there could be a big battle for the 2 litre class. And at the moment, there's 11 seconds between the two loaners. So Brooks's car is a T290 from, I think, 72. And Sinclair's car's the 292. They just made a few changes to the suspension.
I think Tony Sinclair will probably pit on this lap. I suspect he's just cleared the number 2 Porsche of Emmanuel Brigand, simply because he's pitted. So he's going to probably get a fairly clear lap in now. I suspect he probably will go to pits on this lap. We have an interview with our intrepid reporter Vincent Francais, is in the pit lane for us.
It was a great part of first part of the race for the Ford Capri Zach Speed, driven by Emil Breitmeyer, but unfortunately, look at this car, it stopped in the pits, and in one we start again, there is a problem. Emil Breitmeyer, il y a un problème avec cette Ford Capri Zach Speed, il se passe quoi?
La boîte de vitesse a lâché malheureusement, le 4e rapport a explosé dans la ligne droite. Donc voilà, c'était le point faible de la voiture, on le savait, la boîte de vitesse, ça restait un petit point faible et ça n'a pas tenu, donc la tringlerie est très mauvaise et la boîte est vraiment pas de super qualité. Donc on va essayer d'améliorer ça pour les prochaines courses, mais sinon la voiture a vraiment du potentiel, mais il faut une boîte un peu plus réactive et je pense qu'on pourra vraiment aller se bagarrer devant.
C'est quelque chose que vous pouvez changer à l'atelier durant l'hiver, ça?
Oui, c'est quelque chose sur lequel on va travailler. De toute manière, on a fait beaucoup de développement sur la voiture. Tout commence à bien aller, mais il y a encore un petit peu de choses à travailler. Mais on n'est pas loin du but, je pense.
Merci, Emile. Gearbox problem, unfortunately for this Ford Capri. They will work during the winter to resolve all this for the start of next season.
Isn't it? And Nick Padmore has just climbed aboard, and I think Ross Hyatt's just handed over to his son as well. So those cars will be going quickly.
Look, one of the best looking cars and pole sitting car in the race. The Capri, sadly, sidelined with, as you say, transmission issues, and it's you say it's good news for next year. It's not good news for this race, is it?
Certainly not.
No.
But it's good news for that car. We haven't seen that car in this series before. That's the good news. So it's going to be coming out next year. So all the timing screen is all scrambled a bit at the moment. Some people have made pit stops, others haven't. So Maxime Guénard, who doesn't have a co-driver, is still going to stay out there. And his lead is absolutely massive at the moment. And Egerman is second, going well in the car we see on our screen. People will see the Walter Wolf name on. Say, I know that name. Didn't that guy used to have a Formula One team, which he bought off Frank Williams? Well, the answer is yes. Well, here's the Crown Road. I'm not sure. Is Nick in the car? I can't see from that angle. Anyway, Walter Wolf, on the back of his Formula One team, developed a very nice aftershave brand, which he did really well with. And that particular car, that's what the logo is all about, the aftershave brand there. That is Nick sitting in the car. And so it still has Chris Kraft's name on it.
It's a very slow pit stop there. I wonder if there's a problem there for Nick Padmore taking over that Lola T29. Yep.
Maybe he's got the elite penalty.
Well, maybe, but it seemed a bit more relaxed than that. It might well be as simple as that. So let's not speculate and make something of nothing. But hopefully we'll see Nick Padmore rejoin the race. I will go back to my table of elite times.
Yeah, well, we know what the times are. Oh, we're about to have another. We're going to into a pit stop. Should be for the people without a penalty. 2:36, 2:40, something like that.
Still in the pits of Estoril here with Tony Sinclair. Tony, how was your first in with this car?
Very good. It's quite warm today and it's noticeable with the tyres. They were starting to move around a bit, but I think also with a lot of cars going around, it seemed a bit slipperier than yesterday. But I mean, it's the same for everyone, so I'm not making excuses. So, yeah, no, it was great. Great fun. Had a good start. And I tried to hang on to the guys in front, but they were just that bit too quick for me with a bigger engine and what have you. So, but no, I mean, really good fun. It's a great track to drive, and even if you're on your own.
And now it's Nick at the wheel.
It's Nick at the wheel. I'm Super Nick. So hopefully he'll be able to bring us up to the front. I'm sure he will if we don't have any problems. So I'm looking forward to it, how he goes, and it should be great.
Thank you, Tony. Voilà, Tony Sinclair qui nous expliquait, mon premier relais, pas de problème. Il a un problème avec les voitures devant qui sont un peu trop rapides pour lui. Il essaie de compenser, bien évidemment, mais c'est pas évident. Il dit ça bougeait pas mal sur la piste, conditions d'adhérence pas top, mais voilà, il était à sa place et surtout, il a un équipier qui s'appelle Nick Padmore, qui a gagné la première course de Formule 1 hier sur le circuit d'Estoril et qui va maintenant tenter de parachever le travail.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for interviewing Tony Sinclair there. And Andrew, you were absolutely spot on. The delay and the calmness surrounding that entry was the fact that Nick Padmore is the only person in this classic endurance racing race to have an additional penalty for being an elite driver, and he has to serve an extra 20 seconds on top. So that's what they were doing, just tightening the belts. And I thought it all looked very casual, like it was all over. They weren't. They've got an extra time, so they're sitting there being very calm. So Nick Padmore is out in that car now, which is the number 85 car, is it not? The T292 Lola.
Yeah, the brown one, that's right. Where has he slipped? Well, Nick Padmore is
right there on screen now, just ahead of the 131 Chevron of Ross Hyatt. On track at the moment. That's where they are physically on track. Fourth overall, Andrew.
Fourth overall. I see it's still. They made a pit stop, didn't they? Yes, they did. And I see it's still listed as Ross Hyatt in the car. I thought my son Chris was taking over. Here is Padmore, and everyone's made their pit stop. So you know, this is the run to the line now. This is the order to see with the Grenaz first and second, with Bush third. Nick Padmore is in fourth place. So just trying to see how long his pit stop was.
We look at these cars on track and they look solid and complete and whatever, but when you see them naked, stripped of their light fiberglass bodywork, you get to realise just how little is to these cars. And it really is just the tiniest little bit of chassis, tub, aluminium and an engine, a bit of suspension on them, and you look at them and they really were built around lightness, weren't they?
Absolutely. Steve Brooks, who was leading the class, of course, had a minute extra in the pits, so he must have had some problem. So Steve's driving the whole race, but
John Barber there in 17th, car number 18 in his 296, having a little off and rejoining. Just joins back in front of the number 2 Emmanuel Brigand Porsche 935, but that's out of sync, allows the Porsche past.
So I think the interest here is what Padmore can do. I'm pretty sure he's going to get himself onto the podium. He's probably going to win the class, but can he split the two Grenaz, father and son? I suspect he can. And once he's lapping, he's just done a 1:43.4. And that's mega quick for a 2-litre car. The DFV 3-litre cars are doing, well, actually, Maxime's dropped back to 1:45 now, as I said, going for his 5th consecutive win in this race.
Yeah, well, it's fastest on the circuit, isn't it, by some 2 seconds over Maxime Guenard in the similar 286 Lola.
Your similar chassis, different engine.
Yeah, so just 3 years apart. 73 for 292 for Nick Padmore's car, and 1976 for our race leader Maxime Guenard. 145.3 and 143.4 for Nick Padmore. What's interesting though is that Nick Padmore is currently 4.6 seconds behind third place man Mark Bush in that 935 Porsche. But he is lapping, no, now 142.7 for Nick Padmore.
He is flying. Yeah, he's going to catch the Mark Bush very quickly, isn't he?
Well, that's going to put him onto provisional podium with some, just coming up to 21 minutes left of this Classic Endurance Race 2 of our Estoril Classics weekend. And weather's been kind to us. A little bit of mist and stuff at the very, very end of our race yesterday, didn't we? At about 7 o'clock, it's just a tiny bit, just rolled in from the sea to say hello, we're still here.
Yeah. The Guenard lead over his dad at the moment is 38 seconds. And Nick Padmore is 1 minute 14 seconds behind him. So Maxie just has to stroke it home, doesn't it, for his 5th consecutive win. But I think the interest here is whether Padmore can get himself into 2nd place. It'll be, well, he's already up to 3rd now. Look, there he is.
Yeah, but he's lapping at 5 seconds quicker than 2nd place.
He's got 10 laps left. Yeah. He's got 10 laps left.
Well, 5 seconds a lap and 10 laps. That's going to give us 50 seconds into 34-second deficit at the moment. So entirely possible. I don't think the lead is possible. No. That said, that's only 37 seconds up the road. So never say never. And Nick Padmore absolutely on it in this number 85 low, the T292.
Not bad for a guy that started racing in a Mini, is it?
Everything's possible. His racing helmet colours are the colours of his father's Mini, as it was. That's where it comes from.
Yeah. Well, bright and distinctive. There's the.
Was that Keith or Nick?
Yeah.
Oh, the helmet. Sorry. I thought they said bright and distinctive. I thought we were talking about Keith. Then his dad.
Yeah. You know, that Ferrari is sort of one of the longest racing cars I've seen, I think. So in a different category to this. Well, Sam Hancock, of course, in this, but they're not racing. Sam Hancock has won the class championship. Look at this, really going for it, Padmore.
Siving down the inside of the 512 BB there.
It's all neat and tidy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Car was great in its day, and it's still great now. Look at it. But the general aero package and the suspension design in this car, although it had the 2-litre engines, there's a bit of age difference. It's very similar to the car that's leading. The car that's leading is a little bit updated, particularly mainly suspension area. Actually, Eric Broadley and his team there that had such a good business going with Lola all those years. Kevin Cook just behind in the March 75S. That was a similar. They raced against the Chevrons and the Lolas. March got into that category of racing as well. They didn't build that many cars. But,
well, six seconds that Nick Padmore's taken out of the lead to 2nd place, Dominique Guenard. So that was down to 28 seconds now.
No, he's setting the track alight. Nick's had a great win yesterday. We'll see if he can make it 2 in the Formula 1 category. And those two were way ahead of the others, remember, yesterday, weren't they? The Japanese chap And
yeah, he did. I did message him last night saying what a super drive it was, etc. And so, and that Terida kept him busy.
Yeah.
And he said to me privately, quietly, he said, yes, he said, but he said, at Zandvoort earlier this year that Terida had run into the back of him.
Oh.
He said so. He was just hoping. He said he was waiting for it to not happen all race, if you see what I mean. As in hoping he'd learnt from it and whatever. Not expecting him to do it. Not saying he's a bad driver. It was just like waiting for it to not happen. I think was a lovely way of putting it.
Yeah. There's a massive difference in experience between the two of them, both in driving those cars and just generally in motor racing. Because the Japanese only sort of finding an interest in motor racing 5 or 6 years ago. But we'll talk all about that later when those cars race, because I'm really looking forward to that. But here is Padmore reeling off the laps. We've got 24 in the book. We've got 16 minutes remaining. It's going to translate into about another 8 laps. And the gap is coming down all the time. It'll be quite near the end when it closes, I think, though, Snowy.
I think it will, and I'm not sure he can actually do that. I'm not sure it's possible to close that gap completely. It is 42 seconds he needs to close to get in touch with him, never mind get past him. There's just under 16 minutes of this race to go.
The Mambo car still running in 5th place. And it is Charlie Hyatt that took over from Ross. Actually, they have updated that now. I thought it was, and you know, Charlie's a quick. But he's not a full-time racer, well, unlike Nick. But he's doing. Well, he's only sort of. His last lap was 1:45, and Nick's doing about 1.8 seconds a lap slower. But he has been going quicker. He did a 43 a bit earlier.
So Nick Padmore is lapping currently 4 to 5 seconds quicker than our second place man Dominique Guenard. However, he is only 2 seconds a lap quicker than Maxime Guenard in pole position, in race lead. My apologies.
Maxime can go a lot quicker than that. He's just stroking it now. He doesn't want to break it. Oh dear, the 25 car has got the rear wing is falling off. Well, what's happened there?
No, there's some left rear damage. It looks like it's almost as if there's some tyre damage has come out through the damage the rear deck, as you say. But
that's Steve Brooks.
Yeah, the tyre is intact.
Yeah, but the wing isn't.
Which will affect the handling of the car enormously. I would say it's almost pointless continuing with that car in the condition it's in.
Well,
the rear wing is there. So, yeah, look, there's evidence of that. Steve Brooks having a big moment getting on the power there, but it's
sometimes though it's difficult to assess how much damage in the mirror, isn't it? He probably doesn't. It looks terrible, but he may not see all that. And well, Steve's flown around the world in a Spitfire. He's flown from pole to pole in a helicopter. He's been across the Bering Straits. He's this adventurer, and this is an adventure for him now, with his car falling apart around his ears.
Just trying to work out how that damage has happened, because the rear wing is slightly bent. So I wonder if he's had a little spin and just caressed the barriers, or even maybe some tyre conveyor belting combination.
Yeah, but remember he had a long pit stop. He was a minute longer than his rivals. He's currently in 10th place. Here is Dominique Guenard. That's a period livery for that car, which raced at Le Mans. Tosh, he's not a well-known make, but they did build some excellent racing cars. But he's got to really get on it, hasn't he, with Nick Padmore. He'll be told by his pit board that Nick Padmore is closing in on him at about 3 seconds a lap, isn't it now?
Yeah, it's 20-second gap now, 20.4 seconds.
Charlie Hyatt's in. Charlie Hyatt's got a problem. Here is Nick. Carver's is just about to go past the March turns in front of him. Kevin Cook. But you see him zaps past Kevin. And Nick's last lap was his fastest, 42.6. 42.8, and he'd done 42.6, so it shows the consistency as well.
Yeah, and our race leader, Maxime Grenard, as you said, now lapping in 1:45, almost a 1:46, actually. So the stroking it home and just being measured, but you've got to be a little bit careful because there's 12 minutes of this race still to go, and Nick Padmore is pushing. He's on the podium, on target for a podium as it stands. I think he will get second place. I just don't think he'll quite be in touch with that race leader.
No, I'm not convinced he's going to catch Dominic. But of course, he's also winning his class, which is the most competitive class in the race.
We have Vincent is in the pits with a candidate for interview with us.
Well, Hyatt's over.
And another drama in the pits. Look at the 131. It's a Chevron, the Hyatt family with Charlie Hyatt in the pits, but it was not foreseen. Ross Hyatt, what's the problem with the car?
I got hit very hard on the first lap and spun round, so I'm not sure if that's just the electrics were going off and on as we were driving. I don't know what's happened. We're going to try and change the battery. I'm not sure what it is, but the car was running great. It's very frustrating, but we've lost the championship on this, so it's not a good day at the office.
Sorry for this, Ross. Voilà, il a été percuté en fait au premier tour, Ross Hyatt. Ça a provoqué des problèmes, sont devenus des problèmes électriques et de batterie sur cette Chevron. Et il dit malheureusement c'est pas bien pour nous parce qu'avec cet abandon, on perd tout simplement toute chance de décrocher le titre. Donc c'était une mauvaise journée pour la famille Hyatt.
Dijon, so they had a pretty good season. The Padmore Sinclair car won at Spa and Imola, and I think must be about to take the 2-litre part of this championship.
Well, great shame for Ross Hyatt and his co-driver Charlie. Not sure that car's even going to rejoin the race, to be honest, but it has, as it just said, just cost them the championship today. So as Ross Hyatt just said there, not a good day at the office, as he put it.
Yeah, he's got two sons that race, Nick as well, but a big disappointment for them.
Sebastian Glazer, intrepid BMW M1 driver, has a 60-second penalty, I think it is, for speeding in the pit lane. Or is that no, that's number 18 actually, which is John Barber in a Lola T296.
Yeah, Nigel Greensell sometimes drives that car with him.
Yeah, so that's for doing 71 kilometers in the pit lane. So yeah, you would get that's why I was thinking it's quite a hefty fine, 60 seconds, and that's why that's a proper rap on the knuckles.
Interestingly, Ross talked about losing the championship. He was on 123.5 points, and so was the Padmore Sinclair car. So I think he would have lost the championship anyway, assuming that Nick finishes, of course, which is, with these highly strung racing cars, never a certain. But it's been a close battle all through the season. So, but disappointment to end like that, rather than not win the championship on the track. So there's Grenard again. It's in front of that march, and three different sorts of racing car going through pictures. Very different engines. As I said, the Grenard car is powered by a Ford DFV engine. They had problems with the DFV when obviously it was mainly a Formula 1 engine. They put it in several cars at Le Mans. DFV did win at Le Mans, but they had vibration problems with that particular engine. They worked out a sports car version called the DFL. This car had a major rebuild about 3 or 4 years ago by the Keep Europe, when they actually put it back into this Oxford Group colour scheme. They probably didn't know what the Oxford Group was even, but they wanted to have the car back as it raced in period. And I saw that car race in period, and it's a perfect job they've done with it. and a perfect job done in the driving. And that's that reverse corkscrew section, isn't it? We talked about Snow. It's the nicest bit of the racetrack, the new bit, not on the original trace of the track. So here is Guenard. He's dominated this category all season. He's dominated this particular race at Estoril for the last 4 years. He's going to make it 5 in a row. During COVID, though, this Estoril event still ran, so it is a straight 5 in a row. It will be.
Well, just 6.5 minutes remaining. And right on cue, before we get into those last 6 minutes, we have Vincent in the pits with another interview for us.
And it's also difficult for another prototype who simply disappeared from the pit lane already in the paddock. Stephen Brooks, what's the problem?
Unfortunately, the bodywork ripped in half on the back. It was going really well. The car was amazing. Wonderful track here at Estoril. So, but the body came off, so I was called a black flagged.
You'll be back later this day with the Formula 1 car. Is it pleasant to drive a Formula 1 here in Estoril?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's one of my favourite tracks in the world, and it's got such history here, and the supporters are great. It's an amazing place to race.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Voilà, Steve Brooks, il nous explique malheureusement, c'est la carrosserie de celle-là qui s'est détachée. Et là, il n'y a plus rien à faire, bien évidemment. Et c'est bien quand le silence revient ici dans la pit lane. Et puis, on le retrouvera plus tard dans la journée au volant d'une Lotus de Formule 1. Et il dit sincèrement, avec une voiture des années 80, c'est vraiment le meilleur circuit pour pouvoir s'exprimer ici. Et il se réjouit.
Yeah, I read an interview with him just the other day on the internet where he did say Estoril was his favourite track. So just reiterated
Maybe
that.
not today.
Well, no. And the Padmore chase of Dominic Guenard for second place overall, the gap is now 14 seconds, and so he's not going to make it, is he? So it's going to be father and son Guenard in first and second place. So 2 of the front runners in the 2-litre category out, but the Padmore car going strongly. He's the second. Actually, the Cheetah, which spun early on, is second in that class now. So the 2 DFV engine cars at the beginning. There's the car that's second in the class, and the GT2 is now the Busch twins, who lead from Sebastian Glazer in that BMW M1 Pro car, and there's quite a gap between the pair of them. So that's virtually resolved. Quick shout out in the top 10, a couple we haven't mentioned, Frederic Rouvier and his Chevron B36, and Josh Tuggle, I believe he's from America, in his Lola T297. So that's the latest of the Lolas in this race. Stand corrected, Steve Brooks' car a year or younger, but all very similar design. Great shots out of this pro car, looking great in the Vorsteiner livery. You can't imagine Niki Lauda driving it, can you? Bit of Niki Lauda news, in fact, Snowy. I think you know I've been working on a Niki Lauda film for a couple of years, and the finance has come through. I really started working on it this past week, lining up interviews, and it's going to be a full-length feature film, 100 minutes, and I'm looking forward to doing that.
Can I put my hand in the air now to come to the premiere?
You can.
Thank you. I had to. A to support you, but my childhood hero.
It will take. We're working with the Lauda family as well.
Brilliant.
It will take over a year. So we're starting interviewing people.
Well, I hope to be around in a year's time still, Andrew. So
me too. Yes, we start filming in November. And, I know one of the first people we'll be talking to is John Watson. And then my mate Ted Higgins, who I mentioned, is down here preparing that march. He prepared all Bernie's cars, so he's going to make sure I get a decent interview with Bernie, aren't you? So 40 seconds.
Just being completely sad, I've just looked up Nicky Lauda's pro car to see what livery that ran in a period. It was Marlboro livery, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though in 1979 he would have been a driver at Brabham, because he went to switch there in 78, didn't he? Yeah.
So 40 seconds between father and son. The Guedas from Switzerland. They live right close to the border with France, actually. That's where they make the watches there. And it's but Snowy's just found a picture of Nicky on the internet. Yeah, the
pit lane at Silverstone.
Yeah, the Guedas live in a mountainous area called the Jura. You've probably heard of the Jura, haven't you? Well-known place in France that people like to visit, tourist area. But that's where these guys come from. The Richard Mille Watch Company has a big showroom in New York. They have a showroom in the UK, I think around Bond Street area. It's upmarket stuff. I did ponder the question with Lewis Hamilton recently when he changed from Mercedes to Ferrari. He went from IWC watches to Richard Mille because they sponsor Ferrari. What did he do with the IWCs?
I'm sure they're in the safe somewhere. Yeah, absolutely. So our predictions of Nick Padmore catching most definitely second place man Dominique Guenard did not happen. And in fact, that settled down. It's still only a 13-second gap. And Nick's pace has dropped off from those spectacular 1:42s he was doing down to 1:46s now. So it's slightly off the pace. 45, 45 and 46 are our top 3 lap times for Maxime Guenard, Dominique Guenard in second place, and Nick Padmore in third place.
And what a season Maxime's had. Won 9 different championships spread amongst this Peter Auto historic series, and he's won 3 of them.
It's a good average, isn't it?
Yeah. And then he's zigzagging his way across the line there. Takes the checkered flag. Another win for Maxime Guenard, makes it 5 years running he's won this race. Extraordinary.
Second place will go to his father.
Not in yet. Still
not in sight yet, no. Some 42 seconds adrift. I think he's just coming into sight now. Is that the car?
Yeah. It's the BP. It's the one that, yes, it's got BP on it.
Yeah. I can't see because there's a pro car on the way. I can see on the right-hand side.
No, it hasn't come yet. Still hasn't come. All these people have been lapped.
The bodywork on the right there of the...
from Steve Brooks's car.
Steve Brooks's car, yeah.
Here is the second place finisher. So in the end, the gap was 40 seconds. And here's Padmore. Right up against the pit wall. Waves to his mechanics. Thank you for giving me a great car. And then the other Lola in the Bonnier colours. Joe Bonnier was a Formula 1 driver. He was also a big wheeler dealer. He was a Lola distributor in Europe, I think, and raced a lot of Lolas, as well as sports cars and so on. So there's a 33-year-old.
I was commenting on Steve Brooks' damage, and I mentioned that what if he'd been off and bent the rear wing?
Right.
Of course, it wasn't. He said the bodywork it just disintegrated. Of course, the length that's come out from above the rear tyre, the end of it is actually the end plate for the rear wing. So that's why the rear wing's dropped. The bodywork's given away and taken away the support for the wing, which is why it was at an odd angle. So cause and effect. So I was wrong in my assumption that he might have gone off and just slid into the barrier.
Did you think in the interview that if he hadn't been black flagged, he would have carried on?
Oh, absolutely. Never come until you have to.
No.
You have to obey the flag signals of the organisers, of course, but don't until necessary.
So the white car with the would you call it brown and orange stripes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose so.
Yeah. Just anything to get a bit of brown in the car there for you.
Yes. There were others as well.
I know you're fond of a brown racing car.
Well, not particularly. It's just the rarest colour that is on a racing car.
It's one of those daft things that you never think about it until it's mentioned, and then you can't stop thinking about it, like, why are there no brown cars? Why we have orange and black and all that, not just sponsors' colours, but
well, I thought about it because I write a series of articles about racing car liveries, and so that's why I thought about it. So the stragglers come home. In the end, we had we didn't mention Greg Caton in the Lotus Esprit, which actually finished in 19th place. So 19 of the 23 made it.
So despite having started track action some 3 hours ago almost, we've only had 2 races. Of course, our first race, the 2 Litre Cup, was for 90 minutes, an hour and a half, and then we had a short gap onto our classic endurance racing, which we've just seen the finish of. That was another hour race, so 2.5 odd hours of racing. We are going to go very shortly after our post-race interviews, which we'll see in a few moments with Vincent Francin down in our pit lane in the Parc Fermé area. But just before that, we do have a quick run for 20 minute time. We have 10 minutes time. We have a 20-minute demonstration run of 75 years of Formula One cars. I believe we can throw it to Vincent down in the pit lane right now with our podium for classic endurance racing 2.
With the winner and new champions Maxime Guéna, and the second is his father Dominique Guéna. Une histoire de famille pour conclure cette épreuve avec Maxime Guéna vainqueur et champion, Dominique Guéna en deuxième position, Tony Sinclair, Nick Padmore on the third spot of the podium. Top 3 for these two, and it's very great. And it's a nice story here. We have the son and the father together, 1-2 in this race. What can you expect better for them? Et on va se retourner vers Maxime. Bah voilà, Maxime, bah c'est fait. Il est champion, il est multiple vainqueur et de 2 titres, et la journée n'est pas finie.
Et la journée n'est pas finie, exactement. On va encore essayer de finir le travail en HTC cet après-midi. Mais bon, c'est cool déjà. 2 courses de victoire ce week-end, 2 titres, donc incroyable.
Bon, disons-le tout net, ça a semblé assez facile vu de l'extérieur.
Alors, j'ai pas envie de dire que ça l'était de l'intérieur, ce serait présomptueux, mais non, c'est bien allé. Si tu veux, j'ai tout de suite pu me débarrasser me débarrasser d'Emile au début, enfin me débarrasser, on se comprend. Et puis après, je voyais l'écart qui se creusait, puis quand j'ai commencé d'avoir une vingtaine de secondes, j'étais en gestion, arrêter de prendre des vibreurs, lever le rythme, etc. Donc non, c'est plus une course de gestion qu'autre chose.
Bon, c'est bien, et puis 1-2 avec le papa, c'est bien ça.
Ah, ça c'est toujours super. Faire 1-2 en famille, c'est incroyable.
Okay, he's very happy, of course. He's champion for the second time of the weekend, and it's not over yet. And we'll go to Dominique Guéna. Let him take the helmet off. Second place, deuxième place pour Dominique Guéna. Ça veut dire que la famille a une fois de plus frappé très très fort ici. Voilà, Dominique. On enlève les bouchons, so he can hear us. It's better. On a 2 secondes. We have 2 seconds, no problem. The glasses. And it's okay. Dominique, c'est un doublé familial avec la victoire et le titre pour les gamins. C'est quoi le premier commentaire qui vous vient?
Le premier commentaire, c'est féliciter Maxime, qui conduit vraiment super bien, qui a gagné toutes les courses auxquelles il a participé. Il n'a pas gagné Imola parce que la voiture était en panne. Autrement, il a toujours gagné. Puis moi, ce que je peux faire, c'est finir derrière lui le mieux possible. Mais il est imbattable. Et je suis très content comme ça.
Une petite pensée pour Yves Stemama peut-être, qui nous a un peu manqué en fin de saison.
Yves, c'est dommage, il s'est fait mal en vélo. Ça l'a empêché, il a un problème à l'épaule, il doit faire attention. On espère le retrouver bientôt et pour continuer un petit peu nos bagarres. En tout cas, l'année prochaine, on y sera.
Bravo, Dominique. It's a happy father, of course, with the victory and the title of his son. It was a great race for them. Nick Padmore, once again. We already interviewed Tony Sinclair earlier in the race, but he can come, Tony. You can come. Nick, it was a very interesting second part of the race.
Oh, I was so nervous because we had to beat the Heights to win the championship. So the pressure was on. Like 10 sort of minutes to go. I was like, oh, what's that noise? What's the vibration? So they were telling me to slow down, so I did. But then you lose so much concentration. So, but Tony just, sterling job, did the hard bit, and I just had to cruise around at the end. But it's went on. And thanks to Grant Reed, he's put all this together, and Dan, all those boys. So finally we won it. So brilliant.
Tony, it was a very nice season.
Excellent. We've had a few ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we got the right result. I think, what we Nick came in with the team with us this year. No, but he has helped, has to be said, and we're doing pretty well. So we're chuffed. It's great.
Congrats, guys. Well done. Terminé en ce qui concerne troisième place pour eux. Tony Sinclair et Nick Padmore, absolument delighted, comme ils disent eux-mêmes. C'était le maximum qu'ils pouvaient faire. Ils devaient être le plus haut possible au classement pour aller chercher le titre au niveau des protos de moins de 2 litres. Eh bien, ce sont de nouveau des gens heureux. Ils ont réussi.
All our winners in. Let's have a little look at the highlights of this superb race.
So back to our track action now, and a little bit of a change of after 2 races of an hour and a half and 1 hour each. We now have a 20-minute demonstration run of 75 years of Formula One cars. My esteemed colleague to the right, Andrew Marriott, has dug out a faded book that is yellowed with age and dust and moths and various bits of detritus emanating from it. I'm not exaggerating that much, actually, Andrew. But what is it you've got in front of you, Andrew, that's obviously relatable to this 75-year demonstration?
This is the marvellous A to Z of This is a marvellous A to Z of Formula racing cars, produced by a lovely man, the late David Hodges, quite a long time ago. And it's got every little single seater that you've never heard of in it, but it's also got all the various Formula One cars, including this McLaren M26 going through your picture now. I use it to help jog my memory.
Aid memoir.
Yeah, I saw a lot of these cars racing period and reported on them. And the funny thing is, David did this whole book and he made one mistake. He completely forgot Penske. And Penske's not in the book. Now this is the Yardley colours here. Say McLaren M19, designed by Gordon Coppock, if I remember. Shall I look it up and see if I'm right? I'm wrong. Oh yes. So it was Gordon Coppock with Ralph Bellamy, and very, raced by the likes of David Hobbs, Denny Holm, Denny Holm particularly, Jody Scheckter. I think it was a car like that Jody crashed, actually. It caused that great accident at the British Grand Prix. So they ran these cars we're talking here 1972 and continued into 73. Just look at the beautiful design of that.
It's a fabulous era of cars. Yeah. For me, it's my childhood. Therefore, it has a recollection, obviously, and a remembrance of those wonderful cars.
Most of the cars in this 75-year parade are rear-engine cars, and quite a lot of Cosworth-powered cars. But there's a Lotus 16 going around, so you might see that in a moment. And several Ligiers, because Mr. John B, who competes in this series a lot, the composite magnet, has a collection of these Ligiers, and right on cue there we see one. And I'm not quite so good on my Ligiers, but it's like a JS21, I think. There's the M26, raced by the likes of James Hunt. So the M23 was the very successful McLaren that Emerson Fittipaldi won his world championship in, that then James Hunt won the world championship in. This was the model that followed, with that unusual radiator opening at the front, you see there.
Yeah, it's quite a brutal design. It's just almost like a square cut hole in it.
Yeah.
There's no finesse about it, but it clearly worked, and it was a very efficient car. It took Emerson Fittipaldi to the Formula One World Championship in 1974.
They didn't like this M20. It's the M23 that Emerson won the World Championship.
Sorry,
the previous
M26, isn't it?
There's another Coppock design, and it was meant to be, said at the time, cleaner through the air. But it was raced by the likes of Bruno Giacomelli, Jochen Mass, Patrick Tambay, Brett Lunger. I remember racing one of these, private one. But James Hunt did win 3 races with an M26 at Silverstone, the Glen, and Fuji in Japan. But in 1978, they continued with this car, and then the best result was a 3rd from Hunt. Then they moved on to the 28 and 29, and that was when McLaren started to go downhill. Here's the Lotus 24, see number 24 on the side, the last of the space frame Lotus Formula One cars. We switched to one of the first Lotus Formula One cars, and this is a Lotus 16. So obviously that's running with a 1.5 litre Climax engine in.
Now, talking of Formula One cars, and somebody you were talking about earlier, just been in the previous race, Nick Padmore, who won the Formula One race yesterday, is going to hopefully repeat the feat today.
Yes.
I did ask him last night, because I mentioned he's driven in excess of 30 Formula One cars, and he very can't. He spent the whole night. He's only got so many fingers and toes, so he spent all night counting. Sorry, Nick. And he came back this morning with me with an answer, which is, would you believe it's 43 Formula One cars he's driven, ranging from 1958 to 2005. I immediately asked what was the 58 car, and he just went, Lotus 16, the one that's in the demo today.
All right.
So that very car is one of the Formula One cars that Nick Padmore has driven.
Excellent. Well, the first car that Lotus that raced in Formula 1 was the 12. The 16 was a development of that. As we go back to Ligiers, don't we now? But nice to see these cars. And nice to see that Lotus 16 here. I would like to see 250F Maserati.
Yes.
In this. Remember, we had a Portuguese Grand Prix, way back in the late 50s, where things like Van was winning there. And that was at Porto, very dodgy racetrack. Here's a nice game. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of this M19 black helmet. But there it is.
So we haven't got any information on who actually driving or peddling some of these cars around.
One of the Ligiers yesterday had the former French GT champion Emmanuel Brigard in it, and remember they had an interview with him, and I don't think he'd ever driven a Formula 1 car before. Obviously, he did some deal with Mr. John Abbey to have a little bit of fun and demonstrate the car. But no, we don't have an updated list, but it's just nice to see the cars, isn't it? Yardley, of course, the cosmetics company, a sponsorship that started on BRM, and then Teddy Mayer of McLaren managed to wrest it from them. Well, Teddy and one of his business partners, whose name come to me, who wrote a marvellous book.
So we were discussing yesterday some of the different colour schemes. You mentioned about liveries on Formula 1 cars. So the Yardley McLaren there, just in our view,
Well, just to say that you're looking at this car, look, you can actually see you can see the engine. There's the cam covers, and there the airbox just sits right on top of the fuel injection system. Well, these days you don't see any of the serious bits, do you?
Well, it's like a modern car. You open the bonnet, and modern technology's overtaken me. You can't see the engine at all.
Well, try and find out where you put the oil in, don't you?
Well, exactly so. But of course, the Yardley BRM that we're just seeing now with the DFE in the back, the most successful Formula 1 engine in history, which became part of the car. Colin Chapman designed his Lotus 49 around that engine back in 1967, successful on his debut at Zandvoort in that 67 Formula 1 season. But the engine was then not just included in the car; it was part of the car. It was bolted onto the back, so the monocoque stopped at the driver behind the driver's head with the roll hoop. Then the engine bolted onto the back of that, and then the gearbox, and then the suspension.
What we called it back then was a structural member.
Correct.
Yes.
A stressed member as part of the car, which was a whole thing. Of course, Cosworth designing that.
That McLaren we saw, if I remember right, it had a very trick front suspension, which they nicknamed the Winky Wanky suspension. Not quite. It was all to do with the levers.
So of course we're going to see. We do have two. We have a race for pre-86 Formula 1 cars later today. Do we not? A 20-minute race at 2:05.
Yeah, that's the one that we think Padmore will be battling in.
Indeed.
Well, they're getting a nice run, these, aren't they? Getting plenty of track time. They'll certainly enjoy this.
I do find it faintly amusing that our timing screens still have. They don't have times, but we now got some names of. I know we've got that for different race, so it's totally different.
I think they're showing the list. That's the next race.
Yeah,
it'll be the next race, won't it? But it's already up there.
Also, when we get names of our demonstration drivers, which has been very helpful. To give them some credit, but unfortunately, unfortunately not.
Vincent found a couple yesterday, so maybe he can let us know. And I think that Ligier we've seen going around, there's the Lotus 24, the last of the Chapman space frame cars. Before, in the same year, he designed the Lotus 25, the car that Jim Clark was so successful in, which was the first monocoque. It was a folded aluminium chassis that went from a load of tubes, actually welded together. I mean, there's people, the famous story of the Emerson Formula One car, that to decide where the tubes went, he actually chalked on the floor and then laid the tubes out on the chalk marks.
It worked, you know.
Bit different to CAD CAM, isn't it?
Well, it is now. So I would say potentially it's slightly over-engineered now, but it's the way of the world. But you talk there at Lotus 24 with a space frame, so literally tubes, and it's called a space frame. It's a frame of space. That's exactly.
Oh, the Ligier stopped.
That's where it gets its name from. But the innovation then of, as you said, Colin Chapman, in that same year going to a monocoque, so we go away from the tubes and go to pressed metal into a tub, basically like a bathtub, if you like. And then only a few years later, what we just talked about, the stress member, the Cosworth engine, of then not making the engine sitting inside the chassis but bolted to the back to save more weight. Then we talk about ground effect, and this is all from the same mind, Colin Chapman, of Lotus Cars, and just such revolutionary stuff.
And of course, he had the turbine car that raced with four-wheel drive in Formula One.
On the front cover of your book, right there.
And then, you know, the twin chassis and so on. There's the M26 now in the pits. And James Hunt now. Oh, Emil Breitmeyer is driving it.
Very cleverly with a James Hunt absolute homage helmet. But rather than saying James Hunt on the side as in his style, he's got his own name. So it's very neat way of doing it.
Yeah, and they call their company Bright Racing, not Breitmeyer Racing, Bright Racing. So yes, I think I have seen him race this guy in the past. So Emil Breitmeyer. The Ligier, I'm pretty sure, was the JS21, JS for Joe Schlesser, who was one of Guy Ligier's great mates. Guy Ligier was a former French international rugby player that went into producing cars, because Ligier is still produced to this day, although Guy did sell the business subsequently.
I'm not sure quite why we've paused, because we've got, this is scheduled for 20 minutes. I think we were running slightly ahead of programme, were we not? At the first race, I think we got 10 minutes ahead. So this was scheduled for 12:05 to 12:25, and quick update for us. Of course, there's a temporary red flag because they've got to get the Litre off the track.
Yes.
So that's exactly why. So I thought we were running to time now. So this demonstration of 75 years of Formula One cars will resume. So the cars we saw in the pits are not a problem. They're just sitting there waiting for the Ligier to be recovered out of the way.
Yeah.
Typical temperamental Formula One cars. It wouldn't be right unless one stopped out on track somewhere.
Well, I think we've got it going again. Is it raced by the likes of Jean-Pierre Jarret? I think his name is on the side of that, isn't it? And Raul Boesel, the Brazilian, who's also a Silk Cut Jaguar racer. Is that car running number 25? There's no number shown on it, but that's what they usually ran.
Yeah, 25, 26, wasn't it? Famous with Jacques Lafitte. Yeah, 125 on the rear wing end plates. They've added a 1 for this.
Yeah, yesterday we also had, I think, a JS19, but we just got the one car today. I see some action. Well, the M19's turned into the paddock look, so we won't be seeing that again. I think this is likely to finish pretty soon. And
you're right, it is scheduled to finish in 4 minutes' time anyway. The Ligier has found its way back into the pits.
It's got 125 on it, hasn't it, actually?
Yes, what I just said, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
That's right. It's it's 25 as it was in period, with the 1 added in front for this event. 26, I think it was. Was it 26 that was?
Yeah.
Jacques Lafitte, and I'm trying to think who Jacques Lafitte's teammate would be at the time. Mid-70s would be
Jacques Lafitte. Well, he would have had people like Eddie Cheever, Jabouille, people like that.
Did Peroni drive those?
Yeah, absolutely.
Peroni, yes, yeah.
In the,
as well as Ferrari,
yeah, the JS 1115 was one of their successful cars. Peroni it was Lafitte and Peroni were the drivers in that must be the 1979 season, I think. Well, that car's got Philip Straff's number. He was, of course, had a terrible accident and finished up in a wheelchair, but then went on to run a very successful karting competition at the Bercy Stadium. So who have we got here?
So whoever's just hopping out of the Ligier, that's terminal. I think you're right, Andrew, that I'm expecting that there was a temporary red flag, that this probably will not restart now. I think cars are being led back into the paddock. Indeed, let's just see. I can just see one coming down the pit lane now. Am I going to be completely... No, it has gone into the paddock.
Yeah. I just wondered if that was Sahel Ayari, because he looks after those Ligiers for Mr. Jollibee. Well, we are here on the beautiful Portuguese coast here, and just a wonderful area to come and visit. So let's just have a little look at the scenery close to the circuit. Nice to see those cars out, coming up the second of the two Gentleman Challenge races. We had a race yesterday. It was won by the orange Lotus 15 of Kyle Tilley. And in fact, we had a Lotus 1, 2, 3, didn't we, Snow? We had the Lotus 11, the earlier model, but with the 1500 engine in, which they didn't normally run with. They usually ran with a 1220. And then that was driven by Serge Kriknoff, and then Jacob Holstein in another Lotus 15. Carl Tilley's driving partner in the Porsche, Ollie Bryant, had a lot of success in Lotus 15s, and I kind of thought it was a car that the Bryant family used to own, but in fact this one now in orange was actually raced by Philip Walker 10-15 years ago. Philip won a lot of races as well. He also won races in a Lotus 16, which we've just seen on the track, and that might have been an ex-Walker car as well. But anyway, we've got lovely Alfa Romeos. This race is called the Gentleman's Challenge. It's primarily for 50s and early 60s sports cars, and there's a complete miscellany here. Be interesting to see what happens with John Spears in the Costi-embodied Lister Jaguar, because he had problems yesterday. He should be one of the fastest runners in this race. And we've got another Lister with a Chevrolet powered one, not a Jaguar powered one, with Wolf Zweifler. And we got Luc Pierre Verca in a third Lister. And Luc Pierre won one of these races last year. So in the second race, I think it was, So he's effectively defending champion, if you will, of the second race, and from last year. And John Spears won the first race a year ago, but as I said, he had problems. So hopefully the CKL team have got that car sorted out for today. We'll see in just a moment. And then we had a lovely Alfa Romeo of Christian Oldendorf, didn't we? Which we much enjoyed seeing racing. And Carl Tilley's brother Kane is in this race. He's going to be in a Lotus Elite, which I know Kyle has raced in the past. And also in a nice Mark 1 Healy 3000 is Francois Fillon, who was actually the Prime Minister of France when Sarkozy was the president. So interesting group of drivers. There is a championship going on here, and certainly yesterday it was being led by Marc Julie and his wife in their Porsche 356. by dint of the fact he's one of the few people who've done all the races, so he's got all those bonus points for starting. We've got a couple of TVRs in it, Mark Ashworth, and we've got Guy Grant's car, which he shares with Mark Hales. That went well yesterday, if I remember. But here are cars filtering out from the pits, led by, can't miss it, the orange Carl Tilley Lotus, car orange on his crash helmet. The racer from Bath, started his career racing in Formula Ford at Castle Combe, and now competes all over the world. Got a very quick Austin Healey, also racing. Paul Ancelin, who I think leads the championship, that bit of the championship for those cars.
You're in very good company there, describing an Austin Healey as an Aston Martin, because John wasn't it? Exactly the same. Goodwood Revival.
I'm AM, AH, whatever. Yeah, so Carl Tilley will take some beating in this, I have to say, and the one person that might be able to do it could be John Spear, probably handing over to Nigel Green sort of halfway, although Nigel would have to take a 20-second elite penalty, I think. You had the list yesterday,
yeah,
so it's quite a complicated long list, so it's not easy to
it's good. Reading the list is easy, finding it is the problem.
So it's the gentleman. Did they do the elite drivers in each race, or just do they generally do them?
No, in each race. So this is the
gentleman's.
So that there's no elite driver rankings in this.
Right, because they had that sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's nice and straightforward then. So there is Carl Tilley with the ERA Motorsport prepared car. So said before, but the ERA have got their operation in Bath, and another one over in the States.
Now, by the wonders of modern technology, I've just transferred that to a safer place to read, so I can read it there easier for future reference for us. There we go. So that's there with us now.
That's terrific.
So we have 25 cars on our timing screen list, but we had 30 on our entry list. So my little math brain tells you that there's 5 missing. That might have been as a result of yesterday, and if we can work out who those 5 are, we'll attempt to keep you updated on that. It's Carl Tilley that comes out initially in the bright orange Lotus 15. From 1960, he is on pole position. Alongside him is going to be number 99. Carl is in car number 15. Sorry, 15. 99 is the Serge Kliknoff Lotus 11 from 1956, 4 years younger. Jakob Viggo Holstein is in car 185 alongside, on the second row, therefore, on Lotus 15 from 1959. This is a rolling start, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it will be.
We've got a safety car with us now, so they're going to go to that any second now, Andrew.
Yes, indeed. I think it'll be Tilley who'll get the jump, isn't it? He's a very practiced racer. Off they go. 3 Lotuses, 1 Lotus 11, 2 Lotus 17s, all with the same Climax engine in though. 1500cc, and it is indeed Tilley who gets into the first corner first, although was
that Serge Kliknoff?
Yeah,
look down the inside of the number 99 Lotus 11.
He had a good look, didn't he? There's that Bizzarini, the one with the asymmetric white and gold colour scheme, can't miss that. That was the Alpha game.
Andy Newell.
Andy Newell, yeah, the guy who used to build GT40s. The Herbie livery TVR going through. That's Guy Grant. We'll hand it over to Mark Hales later on, the journalist stroke racer.
So 45-minute 2-driver race this for our Gentleman Challenge. Their second race of the weekend. Not everybody will have a second driver. It is mandatory to have a second driver, but it is mandatory to have a pit stop. The second driver bit is entirely optional. John Spears was out yesterday in the number 88 Lister Costin, and we're hoping that he will have Nigel Greensall in that car in the second part of this race.
He's up to 14th. So that made a good start.
Nigel did message me last night with what the issues with this car gear lever that broke yesterday.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, gear lever, not the gearbox, just the gear lever. But of course that can drop bits inside and all sorts. It may not quite sound as easy a thing you have. Not always the thing you most obviously carry on the truck as spares is a gear lever.
Well, you've heard quite a few times people finish up with a gear lever in their hand, and sometimes they try and wedge it back in. But anyway, let's see what happens this time.
Well, there was an AMOC race at Brands Hatch many years ago in the UK, back in probably the 80s, maybe early 90s, probably mid 90s actually, where a front-running DB5 broke its gear lever in qualifying, and they hadn't got the correct spare. So we put out an announcement. Talk about public service announcements. We put out an announcement to anybody attending could lend their gear lever, and somebody kindly in the public area had arrived in their DB5. So the team, Aston Engineering, went and took the gear lever out of this car, fitted it to the race car. It won the race. They took it back out again and put it back into the man to drive it home, and he drove home proud as punch that his gear lever had won a race that day. The only part of the car that had, but what a great little story.
Fabulous story, yes.
So the story here at Circuito Estoril at the moment is that Kyle Tilley already has a 1.75 second advantage over Jakob Viggo Holstein in his similar 6-year older, my apologies, 1 year old, I'm getting the wrong car there, Lotus 15. The one that's 6 years older is in fourth place. That's Serge Kriknov in his Lotus 11 from 1956, but separating them two and getting a Larry first corner, and that was Andy Newell on the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ1, and I think he is on the back of not quite, no, it's 5.6 seconds. It's Serge Kriknov who is just behind him, 1.1 second adrift for fourth place, so trying to get third place off Andy Newell in the Alfa Romeo.
Well, I think we're going to watch this list to start to carve its way through the field. There's the nice Healy we mentioned with Paul Ancelin in it. French prepared car with the E-Type behind.
You were saying yesterday, Andrew, about the traditional Healy colours, the Works rally colours of the red with the white hardtop, which is instantly recognisable as a Works rally car. What I do like on this number 31 car is that they've carried that, the hardtop is a very small front to back on a Healy. They've carried it down the sides into the doors. Yes. It's almost restaurants of Starsky and Hutch, is it not?
There's John Spears moving up another place, just gone past the Peter Vogelet Porsche. That family run Porsches forever. I think it's Peter's father, might be his grandfather, was a very well-known Porsche racer and a Porsche factory driver.
Such is the pace at the front, Andrew, that we have a new fastest lap from our fourth place man, number 99, Lotus 11 of Serge Kriknov of a 2 minute 4.4. That was immediately, sorry, that was Andy Newell first with the Alfa Romeo, did a 2 minute 4.7. It was Serge Kriknov that then eclipsed that. But just as that came up, fastest man in the race was Kyle Tilley, our race leader, in his Lotus 15 with car number 15 on the side. A 1:59.7, the first man to dip under 2 minutes on track. Oh, and Andy Newell having another massive moment there in the Alfa Romeo. Complete rear end lockup and just caught it. That would have been, I'd love to see the onboard footage of that. Yeah. But that's probably cost him a place, I'm sure. Yeah, Serge Kriknov was just 0.8 of a second behind, so he will be through.
So Kyle Tilley started in the era business and he followed in his footsteps of his father racing. He started that in 2020, and the following year they won their class in the LMP2 at Daytona. Kyle was one of the drivers that year, and also later won the Nation Le Mans series. But very professional team. Oh dear, the 158 is being fettled there in the pits, and that's Dr.
Afshin Fatimi,
yeah, the plastic surgeon from Germany, although originally of Persian origin. and he normally races in this series in a Tajiro, which is a British-built car, although John Tajiro was born in Portugal, as it happens, and that's a Tajiro coupe that were built especially for the Curiosity team. They built 2 of them and raced them and one of them I think raced at Le Mans ultimately. They had a few different engines. They had Ford engines and Buick engines, and Dr. Fademi wins in this series in that car, but he's parked it for this weekend. Look at the jaws on the front of that Lotus. Is that 99 car? Serge.
No, Andy. Number 40 is now just retired, which is way down the order. That's Gath Julie in his Porsche 356 of 22nd place.
I think it's the. I think that's a lady's name. I think it's the French version of Agatha.
Agatha, you could be absolutely right.
And races with, I believe, her husband Mark. You say they've raced in all these events, so they always have a decent finish, and actually, strangely enough, leading the championship by dint of that. But I think that as long as the Greensels Spears car gets a good run today, I think that will actually, in the end, snatch the championship.
Well, it's a yellow flag down at turn 6, Parabolica interior. I think that is for Agathe Goulet, as you said. Apologies not for spotting that nuance immediately. But it would appear then that with that yellow flag there, still that Porsche hasn't been removed yet, the 356.
This is the Vercois, Jean-Pierre Vercois Lister. Pictured out running number 1 because he was the champion of this series last year, and so won the Sunday race here at Estoril, the equivalent race from a year ago. Vercois won that in the black Lister Nobly.
So back to green flag. The Porsche has been removed, and across the line now we have battle. Carl Tilley is off on his own, 6.8 seconds in the lead, but it's 18-second gap to Luc-Pierre Vercois in the number 1 Lister Nobly Chevrolet. Right behind him is, and in fact just literally a matter of a second behind, is Andy Newell, 0.9 of a second indeed, in the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2. And then just a second behind him is Serge Kriknoff in the Lotus 11, my apologies, number 99. That's for fitted 4th and 5th there.
Yeah, the Lotus 15, Lotus 11, 15 and 17 were very similar. It was a progression. So Tilley, as you say, pulling away, Holstein and Vercois. So we haven't got a Lotus 1, 2, 3 this time. There is the Bizzarini, and that always runs well. There is 75-year-old John Spears, about to nick past the Bizzarini, or go past him, not at this corner, probably the next, and that will take him up past Volker Hicken and into 6th place. And sort of lap times is he doing? 2:02s, yeah, on the pace of certainly Holstein. Bizzarini sliding around that magnificent part of the track, which I think is called Gancho. No.
John Spears unable to make any inroads into the Bizzarini there, so on sheer power. The Lister being Jaguar powered, so straight 6, 3.8, whereas the Bizzarini have a slightly bigger V8 in there under the bonnet when it's to his advantage.
Yeah. Do you know why that corner's called Gancho? I bet you don't, because I certainly didn't.
Well, I've got a feeling I'm about to be told.
You are. It's the word in Portuguese for hanger, because it's almost like the shape of a hanger, or a loop. Well, the word means hook, hanger, or loop.
Oh, there you go.
There you are. It's loop. I suppose it was an extra loop they added in. So there you are. Yeah.
It was, because you can see, we've seen footage of the track there where between 8 and 10 the track actually exists and carries on still. But they put this little loop, they turned it right, so they had to create it to turn 9, moved it in a bit, so 10, 11, 12, 13 all got moved on a little bit further round in terms of numbering. So John Spears is that still pursuing as hard as he can this Bitserine, but not actually making any inroads into it yet. And it's a real yin and yang between these two.
I thought he'd zap by, but
yeah.
An Italian GT car with an American V8 engine and a British sports car with an English engine in. So some of the listers came either with Chevrolet, most of them had Jaguars in, but some had the big Chevy in. And then see, if we see the Verquin car again, the black one, you'll see it's got exhaust pipes coming out either side just by the cockpit.
That's our number 1 third place car, yeah. Yeah, given the penchant for Americans adding big V8s into British sports cars in the 50s and 60s, it's surprising that Lister Jaguars are, just normally you say Lister Jaguar, you almost get caught by surprise and you go, oh, Lister, oh, Chevrolet, okay.
Yeah.
It's quite rare, isn't it? That's my point.
It's basically the running gear of Jaguar D-Type.
Yeah.
And John Tajiro, who you mentioned just a few minutes ago, it was the same deal with him. They had the Jaguar running gear in most of his sports cars.
So Andy Newell still in 4th position, but dropping a little back from Luc Pierre Verquin in that Lister Nobly Chevrolet we've just talked about. It's 2.4 seconds now, but in turn he now has Serge Kriknov in the Lotus 11 just behind him, 0.7 of a second. Now John Spears has got the job done.
No,
he hasn't. That was my whole point. He was
and John Spears track limits there, really trying hard. There's a lot of gravel. There's gravel on there. He's brought a bit more on the track up through the loop. And
yes, John Spears just had a good run out of the corner there on that short straight between was it between 6 and 7 or was it? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, coming out of Parabolic interior down to turn 7, Aurela, and he managed to just get alongside on the outside of the corner, but the Bitserini had the line for the inside, so he was ahead for a minute. Andy Newell still fighting that 155 numbered TZ2 Alfa Romeo, and he needs not to be fighting that too much, because the slightest error or mishap and Serge Kriknov will capitalise that on the Lotus behind.
Yeah.
Now, back markers coming up in the way. This might aid the battle. Who's it going to aid the battle for, though? Is it going to be the Bitserini, Volker Hickart, or is it going to be John Spears that capitalises on traffic?
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, Andy Newell, more used to seeing him in things like Cobras and GT40s really ringing in the neck, and that XK140 just holding John Spears up. John gets down the inside, but Bitserini doing a great job of holding off this out-and-out racing sports car from the late 50s. Bitserini did race at the mall with some of these cars, and subsequently we saw them racing in the UK a bit in historic events. I love that Alpha. It's a really nice looking machine. Ooh, it's good tire squealing on our audio. So these listers, quite a lot of them are continuity cars, recreations, but the John Spears one is absolutely original. I mentioned it yesterday. They came in 2 different body shapes here. The Costin design one, designed by Frank Costin, aerodynamicist and brother of Mike Costin, who designed the DFV engine. So a very clever family, and
yeah, they've definitely got motor racing form, haven't they?
Yeah, and then we got the original knobbly, less pretty body. And he's not happy, is he now? With Newell. Andy, watch out! Those jaws will bite at you.
This is Serge Kriknov in the Lotus 11 that is getting very, very racy and punchy down, trying to get down the inside of Andy Newell's Alfa Romeo 155. Again, beautiful looking car, the Alfa. I've always thought that's a grossly underrated car.
battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and the Lister in 7th.
Yeah, half a second, 1 second, and 1.1 second separating 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They're quite incredible. Now, is that our number 1 car going slowly? Luc-Pierre Vercoin? Yes, he suddenly dropped 2 places. Andy Newell and Serge Kirchhoff have just got straight past him. So I don't know what happened to Luc-Pierre Vercoin then, but he's dropped in. That's the black Lister Chevrolet we've mentioned. Now, John Spears has got to run onto the pit straight, coming out to parabolic ahead and centre. He's got the job done. He hasn't got the power all the way down, but he's bagged the inside, so he's going to try and take the inside line there and get past the Bizzarini, which it looks like he has done. Indeed, he has. Great job there by John Spears. He's taken laps and laps to build up to that and just pounced at the place where he didn't expect it was exactly the way to do it. Well done, John Spears.
I tell you what, Snowy, that Bizzarini's got a lot of power, hasn't it? I mean, it was quick on the straight. I don't know whether that's the aerodynamics of it, but as it went past the pits, it was certainly got a couple of miles per hour on the Lister, which surprises me, but there you are.
Yeah, Luc-Pierre Vercoin must have had a bit of an issue because he's now got back ahead of Serge Krieghoff again, as in hot pursuit of Andy Newell in the Alfa Romeo. So there must have just been a moment there. But this is a battle unbelievably for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place, and we are talking gaps of 0.6, 0.3, 0.9, 0.6.
Yeah, one of Carl Tilley at the front. Well, he has opened up his gap over the similar Lotus 15 to 8 seconds. The Tilley car's a year younger than the Holstein car, but the design remained the same, I believe. And
so Vercoin not happy about having whatever mistake he'd made there. He's got John Spears now right behind him. He in turn is trying to get hold of the place back from Andy Newell in the red Alfa TZ2 in front. Meanwhile, John Spears, not content with having to try and get his way past the number 1 Lister Nobly Chevrolet in front of him, similar car but different engines. In fact, same cars, different engines. John Spears has got his mirrors full as well. There's a battle royale here for what is effectively 3rd place.
Gentleman's Challenge, race number 2 of the weekend. Bizzarini's versus Lotus 15s, Listers versus all kinds of stuff, and even the Allard J2 that we mentioned yesterday. There's the one. He's very late on the brakes, Newell, isn't he? You really see the car sort of twitching under the heavy braking.
Well, it's the back end gets away from him every time, doesn't it, into that turn 1, but it's a massive stop into turn 1 there. So Andy Newell just dipping inside one of the Porsches as quickly as he can to get the job done. That's the number 40 entry. That's not the one that stopped and restarted, is it?
Yes, it is.
It is Agathe Choulet. So yeah, she's got going again. That was the cause of the yellow flag we had a little bit earlier. So she's been lapped now, but at least still in the race. And we have a couple of pits or runners already. We have 18th, 19th and 23rd are in the pits. It's Claudio Rodado in the Porsche 904 from 18th. Michel Grossfilier in...
Oh! I didn't expect Andy Newell went right inside the Lister and moved up a spot. Spirited racing from Andy.
As is always the case with him. So 2 different variations of our Listers here with Luc-Pierre Vercoin and John Spears, just 1.8 seconds apart, effectively the same car with different engines. Luc-Pierre Vercoin having the Chevrolet V8 and John Spears having the traditional, more common Jaguar straight 6. And where is John Spears? He's dropped back a little bit there, I think. In the meantime, we have an interview from the pit lane with Vincent Francais.
The first cars are coming in the pits. Pit window is open now. with us, a driver who won't be at the wheel for this race, unfortunately. Gabriel Balthazar will do it in French. Gabriel Balthazar, on vous attendait au départ de cette course. Bah, ça n'aura pas lieu aujourd'hui, malheureusement.
Ah bah, c'était hier, parce qu'aujourd'hui j'ai un petit problème à un œil, donc c'est pas bien raisonnable de prendre le départ.
Alors apparemment, il nous revient, la rumeur dit que ce serait votre dernier week-end de course, Gabriel.
Ben d'abord, je suis très content que tu me vous vois. T'as mis longtemps, mais maintenant tu me vois. Oui, c'est ma dernière course, écoute, faut passer un peu à autre chose. Voilà.
Quel âge?
Oh, l'année prochaine, 80 ans.
Bon, on ne dira pas que c'est 79, autrement dit. Voilà, il va nous manquer. Gabriel Balthazar, en tout cas, dans ces différentes épreuves. It was his last meeting. 79 years old, of course. It was his last meeting. No last race today, unfortunately. The last was yesterday, and he will miss you.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Vincent, for that little update from the pit lane. And meanwhile, at the front, we have 23 minutes to go. We've now got, according to my time, we've got Andy Newell leading the race in the Alpha.
Yeah, by dint of not making his pit stop.
Of course, Carl Tilley and Holstein went to the pits.
Yeah. But Andy's raced some great cars, you know, over the years. I remember him winning races in the McLaren M8F Can-Am car. I've seen him racing a Ferrari GTO, going well, and all sorts of other machinery. I mentioned GT40s and stuff, and a Boss Mustang. I think he won a race with Craig Davis a few years ago. But yeah, he's driven some of the most powerful cars around. I mean, there's nothing more powerful really than a McLaren M8F Can-Am car.
Yeah, I never actually raced one, but I was looking up to test a few years ago an M8E, and it was I've never known torque steer quite like it. It was basically a cart with a massive 7-litre V8 in the back.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just ridiculous, and hats off, you gave you more and more respect for how those people drove them in the day. So our race leader now, or original race leader, number 15 in the Lotus 15, Carl Tilley in the bright orange car, rejoining.
He rejoins in 8th place.
For now, because it's got to settle out, hasn't it?
Yes. He'll soon be working his way. Thanks the guy in the Healy for staying out of the way. And how long was his pit stop? 2 minutes 45. Yeah. Can do. I think I've forgotten the exact vector for this. I think it might be about 2:30. No, maybe a bit less than that.
John Spears now pits the number 88 Lister Jaguar. Costin, that's into the pits as we speak. We've got Andy Newell, Luc-Pierre Vauquin, Volker Hickert and Serge Kriknoff, the top four, all OS pit stops, as it were.
Something very interesting. Holstein made a much quicker pit stop, so I presume he hasn't broken the winner. So he was in the pits for 2:28, and Tilley was in the pits for, as I said, so 2:45, and that means that actually Holstein has jumped Tilley. So he's in front of him now.
Okay, so John Spears, Lister into the pits there. The 88 with Nigel Greensall now freshly installed for that. He'll have to wait a few moments before that car can rejoin. And I would expect that Andy Newell, our current race leader, who still owes us a pit stop in Vauquin, will be into the pits very, very shortly, if not this lap.
Most of these guys respecting track limits. I see the number 46 has just been pointed out, has made.
Well, that's our current third place man, Volker Hickert in the Pizzerini, the whites enter the pits, as does number 1, Luc-Pierre Vauquin, both into the pits as I predicted on this lap, so this will reshape the order now. So where is our Carl Tilley, and who's our race leader? When that settles out, Andrew, you think he's jumped?
When it settles out, it's going to be Holstein.
That's what I thought, yeah.
From Tilley. And just see, and they are 5 seconds apart. So Carl's got a bit of work to do, make up for that longer pit stop. And there's Nikki Greensall. She posts a lot of photographs of Nigel. Every week we see his latest exploits, and we enjoy that.
What's that, on Instagram, is it, or something? Or
yeah. No, I think I think, yes, it is on Instagram. But also on Facebook. I understand Facebook. I'm not sure I quite get the point of Instagram. Everything seems to disappear on the screen so quickly. My wife likes it.
Well, as my daughter pointed out to me the other day, that Facebook is for old people, apparently.
Yeah. Well, that's right. TikTok, I definitely don't understand.
Oh, no. So, Kyle Tilley, it is back at pace. He has set the fastest lap of the race to date with a 2:02.931. The nearest to that being, only just half a second actually, is Volker Hickart in the Bizzarini. Now, quite how you can get a Bizzarini around here almost as fast as a Lotus 15 is beyond me, but it's clearly not beyond the skills of Volker Hickart.
Beyond me, no, he drives that car so well. It's been with the Peter Auto Group all season. And we can go down to the pits now and pick up our next interview. Awesome.
Back in the pits with another familiar affair, the Julie family. Marc is at the wheel now, and at the start of the race, it was Agathe. Agathe, alors ce premier relais avec cette Porsche 356, c'était comment?
C'était cool, c'était sympa. Il fait un petit attaqueux, mais sinon c'était sympa.
Alors comment ça arrive ça, t'attaquer? On freine trop tard, on est surpris par quoi?
Bah, j'étais dans une bonne vitesse avec les deux de devant, j'arrivais bien à suivre, mais bah, j'ai freiné un peu tard du coup.
Pas de bobo?
Non.
La course avec papa, c'est comment?
C'est cool, c'est sympa de partager ça ensemble. C'est un peu un... Ouais, on partage ça en père-fille, c'est sympa.
Alors pour l'instant, c'est une Porsche 356, ça peut être autre chose un jour?
Peut-être. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de chose de prévu, mais peut-être. J'avais commencé avec une Lotus Elite aussi.
Merci Agathe.
Merci à vous.
She's quite happy, of course. It's a nice story. It's a nice way to spend the weekend with her father, of course, Agathe Julie.
Yeah, so father and daughter racing together. I thought they were husband and wife, so apologies for that. But we get all those stories from the pits and it fills in all the gaps.
So as you said, Andrew, it is Jakob Holstein at the head of the field. Currently, Kyle Tilley, it is just 2.7 seconds behind in both in Lotus 15s from 1959 and 1960 respectively. And out of the pits are our 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place cars of Luc Pierre Verquan, Volker Hickart, Christian Oldendorf and Serge Kriknoff. Lister Nobly Chevrolet, Bizzarini, Alfa Romeo Giulia, TZ2 and Lotus 11 each in order. Nigel Greensill it is, it's out in the number 88. Lister Costin handed over to him by John Spears, so he's back up to 8th already, make that 7th.
Now we're going to see Kyle Tilley going to pounce in the moment on the 185 car. He's closing right up on him, so we'll see him go back into the lead, having lost over 10 seconds with a longer pit stop. Brought a little bit of jeopardy into the race, and here they come now. Look, there's the battle for the lead of this Gentleman's Challenge race. These late 50s, early 60s sports racing cars at the front of the field. Lots of nice GT cars, and like the two TBRs, they're running more or less to the... Earlier on we saw a shot when they were right together. They're now being lapped by Verquin. One person to be in trouble is Cole Trickle. Sounds like a NASCAR, doesn't it? There was a Dick Trickle who was a NASCAR racer. But anyway, Cole Trickle has crossed the line coming out of the pits, which you're not allowed to do. You have to keep in some lines.
Wasn't Cole Trickle the name they gave?
Wasn't it?
In Days of Thunder.
Yeah, that's a nickname, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I reckon. Kyle really starting to, he's going to pounce to the next couple of corners, I think. Higher rollover bar on the car which is in the lead, which makes me think it's probably been raced in America. tend to have roll bars like that.
Yeah, 1990 film, 35 years ago, Days of Thunder, can't believe that. It was Tom Cruise, played the part of Cole Trickle. I thought it rang a bell. So I know whether that's just an homage or a play on words, or it might end up being a real name, and we might find out from somebody that they'd actually named the character after him. You never know. Well, never know. There's always a story behind the microphone.
He locks up now. Well, Kyle thought discretion was a better part about it. Thought the guy was going to go
that a long way.
Yeah, I thought the guy would go off. In the Le Mans film, Steve McQueen's main rival was Eric Stahler, who raced. He's the one that raced a Ferrari and won the race in theory. And I saw a bloke go racing at Donington a couple of years ago, and his name apparently was Eric Stahler. So he'd taken the name from the McQueen film.
Life imitating art.
Yep. So Kyle has not made it to happen yet. And what about Nigel Greensall? That car is doing
7th still.
Yeah, 2:02s. He's got 6 seconds to make up on the Bizzarini.
I think Jakob Holstein is on the very, very limits of adhesion of this Lotus 15, whereas Carl Tilley is just it's a waiting game, isn't he? He's just playing the cat and mouse for him. He's going to get the job done very shortly, but I think if they continue at this pace at the end of this lap and get onto the pit straight, it's Carl Tilley to come down the inside. I would suggest is probably his best place to have a look down there. They're coming up to the reverse corkscrew now of Ganche 9 and 10. Are the corner numbers. Oh, Jakob Holstein losing a load of time on the exit of the corner. Not what he wants to do. That's just played straight into the hands of Carl Tilley. There's a back mark of an E-Type right in front. Carl Tilley sitting there with the headlights ablaze now, poised, ready to pounce. The E-Type comes back across. The leading car of Holstein gets down the inside, but that's cost him time as well. It's going to be Kyle Tilley, surely, is going to nip down the inside now. He's lining the car up onto the right-hand side of the track. But there's actually a bit more of a gap than I thought there as they foreshorten the camera. TV camera foreshortened it for us, the view down the pits, and not quite there. So he's not going to get it done on this lap. I thought Carl Tilley would be diving down the inside, but it's Jakob Holstein that holds on to the lead for the moment with just under 12 minutes left of this Gentleman Challenge Race 2 of the weekend to go.
Yeah, this the car that's leading, which raced earlier in the season at Hockenheim by a great young driver, Horatio Simon.
I know him quite well.
You know Horatio, yeah, he's a great guy.
So, well, we've been focusing on the battle at the front between the two Lotus 15s of Jakob Holstein and Kyle Tilley. In third place is our number 1 car, the Lister Nobly Chevrolet, the black car of Luc Pierre Vercoing. He is now comfortably 2 seconds ahead of Christian Oldendorf in the Andy Newell driven car to start with. Now got Christian Oldendorf at the wheel of it in the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2. Serge Kriknoff it is that's in the Lotus 11 in 5th place, and Volker Hickart in the Bizzarini 5300 GT. Carl Tilley still not got this job done, and I thought this would have happened by now. No disrespect at all to Jakob Holstein. In fact, quite the opposite. I think he's doing a wonderful job. They're coming into the final corners, coming up to the corkscrew very shortly for the end of this lap, are they not? And we'll be coming on to the pit straight now, actually. Yes, indeed they are. So back into our side. So Kyle Tilley just needs to get that a little bit closer to get a bit of a tow. He's closer this lap than he was in the last lap. In fact, he has tucked up right behind Jakob Holstein. Surely he's going to make a little dive down the inside into turn 1. There's a Healy there that's not going to be in the way. A Healy 104 not going to be in the way. It's eyeing up Holstein having to defend that, and it is Kyle Tilley diving down the inside. Can't quite get it done, and the same things happen yet again.
Total repeat, wasn't it? I can't believe that, Peter. There's the same thing twice.
Yeah, it's Jakob Holstein locks up and almost looks like he's going to run wide. I'd have thought he'd run straight on, and I thought there that Kyle Tilley would then go to the right-hand side and try and take take the space because he's going to run straight on, but he doesn't. He actually backs out of it and it's almost acquiesces and just said, I'll let you have your moment, and doesn't get involved. But it could be that it thinks it might spin.
Yeah, it's going to hurt your tyres though, aren't you? Locking up
definitely.
there. Yeah.
And look how close he is now, Kyle Tilley.
Yeah.
Headlights ablaze. I say headlights ablaze on these cars. They're not the headlights ablaze, are they? They're a couple of glowworms on cars of this era.
Yes.
Yeah, like there's like 2 wet candles under a cover there. They're not doing a great deal. I do notice that we talked about the aspect of the cars and how Jakob Holstein's 15 dives under braking a lot more. It has a lot more rake. It looks like it's softer on the front. I'm not sure it is, but it looks that way compared to Kyle Tilley's similar car just behind it. It's a year newer, that of 1960. So once again, coming out of turns 9 and 10, there's the Allard keeping well out of the way for them and indicating through. Very kind, very respectful racing. That's our number 44 Allard of. Gosh, got him. It's not on it. This is Michel Grossfillier. So once again, behind another Healy, Kyle Tilley's there in place again. Is it going to happen this time? What's going to happen this time, Andrew? Is he coming to turn 1? No, only one of us needs to do it. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let you call it. I'll let you call it. Apologies for that.
So Jakob again locking up. They were said again. Kyle Tilley just immediate the moment Jakob Holstein's tyres lock. Even there's a little puff of smoke. Kyle Tilley dives, and that's the Lister Nobly Chevrolet number 1 pulling over. That's going to be a retirement, surely. Hands up in the air. Indeed, he pulled off where we saw the Ligier pull off on the demonstration run, F1. Now, I honestly think, Andrew, that Kyle Tilley is the faster of these 2 cars, but he just can't quite get the job done. If he were to get ahead, I think he'd pull away.
Yeah, I think he's a bit afraid of him. He thinks the guy's all over the place. He doesn't want to be collected by him. But 3 times in a row, he's locked up down the end of the straight there. And very nearly, if Kyle hadn't been more careful, would have been collected. Because the guy is out of control at this moment. Also, I noticed that Nigel Greenswell not making much progress at all.
He's up to 6th now, isn't he?
Yeah, but when he's lapping in 2:03s, and that car usually goes quicker than that.
Now, Kyle Tilley's got the inside now to get the job done on Holstein. Can he do it into the corner? He's on the wrong side of the track. It's the inside for the outside part of the corner, so no use to him at all. And he really is all over the back there. And I think you've spotted something perfect in Kyle Tilley's psyche there, Andrew, that he is just keeping well out of trouble, well out of the way, waiting really for Holstein to make a mistake and hope he makes his own mistake, and then he can capitalise on it. That said, he hasn't got many more minutes or laps to do that in. With 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's looking at Kyle's sliding a lot there. He's trying to find a way past this Danish marauder or Viking warrior, maybe we would say, and 2 Lotus 15s. Now, what's going to happen this time?
Here we go again. So it's another reenactment of this into turn 1. So Holstein dives across to the right-hand side. No, now Kyle Tilley gets to takes the advantage, takes the initiative, gets down the inside. He knows that's the weak spot there. So Holstein has to do exactly what Kyle Tilley's done for the last 3-4 consecutive laps, is stay out of the way. So the race lead does change. They cross the line with 0.8 of a second between them, but it's Kyle Tilley that takes the lead going into turn 1. And Holstein says, thank you very much, you sparked my locking brakes, I'm going to retake it back again. So Kyle Tilley's probably thinking there, what have I got to do to beat this man?
Well, what a battle it is. So just looking, the third of the Lotus 11/15s, Kricknoff is, although the Lotus 11 and Kricknoff is some 55 seconds between this battling duo. Put on a wonderful display of motor racing for us, haven't they? Well, we thought that the orange car, once it got by, would motor away, but that doesn't mean the case at all.
I thought it was a slam dunk, but once he was by, we pull away, but he hasn't. You're absolutely right. We've still got... No, so we have the time screen's updated now. So it is a Lotus podium at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 15, 15, and 11.
As we had yesterday, yeah.
As it would suggest that the 15 being an evolution of the 11, it should be slightly better, shouldn't it?
It should be, yes.
In theory, they're 4 years newer.
Yeah.
Carl Tilley now got the inside, trying to get the inside into Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He will try and have a look down the inside there to get it done completely. Not quite. Both of them sliding these cars around furiously into the last stages of this race. We are 4 minutes to go on our Gentleman Challenge Race 2 of the weekend. And Carl Tilley it is that bags the inside now. Now what Holstein needs to do is dive across the inside to make sure that Tilley can't grab it this time. Get away across the inside. He can't. Tilley's got there first. He's dived out to the slipstream, got down the inside. He's surely going to retake this again. Tom One, I'm noticing on the number plate of, oh my word. Now, Holstein, there's a back marker Healy there that he's used to his advantage, and he is nothing if not brave on the brakes. Holstein, is he not?
Snowy, this race is called the Gentleman's Challenge. It's not very gentlemanly, is it?
It's a heck of a challenge, though. It's a challenge for us keeping up with it. So Jakob Holstein, once again, I mean, I honestly thought Carl Tilley, once he got away, I didn't think he was going to tear away, but I did think that literally that Holstein would have no reply for him, but he has.
And yesterday, of course, you know, Carl was certainly the faster of the pair by quite a long way, so Holstein's found something. They say Carl Tilley would not be in this situation if they'd made a bit better pit stop, though. And here he's going to have another go, isn't he?
He does it every time. There's a little look down the inside. You say just almost comes off the brakes there a bit. I tell you what, Andrew. Vincent François, our intrepid pit lane reporter, is going to have one of the best interviews of the weekend in Parc Fermé after this one with these two. Doesn't matter who gets it, but it's going to be the most fantastic interview. I hope it should be, because their racing is exquisite. So 2.5 minutes to go. They're going to cross the line with round about 2 minutes 10 on the screen, I would suggest. So that's going to be it's going to be another 2 laps, isn't it? Because they're lapping in 2:01. So they're just going to be not quite enough to going to get 2 more laps in complete. So that's good for us, though. So we get more battling. So once again, they come through Parabolica Ayrton Senna, turn 13, the final corner on this. Carl Tilley lines up onto the inside once again, moves over to the left-hand side to go try and fill the mirrors of Holstein. There he is once again. The orange car dips out from the silver right behind the 2 loads. I'm doing that because they're 2 identical cars, different colours. How Holstein gets that car pulled up with that locking up every time, I do not know.
Now, can Carl make it stick this time?
Once again, Carl Tilley takes the lead of the race, but for how long, as Andrew just said?
Oh! Extraordinary! All over the place. He's still right at, well, he's lost the lead, but he's right behind him. It could have gone a bit wilder than that, couldn't it?
Well, exactly the same as last lap.
Yeah.
That Carl Tilley gets a job done into turn 1, loses it in turn 2 to 3, which are very, very close to one another. But the finish line is before turn 1. That's my point. So it's no good being ahead after the line, is it?
No, absolutely. I guess he'll get a track limits penalty for that.
Well, I would say yes and no on the basis that my view on that, if I were a race steward, and I'm not, I would say, but it's self-penalising.
Yes.
So you've gained no, but the point of a penalty is, have you gained an advantage by going off-road using a different part of the track? There, it's cost himself, so it's self-penalising.
And did you go off the road deliberately or use the track deliberately?
Exactly.
It certainly wasn't deliberate.
Exactly. So I would say that that to me is what I would classify as a racing incident.
Another good move by Tilley.
Trying to get down the inside again.
I hope this is not going to finish in a heap.
It's one of the best races this weekend so far. This is absolutely incredible. This will be the penultimate lap. The clock will stop. In fact, it has stopped.
Well, these cars are from 65 years ago. They've got a TVR in front of them. So it's the flag here. And
yes, it is.
The Dane wins from the man from Bath. Terrific battle. He pumps the air with his fist. Absolutely delighted with that. And as you say, the interview will be very interesting indeed.
Well, I didn't think that was going to happen. Absolutely no disrespect meant to our race winner, Holstein, who's been actually now our timing screen is telling us that Kyle Tilley has won the race.
What is that about? Is there a penalty? Was there a penalty?
There must be something we don't know about. So, I say our official timing screens, despite we saw on track there that it was Jakob Holstein in the silver Lotus 15 ahead of the very similar but bright orange coloured number 15 of Kyle Tilley. So maybe Kyle Tilley knew that all along, that there was something. I'm going to look at messages quickly and just see if I can find that out, Andrew, what that was. But
it's a mystery to me that it's showing the gap as 2.69 seconds.
No, 0.269.
No, 0.269. Sorry. I don't think it was a foreshortening on the camera that gave us a strange view.
Serge Kriknoff it is that takes the podium in the other Lotus, the Lotus 11 from 1956. Christian Oldendorf in the Alfa Romeo TZ2 takes 4th place. Volker Hickart, number 46 in the Bizzarini, is in 5th place. Nigel Greensall should take the 6th position in the Lister Jaguar, which he does now, just crossing the line. 7th is Claudio Rodaro. Peter Vergele in the Porsche, those two, Claudio Rodaro and Peter Vergele, both in Porsche 904s, are 7th and 8th. Laurent Jasper, 9th in the Jaguar E-Type Coupe, and rounding out the top 10 is Didier Maris in the Porsche 356. I still can't understand, because we haven't got the right information, let me say I'm wrong, as to why Kyle Tilley gets to win that race from what we saw on track.
I wonder if we could see a replay of that finish, or if we could, it might give us a different perspective. But no, very, very straight. And now Kyle Tilley has come into the pit lane. No sign of Holstein yet. Maybe he's still waving to the Danish.
Oh, he's got back there very quickly. So he completed a lap in that time?
There's no shortcuts.
Well, that's what I was trying to work out. It's not like Nürburgring, where there's a shortcut.
Well, titanic battle, wonderful racing, but at the end of it all, a bit of a mystery. Nice drive in the TVR by Guy Grant, won the battle of the TVRs over Mark Ashworth. Where's he parked?
Parc Fermé, he has taken position one, so he knows. So, well, the way we're going to find this out is, of course, Vincent François, our pit reporter, is down there, and he is going to talk very shortly to our race winner, as we believe. I can see that he's there. Kyle Tilley just walked across to François to see, sorry, Vincent, sorry, my apologies, to see that.
Well, we clearly saw him waving in the air, didn't we, as the winner. He's backing out.
Our second place manager has taken the 3rd place spot, so that's why he's moved across. So there we have the information now. It's a pit window infringement for that, and what that battle taken. So hopefully Kyle Tilley knew that all along. And we're going to find out from the people that are involved in that race what a fantastic battle. So Vincent François will have our race winners from our Classic Endurance Racing Race 2.
Back to Victory Lane here. It was a tremendous race, incredible race between two Lotus 15. And the winners, finally, there was a penalty. There was an 18-second penalty for Jakob Viggo Holstein. So it means that the winner is Kyle Tilley. Kyle, it was a great race.
Yeah, good fun regardless of any penalties. I sort of wondered how he jumped me in pit lane because we came in sort of 10 seconds ahead. But no, it was great fun regardless. And yeah, big thank you to the boys, Era Motorsport, for keeping it going, and look forward to the next one.
Congratulations, and this time is the first place for Kyle Tilley. Jakob Viggo Holstein. Jakob Viggo, it was such a great race. Unfortunately, there was this penalty.
Fighting to the end was really hard. So I pushed everything I could, and I was not aware that we had any penalties, so I thought, let's give it all I can.
So the show was absolutely incredible.
That's good. Then some success.
Thank you. Sorry for this penalty, Jakob Vigo. It means the second place. Voilà. Résumé de la situation, il y avait une pénalité de 18 secondes en fait, très exactement pour Jakob Vigo Holstein, ce qui l'a renvoyé en deuxième position. Alors bien sûr, il n'était pas au courant de cette pénalité. Il a continué d'attaquer et ça nous a valu une fin de course absolument exceptionnelle. Et puis Serge Kriknov en troisième position. Voilà, Serge, on l'a dit hier, naturellement, le manque de puissance de la 11 par rapport à la cage se fait sentir. Ça fait la troisième place aujourd'hui.
Ouais, il manque 2-3 écuries à peu près. Donc voilà, mais non, mais il pilote super bien, c'est des super pilotes, c'est des super amis. J'ai oublié toujours, vous interviewez toujours sur la course. Moi j'aimerais remercier ma femme qui me laisse faire toutes ces bêtises le week-end. Et puis je remercie ma femme, ma chérie Maude. Ça on le fait jamais assez. Et voilà, puis bon de nouveau, un super week-end. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire? Merci au garage Burgol pour la préparation de cette 11 qui est fantastique. Et puis merci au speaker qui pose toujours les bonnes questions.
Merci. Serge Kriknov was third of the race and he wanted to thank his wife because of his wife. He'll be able to drive those cars to make these great races, of course, and we must not forget them.
C'est une véritable tradition. Les premiers et derniers meetings des saisons Peterotto sont dépaysants. L'ouverture au Mugello, la fin de saison à Estoril au Portugal. Un véritable bol d'air exotique pour les pilotes, les teams et les spectateurs présents sur cette piste mythique sortie de terre en 1972. Les années 70, une période qui fait bien sûr écho aux différentes séries alignées lors des meetings Peterotto et entre autres celle du CER, Classic Endurance Racing avec des GT et des Proto. Nous allons y revenir. Mais avant cela, un coup de chapeau à Kyle Tilley et Oliver Bryan qui décrochent le titre en 2 litres Cup. Les Britanniques sont allés décrocher la victoire au pilotage dans cette série monomarque réservée aux premières séries des Porsche 911 2 litres.
Dario did a great job getting away at the front, and I just had to close down the others and pick them off slowly.
Last lap pass for third.
Yeah, and did it on the last lap. But we didn't need to do it, but it was obviously good fun to get on the overall podium and come away with the maximum points at the end of the year, which for Kyle's first year in the championship and for Era Motorsport their first year.
Yeah, champions for 2024.
Mais revenons sur le Classic Endurance Racing 1 et 2. Il s'agit des premières séries organisées par Patrick Peter avec des voitures d'endurance qui participaient au Mans et aux courses de 1000 km dans les années 70 et qui, pour bon nombre, ont posé les roues sur le tout nouveau circuit d'Estoril, à présent cinquantenaire. Découvrons d'ailleurs le tracé à bord de la Dottomaso Pantera de Ralph Kelleners, fidèle parmi les fidèles pilotes des séries Peter.
As it is the first lap, everybody has to get their cars to temperature. I have to warm up the gearbox. In Estoril we have quite a lot of slow corners, second gear corners. And in the Pantera we've got quite a lot of power, so I need to make sure that I adjust my line a little bit so that I get the power down onto the ground. Now I see a little bit of rain coming onto the windshield. This is a fast corner, a kink that goes flat out in 4th gear, probably 140 kilometers. Going down the back straight, braking just before 100 meters, shifting down into 3rd gear. Difficult to see the exit of the corner here. So it's very important that you always try to find the right spots where to position your car. A big curve to take here on the inside. I have to still wait till I have more pressure in the tires so I can take more of the curbs. Second gear uphill. Quite a tricky one here, the car is always moving. And now we're nearly done a lap. 3rd gear left-hander coming onto the very fast right-hander that leads us on to start and finish. And a few more seconds and I will pass start and finish. And go on my first flying lap.
La Pantera est l'un des monstres de la catégorie GT en CER, une voiture mythique et qui fait toujours autant vibrer Ralph Kelleners, qui pourtant a longtemps couru en voiture moderne.
It's all about the team and the guy that fell in love with the De Tomaso. And everybody said, oh, the Pantera, they weren't really successful in the 70s. They had a good basis, but they never really finished. So we three came together, Billy Brown as a team manager, Detlef von der Leek as the financier, the sponsor, and me as a driver, and we made a concept to develop the car, you know, not major developments, but it needed small adjustments, and over the years we made the car better and better, and we have the underdog now, and if everything goes well, we usually have a winning car. The goal is to finish the race and then hopefully be on the podium.
En CER, il y a une variété incroyable de voitures de course, proto et GT, parfois des modèles assez inattendus comme la Porsche 928S, un modèle mal aimé dans les années 70 lors de sa sortie, mais qui pourtant était une GT révolutionnaire et en avance sur son temps, mais qui n'a pas connu le succès en course.
It was a decision of the chiefs of Porsche in 1970 to push 911. If you look for the details of the car, the weight is 50-50% on the front axle and the rear axle. You have V8 engine. It was ready to run in 1976. If you think the car, it's 1,220 kilos weight or 1,250 kilos weight. So the potential, it's perfect. But no one wants it. Only a few guys said, we want to do it. And we done it with a small budget in the 80s or in the mid 80s, beginning of the 80s. But it was never ever, not really popular. Yeah, but I love the cars are not so popular.
Les dernières courses de la saison en CER ont donc décidé de leur champion à Estoril. Les vainqueurs en CER1 sont donc Armand Mille en proto et Philippe Chemama en GT. Pour le CER2, le titre revient à la Toge Proto de Yves Chemama et à la Porsche 935 GT de Dennis Bush. Mais laissons la conclusion de la saison CER à la famille Wyatt qui découvrait cette année les séries Peter Auto et reviendront avec d'autres ambitions dès 2025.
My name is Ross Hyatt, I'm 71 and I am the father.
My name is Nick Hyatt, I'm 33 years old and I am one of the sons of Ross Hyatt.
My name is Charlie Hyatt, I'm the second son of Ross Hyatt. Our story is that we come back to race in Peter Auto because I raced at Classic at the original Le Mans in 89 and 90 and was second and third. And my dream has always been to go back to Le Mans with my sons.
It's at least our first season at Peter Auto and racing at this level with these incredible cars. It's another step up. It's just incredible. I mean, the people are great, but the racing's incredible. But to be here with Dad and my little brother, it's just, you can't really put it into words.
The standard of racing in Peter Auto is so great. The drivers, I mean, to be on the grid here, there's Tom Christensen here, there's Dario Franchitti, to name just two of our heroes, and to be able to race with them, particularly at my age, I'm 71, and it really is an absolute privilege. Next year we'll be going back to Classic Le Mans with Peter Auto, taking these three cars with us, and it's a dream come true for me.
Lui n'est pas non plus un débutant en historique. Il est même devenu un pilote chevronné au volant de tout type de voitures et pas uniquement des historiques en circuit puisqu'il court également en rallye moderne. Toutefois, il manquait de la monoplace au tableau de chasse d'Émile Brettmayer ainsi qu'à celui de son papa Olivier. Depuis le week-end à Estoril, les choses sont faites puisqu'il a participé aux courses de Formule 1 historique au volant d'une McLaren M26 de 1978.
C'est vraiment une voiture très très différente de ce à quoi j'ai l'habitude de rouler. Normalement, je roule en Citroën Rally 2 en rallye ou avec d'autres voitures sur les plateaux Peter Auto, mais plus des protos des années 70. Donc là, c'est vraiment une nouveauté. On va voir ce que ça donne, mais c'est une voiture vraiment compliquée à régler, avec des gros pneus, avec de l'aéro. Et c'est une voiture mythique, avec un bruit incroyable. Et vraiment, vraiment impatient de pouvoir essayer ça et de se retrouver à l'extérieur. Parce que j'ai conduit beaucoup de voitures intérieures, mais encore jamais conduit de voiture vraiment avec ma tête à l'extérieur. Donc ça devrait procurer beaucoup de sensations.
Les F1 ont roulé sur la piste d'Estoril dans les années 80 et c'est ici même que la légende Ayrton Senna a débuté lorsque le pilote brésilien décroche la première de ses 41 victoires en F1 au volant de sa Lotus Renault sous le déluge. Écho à l'histoire, la pluie s'est également abattue sur la piste de Estoril pour les courses du dimanche. Au départ de l'ultime manche de l'année en 60s Endurance, le suspense reste entier avec plusieurs candidats au titre. Et une fois encore, la course de 2 heures disputée comme de tradition le samedi en fin de journée est totalement disputée. Le nombre de voitures, toujours important en 60s, ne laisse pas de répit aux spectateurs qui ne savent plus où donner de la tête tant il y a des passages de l'animation en piste et des dépassements, mais également dans la pit lane lors de l'arrêt obligatoire pour un éventuel changement de pilote et le plein d'essence. En bagarre pour le titre toute la saison, Erwin France, au volant de sa Cobra Daytona, est totalement dans le coup dès le départ. Après une course difficile fin août au Paul Ricard, Erwin avait à cœur de briller pour l'ultime manche de l'année.
Voilà, j'ai pas trop de mots, j'avoue, ça conclut une saison incroyable. J'avais quand même à cœur de la gagner celle-là, parce que j'ai eu beaucoup d'occasions pendant la saison. Et ça a jamais souri, donc là j'ai vraiment tout fait pour que ça fonctionne. On a eu des petites alertes sur les freins, on a eu un peu peur, mais franchement c'est l'apothéose quoi. Là je réalise pas trop je pense.
Si les Jaguars type E animent régulièrement les courses de 60s Endurance, une autre féline attirait les regards dans le paddock d'Estoril, une XK 150. Ce magnifique coupé de 1961 fait partie de la lignée des fameuses Jaguars sur lesquelles ont été montés pour la première fois des freins à disque.
Oui, tout à fait. Donc, vous voyez que c'est des freins à disque assez modestes, tout simples. D'ailleurs, chaque fois que j'arrive ici dans la ligne droite, c'est blocage de roues assez rapidement. Donc il faut être très gentil, très calme avec les freins.
Et il faut reconnaître qu'au beau milieu de ces prestigieuses voitures du Gentleman Challenge, la XK a fière allure. Apparue en début de saison, la série classique Touring Challenge a connu un beau succès en 2024, proposant des courses animées et offrant au public un spectacle avec des voitures de tourisme populaires des années 60. À bord d'une incontournable Giulia GTA, Gabi Van Oppenheim est une habituée des meetings Peterauto. Gabi n'a jamais d'ailleurs compris d'où vient cette passion viscérale pour l'automobile, la course et les voitures anciennes.
No one in my family likes cars. I think I must be a genetic mutant. I think from the stars or somewhere. I've always, since I was a little girl, I've always loved the minis here in Portugal on holiday. I've always loved Porsches. I've always loved cars. And none of my family does. So I guess it must be a mutation in the family.
Le classique Touring Challenge rassemble les voitures de tourisme des années 60. Les générations suivantes sur les circuits européens sont alignées en héritage Touring Cup chez Peterauto, le HTC. C'est ici que nous retrouvons les vedettes du meeting, Zach Brown et Tom Christensen, qui roulent ensemble sur une Ford Capri RS 3100, une voiture dont l'histoire vaut le détour.
Ford Capri was driven by legends Niki Lauda and Jochen Mass and Rolf Stallman, so one of three original Ford factory cars.
Mais au fait, d'où est venue l'idée à Zach d'inviter Tom à piloter ses voitures à Estoril?
I think Tom's always wanted to drive a 935 in a Capri, so I was able to tease him with some pretty cool cars. So he's a legend. It's awesome to go racing with him.
When Zach earlier in the year invited me, I just said, yeah, I would love to also to take part in cars in an era where I grew up. It fits well, and I enjoy being here.
Durant les épisodes de cette saison 2024, nous nous sommes longuement attardés sur les incroyables courses d'endurance racing légende. Pour la finale de l'année à Estoril, voici un petit focus sur une rareté de l'époque, une Lotus Elise, et qui, pour en parler mieux que son propriétaire actuel et de l'époque également, Mike Ezemans.
This is actually the car, chassis number 7, which drove in Le Mans. I drove together with Jan Lammers. Now it was for a long time on my indoor go-kart track. And then we saw all the cars they were driving. My friend David Hart, he's driving, so we decided to build up the car. We own it from that time, from 1997. The car was good, but the engine was not good. Now with the new technology, the engine is better than it used to be.
Drapeau à damier sur la saison 2024, une fois encore, du Mugello à Estoril en passant par Spa, Dijon et le Paul Ricard, les séries by Peterauto ont rencontré un énorme succès de foule, sportif et bien entendu historique. Et comme chaque année, c'est toute l'histoire de la course d'endurance automobile qui se rejoue en piste et dans les paddocks. Rendez-vous donc au printemps, le 21 mars, à Barcelone, pour la suite de l'histoire.
So welcome back, and we are going to have one of our most exciting races for Andrew and I, that is, in the commentary box today, and I'm sure it is for all else of you. It is the Classic Grand Prix 1986 Formula 1 cars. It's going to be a competition between Andrew and I, basically who can talk the most about these cars and who will compare knowledge. It's kind of like commentary top trumps, is it not?
We'll try not to do that.
No, it wasn't meaning that. We're both just so enthusiastic and passionate. But we want to compare notes, don't we? It's our era.
Well, I had a tremendous race yesterday between Nick Padmore and Yutaka Toriba, the Japanese driver who's only been involved in motor racing for 6 years. Has really come on. Well, he's 61 years old, this guy, and racing that wonderful Williams FW07 so well. But Nick Padmore, of course, a former champion in historic Formula 1. I think 3 years he won the championship. So we expect to see a repeat of that. It's a short, sharp event. It's the shortest in the meeting, 20 minutes only, but it'll be all action, I think. But yesterday, the two leading drivers pulled well away from the rest of the field, which included other former historic Formula 1 champions like Steve Hartley and Jamie Constable.
And I personally can't wait for this. There's some amazing selection of cars.
Yeah, at the moment we've got a grid walkabout. So very good crowd here, and lots of people allowed to get really close to look at these cars. And the whole town comes into this race. They love it round here, this Estoril track. And so I think we got a chance to speak to one of the local officials.
Boa tarde, estamos aqui com o Dr. Nuno Piteiro Lopes, vice-presidente da Câmara Municipal de Cascais, aqui no Estoril Classics. Como é que é o Estoril Classics? Que impacto tem aqui na autarquia?
Tem um impacto gigante naquilo que é a economia do município. São muitas e muitas pessoas que nos visitam ano após ano, sempre cada vez mais pessoas todos os anos, que ocupam os hotéis, que consomem nos restaurantes, que compram no comércio tradicional, e também todo o público, que cada vez é mais, que vem assistir aqui durante o fim de semana a esta espetacular prova de clássicos, com inúmeras provas, um público muito participativo, muito interessado nesta procura que há cada vez maior deste tipo de provas. E por isso nós temos uma grande honra em poder ser parceiros da organização deste Estoril Classics. Dar também os parabéns ao Duarte Nobre Guedes, que tem conseguido ano após ano trazer mais inovação, trazer mais sofisticação para o evento, e o evento é hoje já o sucesso que é um dos maiores eventos que é realizado no Concelho de Cascais, mas certamente é o melhor evento que é realizado aqui neste ativo que é o Autódromo de Estoril.
Muito bem, estamos aqui com alguns motores a cantarem no fundo. Podemos dizer então que o Estoril, não o Autódromo, mas o Estoril e Cascais, são quase um sinónimo de corridas e de corridas de automóveis.
Sim, o circuito do Estoril faz parte da história de Cascais. Este circuito é um ativo do país, mas é um ativo estratégico para o Concelho de Cascais, e é por isso que também o município de Cascais está tão empenhado e tão interessado em poder resgatar este ativo para a gestão do município de Cascais, porque de facto entendemos que o município pode dar ainda uma vida maior, melhor, com mais qualidade, com mais ambição a este circuito, e é isso que nós queremos fazer em conjunto com a par pública e com o Governo da Nação.
Estamos a dizer então que a Câmara Municipal de Cascais está interessada em tomar o controle, digamos, aqui do autódromo.
A gestão deste ativo. Entendemos que este é um ativo estratégico, para o município, é um ativo que é público, e quando vemos muitas vezes tanto investimento a ser canalizado para outros circuitos que são privados, julgamos que este ativo, sendo um ativo público e com uma gestão municipal, pode ser exponenciado.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
E ficamos assim com a entrevista do Dr. Nuno Piteiro Lopes.
So that interview in Portuguese. Cascais is the area which embraces Estoril, and a very popular area it is for holiday makers. And we thought that was the mayor of Cascais, but I was able to Google it, and I saw a picture of a different looking man, so I'm not quite sure who that gentleman was. Probably head of tourism for Cascais. So, there we are. The pit walk continues, and I think we're going to be able to go down there in a little while and catch up with some of the cars. Someone gave us a good pit walk, a Martin Brundle style pit walk, better than Martin Brundle pit walk maybe. Yesterday, I expect we'll get the same today, but there's a lot of people down there. But I think the mayor, or the chap who was talking there, head of tourism, was saying how important the racetrack was to the area of Cascais. So I think we mentioned it yesterday, but this racetrack was actually owned by the Portuguese government. I think quite early on it went into liquidation and the government picked it up and have been running it ever since. So lots of action down in the grid, lots of interesting cars, including the two that battle for the lead. And let's now talk to Vincent, who give us a tour of the best cars.
Estamos aqui na grande partida do Classic Grand Prix, da segunda corrida do fim de semana. Temos aqui carros fantásticos, como é habitual. Temos aqui um Lotus 81 Ford Cosworth de Nigel Mansell, que está na pole position e é um dos carros que poderá eventualmente vencer esta prova. Já ontem venceu uma das provas, a primeira corrida. E depois temos aqui um Williams FW07C, Ford Cosworth também, um carro que permitiu à Williams ganhar os seus primeiros títulos, tanto de piloto como construtores. Este aqui foi um carro que foi conduzido pelo Alan Jones, neste caso vai conduzir pelo Yuri Toriba, um japonês que, na corrida de ontem foi muito rápido e lutou bastante até ao final pela vitória na corrida. Depois temos aqui mais um Lotus também conduzido pelo Nigel Mansell, um carro também já com chassi de carbono, que nesta época era quase uma novidade, mas no entanto, entretanto tornou-se a norma hoje em qualquer chassi de monolugares é um chassi carbono. Este aqui é uma McLaren MP41, o primeiro Fórmula 1, de facto o primeiro Fórmula 1 a competir com chassi de carbono. Foi um carro que foi concebido pelo John Barnard no final de 1981 e estreado em 1982. Este aqui é um carro que foi conduzido pelo John Watson, mas o Niki Lauda também pilotou este carro. Aliás, foi o carro que trouxe o Niki Lauda de volta à competição depois de ter abandonado a Fórmula 1 no final de 79. Voltamos aqui a ter um Lotus. O Lotus é um carro que é uma marca com grande presença nas pistas de Fórmula 1 clássicos. É também um carro já do início da década de 80, conduzido pelo Elio Di Angelo, piloto italiano, que venceu algumas corridas pela equipa de Colin Chapman. Depois temos aqui outro carro que não é tão performante como o Lotus e como os carros que vimos à frente, mas que é um carro extremamente interessante também, que é um Surtees, um carro que foi concebido pela equipa de John Surtees, o piloto que foi campeão mundial de Fórmula 1 em 1964 pela Ferrari e que posteriormente criou uma equipa para correr na Fórmula 1. E voltamos aqui à grande partida para continuar e temos aqui um Tyrrell que foi conduzido pelo Michele Alboreto. É um carro este aqui é um carro também com efeito solo. A maior parte dos carros que temos aqui à frente, todos eles tinham os túneis Venturi, que hoje são tão falados e tão discutidos nos carros de Fórmula 1 atuais. Estes aqui foram os primeiros carros, digamos, que tiveram incorporados na sua concepção os túneis Venturi, que depois, posteriormente, foram proibidos devido às elevadíssimas velocidades que estes carros passaram a produzir em curva. Temos aqui também um Shadow, um Ensign, que é este aqui é um carro mais antigo, um carro de meados dos anos 70, também com os motores Ford Cosworth. Os motores Ford Cosworth eram os motores que equipavam praticamente todos os monolugares de Fórmula 1 da década de 70. Aliás, houve uma altura em que apenas a Ferrari não tinha motores Ford Cosworth. Aqui temos um Escort, um carro que foi conduzido pelo James Hunt, o piloto que foi campeão de Fórmula 1 em 1976, depois depois de um duelo com Niki Lauda, que foi um duelo que acabou por dar asa a um filme que conhece, e, portanto, e agora vamos ter de sair da grelha de partida brevemente. Já estão aqui a dar indicações para que saiamos da grelha de partida. Temos aqui um IG do início da década de 80 também, conduzido este aqui foi partilhado pelo Jean-Pierre Jarrier e o Raul Boisel. Este aqui é um carro que tem alguma história aqui no Estoril Classics, uma vez que nos últimos 2 anos só ele levou este carro à vitória por 2 vezes. Temos aqui um March, também um carro muito icónico da década de 70. E aqui temos um Lotus 78, um carro que este sim foi o primeiro carro que ostentava os famosos túneis Venturi, que estão aqui por baixo deste flanco, e o ar sairia por aqui e criaria um efeito solo que permitia que o carro tivesse velocidades em curva muito mais rápida. E depois, para terminar, temos aqui um IG, temos ainda muito mais carros até ao final da grelha de partida, mas vamos terminar aqui com o IG. Foi um carro que competiu aqui no Autódromo de Estoril em 1985, pelas mãos de Philippe Streiff, e tem um motor turbo, 1500, tem o motor 1500 turbo da Renault, um motor que em versão de qualificação chegava a ultrapassar os 1300 cavalos de potência, em corrida teria cerca de 800 cavalos, mais ou menos. E pronto, e é assim, vamos terminar aqui o nosso gridwalk e vamos voltar para o estúdio.
Well, a bit of a last-minute change from Vincent to our Portuguese colleague, Jorge, who gave us a very good tour of all the various cars, and now the grid is being cleared. The spectators have been able to get up close and personal to a lot of very classic 1970s Formula One cars, a few 1980s cars as well, and a big 20-minute blast coming up very soon indeed. So the key to this, as Nick Padmore said in his interview yesterday, was getting a very good start, and it's exactly what he did yesterday. Peter Snowdon, who joins me, Andrew Marriott, here in the commentary box for this final round of this year's Peter Auto Series. This particular race is not a Peter Auto race. This is a race-ready organised event, and it's a one-off. It's not part of any championship. But what a fine grid Diogo has managed to organise for us here. So a race like this at Spa last week, and they had just a handful of cars. But people like to come to Estoril. And obviously saw our tourism minister, or whoever the gentleman was, expounding the virtues. I speak a little bit of Portuguese and could tell some of it, but obviously, telling us that it's an absolutely marvellous seaside resort, which is exactly what it is. And a great place to come on holiday. So anyway, Nick Padmore on the front row of the grid with Yutaka Toriba, a man who first saw a motor race at Monaco. That's the first race he ever saw in 2019. Fell in love with motor racing and went back to Japan's successful business and started got to go racing, tried a bit at Formula 3, a bit difficult, went back to Formula 4. I think they have a sort of a senior section in the Japanese Formula 4. I think he won that, and then decided, I want to race at Monaco. So originally he bought a Rosberg ex-Wolf Williams car. He got Michael Lyons to coach him, and then he moved up to the wonderful Williams. We'll see him racing the FW07C, Patrick Head designed, of course, and it's just been getting faster and faster in it. And last, I think it was June or July this year, he won Brands Hatch's first win in a Formula One car. But then at Zandvoort there was a little bit of an incident, and I think you know all about that, Snowy.
Yeah, I think he just touched the back of Nick Padmore's Lotus at Zandvoort, and it didn't end well for either.
Yeah.
But that's you've got to learn. It's as long as it's not deliberate and it's not dangerous. you've got to learn. You say that this is a 61-year-old man who only saw motor racing for the first time 6 years ago.
Yes.
Which is quite. We're all invested and imbued with this history in our DNA, going back to almost from day dot in and nappies, and then you get somebody like this that turns up and runs at the front and gives Nick Padmore a hard time. Now, is that Padmore's car being pushed onto the grass?
No.
Is our pole sitter is being pushed onto the grass? Is not going to take part in this race by the look of it, unless they can get it going.
No.
And you can see Nick immediately head down. So they've got it out to one side. Can they get that car restarted? But drama before the race even begins. It's only a 20-minute race. Our pole sitter, Nick Padmore, in the Lotus 87 from 1981, in its familiar JPS livery, is a non-starter. Now, the field pulls away, so our de facto pole position man is now inherited by Yutaki Toriba, which has been talking about. But all eyes are going to be on that number 2 Lotus of Nick Padmore. Can they get that started, or is it going to be pushed across the pit lane, across the track, into the pit lane, out of the way? Mechanics are going back to it now very quickly.
Yeah.
In some way, I'd like to see that car take part in the race. Now, I think they've got it going,
Well, it's because it's a grid start for this. It's the only category that's got a grid start. So this is going to be really interesting, because Nick Padmore is going to have to start from the back, isn't
That's
he?
exactly what I was just thinking. If they can get it started and he can rejoin at the back, that would be brilliant. I just saw out of our long-range camera shot, I could just see it being pushed back onto the grass and off the grass onto the track, and they'd be pushing it across the track 90 degrees if they were getting rid of it. It looks like it's rejoining, and he wouldn't be able to take up his pole position unless he could. He'd have to get through all the field to get to do that, but I don't think you could do that. I'm not sure what the exact rules are for this race, but
I'm pretty sure he'll have to start from the back.
I agree. As long as he starts, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Because in some ways, he'd hate us for this.
Yeah.
He's not on pole position, but he's going to have the most blinding race coming through the field.
Yeah, but it certainly puts advantage to Japan, doesn't it, with Toriba, because Toriba was much faster than the rest of the field, including Steve Brooks in another JPS Lotus. Steve Brooks in actually a more recent one, the Lotus 91.
Well, I'm just looking down the field, are coming through in our camera shot now, and I'm just waiting to see at the very back, is there a JPS Lotus? No, there's not. It's on the grid still now. They've got it into the pit lane.
Will he start from there, maybe?
They can start from the pit lane. That's far safer. They've got it there, so the mechanics are dealing with that. So it got it off the track, but he needs to start in the pit lane at exactly the same time as the race. Obviously, the field would go by, and then he would be able to start. But we need to see Nick Padmore in this race. We really, really do. This also is motor racing, the heartache of a dominant, well-defended, hard-earned win yesterday to a potential non-start today.
Cars coming to the grid then. The Steve Brooks car, it's a Lotus 91, which was really effectively, you could have called it an 87C. It's just a bit lighter, it's basically the same design, but it was in a 91. I'm not sure it's this exact car when Elio De Angelis had that great victory by inches in the Austrian Grand Prix. You remember that super race. So we're getting ready. Padmore is in the pit lane. We're not sure the exact status of that car, but Toriba is who we think will be.
No green flag man. I think this is going to be an aborted start, Andrew. There's no green flag man. He's there on the right-hand side, and our camera. He's not run across the back of the field, which he is now. So they were pointing to something. So there is now green flag, which means we're ready to go to a correct start. So the lights will go green, and we're away. Now, Toriba not getting the best of starts there initially, but he has managed to get it into phase 2. The McLaren 77 taking 3rd position, but the Lotus trying to go around the outside. It's a Surtees in 2nd place. I never thought I'd say that.
Ewan Sargentson, the oldest car in the race, I think, making a phenomenal start there into 2nd place. He'll soon
from
drop
6th,
back.
Yeah.
Well, he's still in 2nd place now. There's Steve Brooks is in 3rd, and then it's the McLaren of Steve Hartley, who's had lots of success in that ex-John Watson British Grand Prix winning McLaren. And then there's a couple of arrows there with the Ragno sponsorship on them, the tile company from Imola. And all streaming through this field. And did Padmore get away from the back or not?
No, he's not even listed down to 24th. He's got a 9-second gap between everybody at the moment. But that's our field. Nick Padmore's not got a time at the moment, so that suggests he hasn't started the race.
Oh, that'd be a disappointment for the Brightech Motorsport boys and Kai Nicklausson, who owns the car from Chrome Cars. But he's still hanging. And with a Mike Hailwood replica helmet. Mike Hailwood raced that car in that colours, and he has a Hailwood replica helmet as Sargison. And Tariba has just gone. He's 4 seconds already ahead of the rest of them. Absolutely extraordinary.
Well, I'm taking my life in my hands here and messaging Nick Padmore. Just say, mate, what happened, kind of thing.
Oh, good battle at Surtees is being challenged now by Brooks. And Steve Brooks must have better brakes, better air on that car, and he'll dive down the inside and take second place.
As indeed is Steve Hartley trying a little look down the inside of two of that of the Surtees, not quite getting that done there. That's Surgison Surtees, made a phenomenal start.
And there's Steve Hartley, and he passes the Surtees as well. And
well, you did say being an older car is no disrespect to Surgison, but being a much older car, like a decade older than some of these, it's no wonder it's going to fall in back, because we know how evolution of Formula One is.
Absolutely, but there's no steam swings chicken though. Oh, there's the car is still there. The Brightech blokes. With
Nick Padmore not in that, so that's a definite non-starter. Well, absolute shame. Some of the highs of yesterday to the lows of today in just in a matter of 24 hours. So Nick Padmore, our pole position, not taking part in this race, which is desperately disappointing for us. It is, however, Yutaka Tariba, who stormed away out of sight, so much so the cameraman's not focusing on him in the slightest. The battle is for second place. Steve Brooks in the Lotus, Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP4, Ewan Surgenson in the Surtees TS9, and Dan Gore in the Tyrrell 10. Not forgetting Max Werner in the Hesketh as well.
So Tariba just 7 seconds already. It's a completely different race, isn't he?
So Max Werner weaving his way through there. Was that the number 24 Hesketh 308C from 1975? Snaking under the braking, trying to dive down the inside and get another position. Not quite. Had his nose just chopped off there. That the Lotus right behind him, a very similar tribute helmet to Ayrton Senna in the next Lotus there, which is of course the... Of course, I'm saying.
Yes, of course.
Mark Davis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Belgium. Yeah, but Mark's a classic car dealer. I think it's called RD Cars or something like that.
Ford importer as well, he was.
Yeah. But Dan Gore going particularly well in the Tyrrell this time. He had a good start. So.
No, it was John Holtzman that's got the tribute helmet in the number 37, 87B.
Yeah.
My apologies. So Fittipaldi down the inside of Elige, dives down the inside. The switchback happens because he runs a little bit too deep, runs wide, and Elige just, thank you very much, we'll have that back again. That's Jamie Constable trying to get past Emmanuel Bringand, which he did for a moment, and then Emmanuel took it back again. So the Fittipaldi driver, Jamie Constable, says, well, I'm going to take it back again. So F1 cars swapping places corner after corner. It'll never catch on.
So yeah, Dan Gore mentioned going well from Mittal Cars. Back in 2021, it was a little club racing single-seater championship called the Monoposto Series, which he won.
So our race leader, which we're seeing nothing of because he's scarpered basically, is 9.8 seconds ahead of second place man Steve Brooks already.
Oh, such a disappointment though. We expected to have a great battle like the previous race yesterday, and sadly old racing cars sometimes play up, and that's exactly what happened to Nick Padmore's Chrome Cars Lotus 87. Real shame though. Tariba, nevertheless, is lapping, just put his fastest lap in 1:34.9. and his nearest rivals, we have Steve Brooks is lapping at 1:38. Just a massive gap.
So my phone just lit up with 3 messages,
Oh, go on.
all from Nick Padmore. So first of all, Nick, thank you so much for taking the time so quickly in your hour of disappointment to even let us know. That's incredibly kind of you. First message is fuel vaporized on the grid. Second message is, but I can't be too disappointed. I'm living the something or other dream. There's a word in between there. I'll let you interpret that one.
Marvellous.
Third one is next year. So immediately positive.
Yeah.
Nick, we are absolutely gutted for you, but thanks for letting us know, and therefore we can tell everybody else. And next year, buy your tickets now to watch Nick Padmore win this race next year.
I remember he had a great race earlier on, didn't he, in the Crown Racing Lola. So he's got that to fall back on.
He always has great races, Nick Padmore, because he's a great driver.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but he is.
Hartley trying down the inside. Well, I think he comes from Bolton, certainly in that area, certainly a Lancastrian. And at the Silverstone Festival a month ago, put young catering racer Tom Bradshaw in that car, and in a very competitive field, including Stuart Hall in a car which had previously won at Monaco. Bradshaw was doing them with a clean sheet of clean heels, just ran off and won both races. Well, actually run off because Hall gave him a pretty close battle, actually. But obviously that McLaren is a superb first carbon fibre car to win a Formula 1 race. And Hartley has been a champion. Just had a lot of success in Arrows before this. I think he might have even been a champion 4 times in Formula 1 through the Masters Series and FA back series. But Steve's no spring chicken. He's almost 70 and still racing extremely well.
Age is but a number, as they say.
Yeah.
So Tariba, Brooks, Hartley are our top 3 at the moment. Williams FW07C, Lotus 91 and McLaren MP4. All actually within the 81, 82 and 82 those years, so they're almost within the same season. We then drop back. Dan Gore in place 4th position is in the Tyrrell 10 010 from 1980, so that would be a very old Formula 1 car compared to the other two, as in it's suddenly a little bit older. It's 2 seasons out of date. But remarkably, Max Werner in 24th is in a 1975 Hesketh 308C as raced by James Hunt. So that's 5, 6, 7 years older than the front-running cars here, which is a lifetime in Formula 1 in contemporary terms.
There are 2 classes in this, so in fact the Hesketh is leading the A class from the ensign, the 75 ensign of Fumagalli, Marco Fumagalli, so retired yesterday, I think. Holtzman there in the 81, Lotus 87B, and 26 what? What's this about? This is Mark Hazel, isn't it? Just came in.
Yeah, Mark Hazel in the other FW07B, same model. It's what's a B and a C. It's a C that's leading, but it's a B that's in the pits now. You're absolutely right, Mark Hazel. Best lap was a 1:59 anyway, so he was obviously struggling with that car. Something not right.
He retired yesterday as well, didn't he? I think.
So the battle here for 2nd place is between the 2 Steves, Steve Brooks and Steve Hartley, Lotus 91 and McLaren MP4, in that order at the moment. Both from 1982, so these 2 cars would have raced on track in contemporary times against one another. That's absolutely brilliant to see, and the evidence of that is that well-matched drivers 0.4 of a second apart at the moment. However, they are some 21 seconds adrift from our race leader, Yutaki Tariba, who is getting absolutely no TV or airtime because he's just scarpered.
Yeah, the FW07 designed by Patrick Head, which is his first full ground force car. The FW06 was a successful car, was not a ground force car. Ran the thing the best part of 3 seasons before they brought in the FW08, and at one stage some people preferred the 07 to 08 when they were running both of them more or less together. In fact, the 7Cs ran the first 3 Grand Prix in 1982 when Reutemann and Rosberg, the drivers.
So 8 laps completed. We are already just over half distance, would you believe, of this shortest race of the weekend, 20 minutes, but 20 minutes of 70s and 80s Formula 1 cars is pretty exciting, 20 minutes regardless. Now we've got another Lotus retiring now. That is the number 12 car already. That's Steve Brooks from third place. Steve Brooks in the other 91. That's retiring. It's not a Lotus day, is it?
No, well, he had a great race yesterday, did Steve Brooks. That's I think that one is run by Martin O'Connell, so they've usually got a pretty good track record of making reliable cars. I'm sure on that picture. There's something happening in the pit. Somebody just getting numbers out for the pit board. I think that's what that was.
So that's going to promote Steve Hartley to second place.
Yeah, Dan Gore.
Dan Gore to third place. John Holtzman is now fourth. Max Werner is fifth in the Hesketh.
Well, there's the Brooks car, and maybe he's got a puncture. They saw a mechanic there with the wheel in his hand.
Left rear, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Looking at that, certainly a mechanic poised with a wheel and tyre there. It's now...
Yeah, there's the punctured tyre.
It is indeed, yeah.
So that solves that little mystery.
Now, unfortunately, in a 20-minute race, you haven't got enough time to really do that. So a pit stop is not ideal in a 20-minute historic Formula 1 race. So that puts Steve Brooks entirely out of contention. In fact, it's going to put Steve Brooks down as far as... I dread to think, actually, how far down he's going to go because of that. 21st already. Almost a lap down.
So the Tyrrell 010, raced by Dan Gore, is basically a design that was inspired by the Williams FW07. I say inspired, they certainly had a very good look at the Williams before they designed that car. They were raced in period by Michele Alboreto, Eddie Cheever, Derek Daly, Jarre, and the Argentine Ricardo Zanino.
What's the old phrase? Use your eyes, plagiarise?
Oh yes, yeah, it's a handsome looking car actually, but it got very few decent results. I think they finished about 6th or 7th in the Constructors' Championship that year. But
despite that magnificent start where Ewan Sergeson managed to get the Surtees up into second place, this is a TS9. It's now 12th. You weren't rude about saying that he would drop back the order. It's a 1971 car, so it's a decade older than the front-running cars. But it's still running a strong 12th. He's just been overtaken by the Ligier. It's actually his 13th because it's my timing screen there. He was taken to turn 1 just after the timing beam, so the timing screen is correct. That's the order they passed the timing beam in, but the Ligier got down the inside. That's Emmanuel Brigand, managed to get past the Surtees of Sergeson for 12th position.
Yeah, the Sergeson has done a lot of racing, particularly in older cars. Raced a Maserati 6CM pre-war car at Monaco in the past. I think he was third back in 2021. He builds those engines himself. You know, he's a multi-talented guy, as Ewan, and he's also raced in historic Formula 3. I seem to remember him having a win at Zandvoort a few years ago. So Tariba wants to. Now
there he is.
Yeah, he's backed it off. It was his fastest at 1:34.4. He's doing 1:36.2s now, which is still 3 or 4 seconds to the rest of the field. He's going to try and lap a lot of them. He's going to close on some of them, isn't he?
What a fantastic position to be in at the age of 61, just 6 years ago, so he was 55, he saw his first race and thought, I fancy that.
Yeah.
And 6 years later, he's winning in historic Formula One cars, though.
Yeah.
And have no bones about it. It's very easy to dismiss these as old F1 cars. They're still serious pieces of kit to drive, and they're not easy. In fact, I would suggest and put the case that a modern Formula One car is probably easier to drive than one of these.
Well, you've got no ABS, you've got no power steering, and you have to actually change gear yourself.
Who'd have thought? Well, it's done for them now.
Yeah, and if you
changing gear yourself, Andrew? What is this witchcraft you speak of?
And if you miss a gear, you buzz the engine and...
game over.
Yeah, game over.
And you're usually not very popular back in the pit box.
No.
And certainly not with people who are paying.
In this class...
the Ken Tyrrells of the world.
In this class of racing, you're very popular with guys like Jeff Richardson who build these DFEs these days, yeah. Jamie Constable just done a very quick lap, actually. We mentioned in the Fittipaldi, F5A. Jamie now moved up actually into second place in the A class for the older cars. And Jamie's a lot of success in various different cars. Got some more modern sports racing cars that we see him in the various series masters and legends. Nice swap over there, wasn't it? Quick Tyrrell just dropping back one spot, I think. Was that Holtzman just going by Tyrrell?
I think it was, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the story with Tariba, it was a mate of his that persuaded him to go to Monaco and watch the race. It wasn't of his own volition, if you see what I mean. It was an invitation. I don't know what, it must be in some business in Japan, I'm not sure what it is, but it's extraordinary, actually, isn't it, really? But at the last Formula One, one of the Formula One races in this category at the Monaco Historic, 2 years ago almost now, a chap appeared that nobody had ever heard of, had done a little bit of club racing in a Lotus Elan or something, and he was a sort of one of these adventurer guys, a bit like Steve Brooks, wanted to do something, you know, climb the Matterhorn, all this sort of stuff. And he climbed into this Ligier Formula One car, and he was about third fastest overall. In the race, he had a problem. I'm trying to remember his name, but he never seen in a race again. There's that Tyrrell 010, as we said, bit of a copy of a Williams. Ken Tyrrell, I don't know if you knew Ken, he was a hell of a character. Of course, he was hugely successful at one time with Jackie Stewart and so on, and his team in the wood yard there down near Guildford. And but whenever I went, he expected me, he said, he was mad on cricket and he always wanted to know the score, because so you go up to him in the paddock, he said, what's the score in England versus Australia? You should know, you're a journalist.
I can imagine him saying that.
He was famous for his froth jobs as well. So Tariba comes past, 12 laps in the book, and on his last lap, I'd say, one more lap now. Well, I just made it look easy. Driven it with confidence. He's had nice speech, good English. I had an interview with him yesterday and got some very good stuff. Now, you're checking him out a bit on the internet.
Yeah, he's listed as an industrialist. I'm just trying to find out what he's done to get to the position he's in, but I'll come back to that if I can. But yeah, brilliant. I mean, he's final lap already. That is the danger of a 20-minute race, is it not? It seems to have no sooner started than it's finished for us, but it certainly did for Nick Padmore.
Not the first Japanese to win one of these historic Formula One races. Of course, we've had Kubota, of course, being successful in the past. So Holtzman there. So we said Lotus has not had a good day, but Holtzman is at least third, ahead now of Dan Gore. And Max Werner still heads the A category, and 1.8 seconds ahead of Jamie Constable, although Jamie is closing in on it. So that's one to watch for just near the end. Up through the loop, so we managed to translate it, that corner, and there's that McLaren M26, which we saw in the...
That was a Ligier. Was that a Ligier just stopping in the background?
There was.
Or was it an Ensign?
No, it was a Ligier.
Yeah.
Oh, which one was it? Okay. It was I think
Ramzan Rasabev? Number 125. Checkered flag is taken by our race winner. Yutaki Toriba gets his second win in a historic Formula One race in his 1981 FW07C Williams. Second place will go to Steve Hartley, some 38 seconds down the road in the MP42 from 1982, just a year newer. And third place should go to Jonathan Holtzman in his 87B from 1981. Such is the gap that Toriba had on that win. We haven't even seen the second place car yet.
almost 40 seconds.
Yeah. Which just takes the line now. My screen hasn't updated, but it has. Yes, top four come across there on the time elapses, but the screen doesn't update. So there you go. So, yes, top six are across the line now. So, Yutaka Toriba wins in the Williams FW07. Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP4 is second. Jonathan Holtzman in the Lotus 87B is third. Dan Gore, Tyrrell 010 is fourth. Max Werner is fifth in the Hesketh 308C from 1975. Hugely impressive. Jamie Constable in the Fittipaldi F5A from 1978 is sixth. Marco Fumagalli in the Ensign N174 from 1975 is seventh. Mark Devis in the Lotus 78 from 1977 makes up eighth. And the last two in the top 10, Rolf Sigrist in the Shadow DN5 from 1975 and Patrick Duaubury in the 1976 March 761. Yutaka Toriba happily, proudly waving to the crowds, punching the air, as is his right. He's the race winner. Obviously gifted the opportunity a little bit more at the start of that race by pole sitter Nick Padmore being unable to start for fuel vaporizing on the grid, but it doesn't take anything away from him. Nick had to work hard yesterday for the win over this man, so one apiece. And our race winner brings his FW07 into the pits and will be down into the Parc Fermé very shortly with our reporter Vincent Francin, and he will be chatting to Yutaki Toriba, Steve Hartley and Jonathan Holtzman. I think it's fair to say from the gesticulating and general waving of arms in the air that Yutaki Toriba is very, very happy. And of course he's got to wear a Arai helmet, hasn't he? And Alan Jones names on the headrest area of that car behind Toriba.
Jones, of course, winning the World Championship in an FW07, and a sort of version of the Japanese flag, isn't it? His crash helmet there.
Yeah, the rising sun and all that. Yes, on the top. So he's, I think he's very pleased with that, as we're about to find out in a minute, and humbled as well. I'm sure he is fully aware that he didn't have to fight for that one in the way that he almost, he tried to yesterday for that second, what became a second place.
Bird feather, wonder what that's about.
That's a cue, basically, folks, for me to go and look at what bird feather means. That's what that's what Andrew means. That's what I'm translating that as.
Yeah, we've been working a bit together now. So, and of course, the Fly Saudia sponsorship. And here is Steve Hartley with his all-black crash helmet, carbon helmet.
Yeah, GP3, Bell GP3 carbon helmet, a bit sinister almost. John Watson's name on the side of that car.
Yeah, as John, that's the car that John did win the British Grand Prix in. And the Unipart sponsorship as well, which was also very successful. Let's get down to the pits now and I think speak to a very, very happy Japanese racing driver. He's just won the race.
We'll go and see a happy man, I think, today, this Sunday here in Estoril. Yutaka Toriba, winner of this race number 2, Formula 1 historic. Yutaka, it seemed to be simple, but how was it?
Yeah, it was quite tired, but oh hey, this guy wasn't here.
Don't worry, no.
I'm not super motivated.
No.
He is the quickest.
No.
He is the quickest.
Well done.
Thank you.
Lovely.
So, Yeah, anyway, I enjoyed the weekend, and that was a great result. But this is, of course, from my team. Can I say thank to my team?
Of course.
Jake, Jim, Jimmy, Mark Bond, Antonio. Obrigado bastante. Obrigado.
Alors vous l'avez dit, c'est un Yuta Katoriba particulièrement happy que l'on a ici avec nous. La deuxième place, c'est Steve Hartley. On va aller voir Steve Hartley maintenant. Second of the race is Steve Hartley with the McLaren. Steve, how was it?
Fantastic. What a fantastic circuit. What a fantastic venue. It's the best result I've had all year. I want to come back.
That's the former John Watson. What's the feeling driving a former John Watson McLaren?
It's fantastic. It's as good as some of the others, but it is a very nice car to drive. Yeah, it costs a lot of money to build in its day, and it's fantastic. It's a good car.
Congrats Steve Hartley, second place, la deuxième place de Steve Hartley. Je lui demandais l'impression de rouler avec une McLaren ex-John Watson. Il dit c'est extraordinaire, et comme il le dit tous depuis hier, rouler sur ce circuit d'Estoril avec ces voitures-là des années 70 et 80, eh bien c'est juste exceptionnel parce que tout est raccord bien évidemment. Ce sont des gens heureux, on n'a pas Jonathan Holzman, le troisième de cette épreuve, mais on va quand même faire la fête avec les deux premiers.
So just quick name checking, mentioned the mechanics of the team is ADP Classic Racing from Essex running that car, so congratulations to them. As we move on to Classic Endurance Racing 1, and this is all about lots of grunt and lots of Lola T70s and even a Grand Prix driver in Jan Magnussen, former Grand Prix driver.
Well, not quite actually, because that's what I was just about to tell you. There's been a driver change. It's literally updated now. Jan Magnussen, that's on pole position in the appropriately numbered car 70, has been swapped, the official driver change, to Chris Ward.
Well, I think it just means that Magnussen will drive the car second.
I'm not sure whether that's the case, but he's not on the list here now, so I'm not sure whether which way around they're going to do it. We will find out. We should watch in the race.
We'll find out, yeah. That's
exactly.
an American-owned car. With quite a history, actually, that particular machine.
A 1 hour race for us.
Yeah, this should be good. Magnussen's been good in this car all season together with Chris Ward. And then we got Armand Meal. They talked about the Meals and the Renards a lot during these two broadcasts, yesterday and today. But then we got a marvellous car in third place. It's a genuine ex-factory Porsche 9083, the sort that used to win at the Targa Florio and so on. And this particular car was actually their test and reserve car. So it hasn't got a great racing history, but it was driven by all the great names like Brian Redmond and so on. And Jamie Constable, he's got to do a quick jump out of the previous race because he's also in a very good Chevron B19 from 1971, and he is the fastest guy in the up to 2 litre category. And it'll be against a very similar car of Francois Rivaz, who we saw earlier winning a championship. So, and then we got another Lola T70, Emil Breitmeyer, and we also, this is really emotive, Snowy, because in 9th place is a most fantastic Porsche 917K, raced in period by Joe Siffert and driven today by his son Philip.
That is quite extraordinary, a piece of history there, as you're saying. T70 is one of the bucket list cars I still want to race at some point. I've been lucky enough to test a T70 Spider and race a GT40, but T70 Mark III, there's just something about it, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a Mark III and the Mark IIIB, and the difference is the regulations change. So the Mark III, the earlier cars, and Nick Chester has one of those, we'll talk about Nick in a minute, have got a bigger engine but smaller wheels, effectively. That's the difference. Nick Chester, know his name? He's the Chief Technical Officer of the new Cadillac Formula One, upcoming Formula One team. And he's still finding time to race, which is great, and we've seen him all season, and he goes well in that car. And
I love the concept, Andrew, that at the time that cars we now regard as being no grip and historic and whatever, and some of our contemporary drivers possibly even laugh at a little bit, but of course they were cutting edge in the day. But I love the idea of a rule change where you take an immensely powerful car and then give it a bigger engine and less grip. Brilliant. That's the kind of rule change I like. They should do it in Formula One. There you go. You heard it here first.
So, of course, over the years, they built a lot of these T70s, and then quite a lot. Then there was official continuity cars, and then there was some further cars built by various different organisations. So there's plenty of them around. So it is Chris Ward versus Amato. I'd be very surprised if Jan Magnussen doesn't get into the car, because it's his deal and Chris is his hired co-driver, if you will.
Interesting theory then as to why they've swapped that round then, if that is the case. I wasn't aware of that bit. Thank you, Andrew. You've been following this all season. So I just wonder why, therefore, they've popped Chris Ward in first, what the thinking and the strategy behind that, as if Jan Magnussen, a Formula One driver, for heaven's sake, and a blinding in Formula 3.
And then after totally dominated that seat. I think he won 13 out of 16 races. And then that long 20-year career racing for General Motors with Corvette, winning Le Mans class many times, ANMS, all those IMSA races, terrific career, but just didn't want to give up. He hasn't given up. He's carried on racing, even after General Motors sort of gave him an ambassadorial role. And Jan, of course, son got on to race in Formula One and now racing in America. So just let's talk championships briefly. The championship CER1 is over. Armand Meal has won it from Emil Breitmeyer, but Breitmeyer's second at the moment. But the Ward Magnussen car could actually snatch the second place, the runner-up spot in that championship, but it needs to finish 4 places ahead of Emil Breitmeyer. So the Ward Magnussen really needs to be on it, and that's possible. It's possible. Where did Emil Breitmeyer? He's qualified 6th, so it's on, isn't it? But we got the marvellous 917.
I don't think I've actually. I must have done at some point obviously in contemporary times, but in current times, I don't think I've seen a 917 race. The fact that one is here at this glorious Estoril circuit is enough. You'd have thought, wait for it, the fact that it's driven by Joe Seifert's son, I mean, talk about icing on the cake. It's just an extra unexpected, almost unexplainable level, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the son was very young when Joe sadly died in the BRM. Was it at Brands Hatch? I was there. I saw the smoke.
I do remember it.
Yeah,
1971 off the top of my head.
But Snowy, you missed out because the previous round of this series, we had 2 917s, and Mr. John B raced the other one.
Why wasn't I told? I must have missed that memo.
You missed that memo, yeah. And then there's lots of Swiss chevrons. We saw those chevrons and Lolas earlier on. These are the cars that preceded those. Similar concept, those 2-litre sports cars, but the way these two CER1 and CER2, where the split is, means that some of the later cars, like Lola T220s and so on in the other race, and these are the earlier cars. These are the sort of 1971 cars. Although the Porsche 917K, a fearsome beast, is effectively around 1970, and driven by some terrific drivers, of course. And early on, the drivers were pretty frightened of it actually, but they did sort it all out and made a very small. We talked about tubular chassis, didn't we, earlier? I don't know if you've ever seen one with the bodywork off at the front, but the guy's feet are well in front of the front axle line, and around it just a lot of very small tubes.
Do not do this if you are of a delicate disposition, but have a look on the internet. Various sites are available, and just put in 917 chassis and click on the images tab, whatever your browser may be, default browser, and you will see exactly what Andrew was just describing. Just to put it in perspective, they also did a lightweight titanium version of the 917 chassis, which weighed a staggering, are you ready for this? 45 kilos.
They
think about that.
Yeah. They developed the car into a Can-Am car, which basically finished off the McLaren domination of Can-Am and Penske.
Yeah, 917 K30, Mark Donoghue, Sunoco, etc.
George Fulmer, and so on. Yeah. But a mate of mine called Johnny Ambrose, a brilliant sculptor, has made a model of a 917 in carbon fibre tubes. And actually, if you go up to Silverstone at the moment, it is on display there in the new villa area there, the Esplanade it's called, just outside the entrance to the Esplanade is Johnny's fantastic, it's about 3 or 4 feet long, carbon rodded chassis. Terrific sculptor. I think he would like to sell it. Johnny, you owe me a beer.
Yeah, when he sold, no, Johnny, commission comes when you've sold the piece. Yes. I know Marriott, trying to get the beer in first.
Yeah.
So this is a 1 hour race. This is our classic endurance race 1, as it's called, CER1.
Yeah.
And it is 1 hour. We are a few minutes delayed. We're 10 minutes later than we were expecting on that. It's probably a little bit of clearing up to do from Formula 1 cars stopping on track, possibly a bit of oil or something. But
pointing there, I just think I saw Jan Magnussen on the grid in his race suit.
Okay. Well, it's not that cold here now, so he's no reason to wear. It is a bit windy, I'll grant you, but he's no reason to wear his race suit unless he has a need. So he will be jumping into that. So you're absolutely right, Andrew. It is a driver order swap, not just a complete change. So Chris Ward being popped into Jan Magnussen's Lola T70 Mark IIIB from 1969.
The car is owned by a guy called Johan Voerheider from Atlanta, and he's got a big Lola collection. He's got like a open T70, like you've raced, and quite a few other Lolas. I think he's got Lola Indy cars and so on. So he's a big Lola fan. That car is an original chassis number 144, if you really want to know. There is a most massive book about Lola T70s. I don't know if you've ever seen it. You need a crane virtually to pick this book up. There's a huge amount of detail in there. And somebody's lent it me. Thanks very much. So I was having a look at it just before we came out here, and was able for me to get all the chassis numbers. Actually, Lola Heritage is a very good website. If you're into Lolas, terrific website.
Well, just while we get our race underway and race preparations ready, we have 3 more races for you this afternoon to enjoy. This being the first of them, Classic Endurance Racing 1. This is a 1-hour race. And after that, we'll have Heritage Touring Cup. That is also a 1-hour race, scheduled between 4 and 5. That will be starting a little bit later. And our final race of the day is the Iberian Historic Endurance, which is a 50-minute race. Will take us up until just around about 6 o'clock time here. So plenty of racing still to come.
That last race, which is one of the not in the regular series, it's one of the race-ready events. They have a series of those races in Portugal and Spain, and they have an absolutely massive grid, the biggest grid of the whole meeting, I think, in that. There was a few competitive English cars in it, though. A Ginetta G10 with a V8 engine, which I'm sure we'll be talking about later.
I'm sure we will. It is our job, after all.
So still a little delay. There's the crowd. It's a very popular event down in Portugal, and the Cascais area is this race meeting. And I think some of the grandstands were sold out. That one wasn't, but it's been going now for the best part of 10 years, I think, and lots of other activities all around the track. We haven't been into that. There's something going on. What's queuing up there for?
They're probably waiting for you to do a book signing, Andrew.
Oh yeah, my book is still available. Is there much more of this? You can find it on Amazon. All my silly stories and much more besides.
So I'm not quite sure why we have just a little bit of a longer delay before the start of our race here. I think we're about to go to green flag very shortly. I can hear revs rising, which would suggest that we are indeed, our safety car is away, so we're going to have our CER1 race underway very, very shortly. Sight of 2 Lolas on the front row. They're going to come down toward us as they start to move away. It's going to be a rolling start, as most of our races have been this weekend.
There's that glorious Porsche in the Martini colours, look.
Number 1 on it as well.
And there, of course, in the Golf colours is the 917 with number 1 in it. Most Lola T70s had Chevrolet engines in, but a couple of didn't, did they? You remember?
Yeah, there were a few things. There was, I'm going to have to do it, aren't I? There's the Lola Aston for the start.
That's what I was leading.
I thought you were going to.
Yeah.
So, driven by Surtees and that in period.
Surtees and David Hobbs, it was very unreliable. And in the end, that chassis had the Aston engine taken out of it.
Yeah.
And
it was a donkey of an engine at that time, that's why.
Yeah, there was some deal going on. I ghosted the autobiography for David Hobbs. There's quite a section about that. And I think there was Surtees are having some argument about spark plugs and all sorts of stuff.
There was something about that, and John Surtees argue with anybody? A team surely not. I think he was quite well known for that, wasn't he?
He was inspirational man, of course. And,
absolutely.
And of course, the tragedy of his son Henry, who would have been an absolutely top racer in that freak accident at Brands Hatch, and John, still in the record books, the only man to have won the world championship 2 and 4 wheels. And nobody else come close.
So the field being led round by our safety car which looks remarkably like a Mondeo estate car. I'm going to be corrected on that by somebody, I'm sure, whose eyes are a little bit closer. That's what it looks like to me. Nothing wrong with that, just not quite what I was expecting to be as a safety car. Lights are out, of course, and that will dive across whatever the safety car is. Its role, will be that it dives across to the right-hand side any second now into the pit entrance. It comes over the back line of the grid. There it does. Swings right, and we wait for our lights to go out and the race will start. Our two Lolas at the front, almost indistinguishable from colours, but the silver stripes and the second place car. The lights should be out any second now. Thunder begins as they tear down to the green. Away we go. Green lights are on, and it is Chris Ward that gets down the inside. The Porsche 917 having a little look down the inside, a bit further back, 3 rows back. And it looks like there's going to be a change to second place. I think the Martini Porsche has just got down into second place there, has it not?
Yeah, Mark de Siebenthal at the wheel of that. Nice move by him. A lot of jockeying for positions further back. Constable in 4th place. Yeah, you really don't want that 917 to be damaged, do you? You know, all that history. I think Siffert won a couple of races in as a father Siffert.
I'm not for clones. Can you get continuation cars and whatever? It's not the real thing. It's evocative, but it's still slightly perplexing me now seeing a car of such value, historical value. I mean, being out there on track, because it is something that's so genuine. But I am so pleased that it is.
There's a Lola T70 Spider there in the middle of it all. I think Mark Davis said, I've seen him win a race in that at Daytona a few years ago. Something you've driven. A lot of horsepower.
Not a lot of weight, less grip. Tons of horsepower.
Yeah, the Spider came before the GT, of course, did race a little bit in the Can-Am and so on. So Armand Neal got back into second place now, so it's the 2 black Lolas in the lead. But Chris Ward got a stonking start, didn't he? 2 seconds ahead already. And these days, we talked about Jan and all his career in Formula One, and then with Corvettes, as we get a great pass there by de Siebenthal, and then he goes wide, and that leads Armand Neal to get back into second place. A bit of an audacious move there.
We've seen that a few times over the weekend, haven't we, Andrew, of drivers making a lunge down the inside of turn 1. De Siebenthal there being a textbook example for us, diving down the inside, getting the car all squared up, but just running out of road in the car that he's overtaken, then just nipping back on the inside and switch back and getting through.
Yeah, and we got a Lola T70 off, red one.
That's putting himself out of the way.
Not a T7, I don't mean T70, I mean T212. We'll find out who it is in a moment.
Do you mean a 212 or a 210?
Well, it might have been a 210 effectively the same car.
Yeah, Frank Jacob, it could be.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think you've got it there. But the 917 running nice, isn't it, with Philip Siffert? Done quite a lot of racing, quite single-seater racing in Formula 4 and stuff, back in Switzerland and Germany. Well, not in Switzerland, of course. But... have we got what? Suddenly we got the pace car. Or the safety car.
Yeah, safety car deployed. It's just come up on our timing tree at the same time as we saw it on track. So Chris Ward's hard work and 2.5 second lead already has been negated already. We're not even 4 minutes, we're 3.5 minutes into this race. So our safety car deployed. I'm not sure why, unless it's that Lola that we saw. That I thought that was that. We saw a little rear shot of that pulling out of the way and well off the track. So the safety car has picked up the field and is going to go past the pits already, as it will do. So it's going to be another full lap.
Could have been Jamie Constable pulling off. You know, he's stopped, and
Oh, in the Chevron?
Yes, in the Chevron. Those Chevron Lolas look pretty similar.
Yeah, that's our 30, no, sorry, my apologies, 39th position, number 18 entry, which would be not on my list. That's helpful.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. Everybody just keeping a bit of heat in their tyres.
So there's a Chevron going slowly down the pit straight now. Why not pull over to the right-hand side if you've got an issue there with that? So I'm not quite sure why that car's, and that would appear to be, that would be Jamie Constable in a Chevron B8?
No, don't think so.
No?
No.
It did look like a Chevron B8 though, didn't it? Am I not?
No. Jamie was in a B16.
So that's an open car?
Yeah, an open car, yes.
Yeah, that's a B8, isn't it, by the look of it? Pulling off?
Yeah.
It's pulled off to the, that's why he's pulling out to the left-hand side of the track there, to the gap, to take behind the marshal's post. Actually far wiser to stay there and pull into a gap easier than try and traverse across the track and possibly into traffic. So sensible driving there. So it's not on my list, that one. So
no.
Replay of the race start.
Was it Robert Shaw, maybe?
That would make sense. Yes, it would. Number 16.
What's the 908? Dives down the inside. The Meal car trying to go around the outside, and we'll just see them go away.
Young Seifert was brave at the start in a 917 Porsche of that history, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't mind getting into a bit of close quarter racing. Brilliant. He's got definitely got the gene pool, hasn't he? So we've had what would appear to be, yes, it was Robert Shaw, you're absolutely right, is our third retirements. John Constable, Nick Pink and Robert Shaw. The Brits falling out of this race at the beginning. That's cars 186, 121 and 199. So 186 was indeed Robert Shaw in the Chevron B8. I was right on that one. 121 is the Lola T210 of Nick Pink, and 199 is the Jamie Constable Chevron B19. So 2 Chevrons and a Lola have retired already with a matter of a few minutes into the race. We are back to green flag racing very shortly, I would say. Chris Ward with his headlights ablaze. He's now got to go and do all that work again. I'm sure that as they come through the final turn, the safety car lights are out. Indeed they are. The safety car is going to dive to the right-hand side of the pits, and Chris Ward will get the hammer down. Of course, we've got to wait until he can get across the line, and they're away. So all the work to do once again now. So Chris Ward it is, our former chief instructor of the Silverstone Race School, and it's going to be a Lola 1, 2, 3 into the first turn. Surely it's down the inside. Has a little look of, not quite make it, that was Emil Breitmeier trying to get past the 917 Porsche, was it? No, not the 917 Porsche, sorry, the 908 Porsche of De Stiebenthal.
I did say that Philip Seifert was very young when his father was killed. He was actually only 9 months old.
No, never really knew him then, did he?
No, but obviously.
Continuing the legacy in very fine form today.
Yeah. Yeah, his father won the British Grand Prix, remember, in 1968. Well, Rob Walker, privateer, winning a Grand Prix.
Last privateer win, that was.
People say Hesketh. And I agree with you. Hesketh, it was a full race. They hadn't bought the car, they made it themselves.
Exactly. My definition of privateer is somebody that goes and buys a Formula 1 car.
Yeah.
In that case, a Lotus 49 in the Rob Walker colours.
Yeah. That
lovely navy blue.
There's the Porsche 908 chassis number 2, and Mark de Stiebenthal, who restores Porsches for a living. He's raced a lot of things, 935s, 993s, all kinds of stuff. Raced in Formula Ford in his younger days, and so a couple of Swiss guys there. They will share the car with Henrique Giampallet. And whatever is that worth, 903. 908.3.
How much is the 917 worth if we're going to go into numbers? I dread to think. Well, with its provenance as well.
They have been sold, you know, over the years, so there will be some sort of guide price there.
Well, there's one in the National Motor Museum at Bewley. I know what it's insured for, but I'm not allowed to say.
No.
But it's quite a big number, shall we say?
The 917 chassis 22, which is the one that Steve McQueen drove in the film, was at auction in, I think, California earlier this year for $25 million. It was owned by the comedian and presenter Jerry Seinfeld, and it didn't sell.
There you go.
So
cheap Porsche for sale.
Yeah, so
make him an offer.
So yeah, it take 20. Well, I expect somebody did make him an offer. He didn't take it. He's got a marvelous car collection. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the footage of his car collection. It's great. So decent battle for second, third, fourth places. Emil Breitmeyer going well, isn't he? Breitmeyer in the yellow one. Rivaz going in the Chevron. Just looking at the classes. Yeah, Rivaz is leading in that Chevron. I think it's a Canon liveried car. It has been Canon liveried at some stage anyway. Yeah, he's 8th overall and leading the 2-litre class. And Nick Chester from the Cadillac Formula One team. Done a lot of racing over the years. He's in 7th place in his older loader, Mark III. Correct myself. Actually, it's Olivier Breitmeyer is leading the under 2-litre class in his Chevron B19. So Breitmeyer, father and son, are running 4th and 5th on the road. Another correction, I said it was Mark Davis from Belgium in the T70, which he has raced a Spider. It's actually his son, Mattis, is driving it today. Another great story, and somebody that you may well know about, Snowdon in 23rd place. He lives in Portugal, actually, and the former dentist John Sheldon in his Chevron B16. And I've said this before on previous broadcasts, but he's a marvellous chap, John, in his late 70s. Never stopped racing for the best part of 60 years, but he survived one of the biggest accidents ever at Le Mans in an Aston Martin.
He did.
A factory car.
He did. Yeah.
If you ever see the devastation, it's like a plane crash, that accident.
So it's quite extraordinary too. He didn't exactly walk away from it.
He did not walk away from it.
Most certainly not, and that was absolutely the wrong term to use, but to have survived it was nothing short of a miracle, to be honest.
Absolutely. But anyway, he knows he's not as fast as he once was. But he still loves racing the cars, and the O'Connell team love him. He's a great guy, and he lives down here. So, there's in the foreground of our picture, there's that B8 so the guy drove it through the gap and going to take it back to the paddock.
It's being recovered as we speak, and we'll change the position there. That's going to be 37.
Yeah, the two red loaner
T70. Yeah, how different that looks to the one next to it.
Yeah, Stephen Jobstall in the second of 50 car, which is riding in Belgian team VDS colours, I think.
So the 37 one with Romain Balestre at the wheel is a 1967 version.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that's with the bigger engine and the smaller tyres.
Yes.
I think it's that way round. So, Chris Ward in command of the race, but only pulling away a little bit from Armand Meal, who always goes well in his T70. As I said, he's already the champion in CER1. And what did I say about the possible second place? The Ward Magnussen car needs to be 4 places ahead of Emil Breitmeyer, and at the moment it's 3 places ahead.
New fastest lap just set by Chris Ward, our race leader, a 1:46.1. In his defence, he's had a lot of track time this weekend, hasn't he? So he's getting to know the circuit, shall we say, but he's a natural at all circuits, natural in all cars anyway, and most quiet, unassuming chap anyway. All his race exploits at Goodwood Revival, including wins just a few weeks ago, made him Goodwood Driver of the Weekend award.
Oh, excellent. So, I mean, great to see Chris got his career back together, because remember he's very much involved as the sort of the driver for the JD Classics organisation. That hit financial problems, and basically Chris they drove 3 or 4 different cars for him, nearly all Jaguars and XJs and XJRs, all sorts of Le Mans cars and all sorts of good stuff. And when JD Classics stopped operating, suddenly he was left in a limbo, and he had to try and rebuild his historic racing career, which is exactly what he's done.
Fairly newly married and with a mortgage at the time as well, because that was his day job.
Yeah,
that's what he did.
Yeah.
I remember sharing a pit garage at Algarve Classic with him, and talking about it quite intensely. The other side of it that you don't get to see.
Yeah.
We see the headlines. We see the Chris Ward wins, Nigel Greenswell wins, whatever. These British drivers that we're talking about that do this everywhere, and other nationalities do exactly the same, of course, across Europe. But him just saying, I don't know what I'm going to do, and he was. His face was long as the M1, and he was down in the dumps. And his lovely wife Jill, and they're like, we don't know what we're going to do. We don't know how we're going to pay the bills next month. And you're like, you don't think of that side of it.
Yeah, I was talking to Chris recently. He doesn't. He also, I think, trades in cars as well a bit. So says he can't make enough money historic racing.
Yeah.
Maybe he ought to ask Jan to up his salary. So I'm not quite sure what the deal there. This guy, Johan Voderheider, got 2 or 3 cars that he loves Jan Magnussen, so he's put him in these cars, and then they've got a team called Outlaws that are running it, which all looks very smart. And so I'm not quite sure who employs Chris, whether it's Johan or whether it's Jan. So we're just quarter of the way through this, aren't we? A long way to go yet. And basically Chris Ward's just inching away from Armand Beal. Mark de Simontal is doing a nice job in 3rd place. And it's the 2 Brightmeyers, son first, then father, in 2 very different cars, but the father leading the 2-litre category. Then it's the marvellous 917 of Philip Seifert, and then it's the guy in charge of the Cadillac Formula 1 project, the technical side, Nick Chester. Then it's Francois Rivaz in the B19 Chevron in front of another similar B19 driven by David Mazzolini, who sounds very Italian. He must be Italian.
Again, the Lola T70, it's not perhaps as quite as curvaceous, dare I say, almost as sexy as a 917, but there's something about it. It's quite British, quite brutish, but what a great looking car. Certainly in the side profile, Martin Brundle, I've used this quote many times. Martin Brundle said many years ago, probably a few decades ago now, that the whole point of the Formula 1 car was that it should look like it's doing 200 miles an hour standing still.
Yes.
So I thought it was a great description of what it should look like. I always think these cars, these T70s, look exactly like that. They look like racing cars should do.
Yeah, Brightmeyer, they're having a great battle with the 908-03.
And the sound is even more so.
Yes.
Because it's got a V8 in it.
Yeah.
Yes. As my son says a few weeks ago when driving, well, not him, but when we were out in his mum's car, which has got a V8, he goes, "You're never late in a V8." Oh, what a great line.
Yeah, the T70 wasn't an internationally very successful car. A lot of wins in Britain. People like Denny Holm, Formula 1 world champion, was driving them for the Sid Taylor team. That was a very successful team.
Well, that was the Spider one I drove.
Yeah,
the Sid Taylor got ex-Denny Holm, and because it was run by Colin Blower.
Yeah, and then subsequently they had T70 GTs, and Sid had quite a few of them actually. But the one exception to that was that Penske got hold of one of the Sunoco colours, and they won the Daytona 24 Hours with the T70. his biggest success outside of the UK. Trevor Taylor used to drive the team elite Sid Taylor one as well. Trevor was a Formula One driver for Lotus in the era of Jimmy Clark. He's number 2. And did I just see Siebenthal go through past Meal? I think I did. Yeah, it's going really quickly. 34 has dumped it in the gravel.
That may well cause a...
I think it will there.
It's a yellow flag and a safety car. That probably will cause a safety car where that is.
That is Patrick Surrey in the 1971 Lola T212, T12. Yeah, that's at the end, as you can see, at the end of the pit straight there. Big gravel track.
You talk about development of cars there from Lolas to Mark 3s and Mark 3Bs, and you mentioned briefly the Lola Aston, which was a development bed really for the Aston Martin V8 engine, which became a 5.3 litre V8. The reason it was so unpopular to start with, and John Surtees complained about it bitterly, was it was just a 5 litre engine, and it wasn't very successful. That engine then became really successful, came back to Le Mans in Ram 1, the Robin Hamilton car, the Muncher, Nimrod, Emka, and even ran as far as 2000 in those cars. So that's exactly what manufacturers do. They develop something. Just because it comes out, it isn't always the answer. It isn't the panacea. It takes a while to develop something. That car, in turn, those two Lola T70s, was then bought by Peter Millwall and raced by somebody you've mentioned a few times, who's a good friend of both of us, Mr. Mike Wilds.
Oh, right,
very successful in the 80s, and he loved it. But with a then more contemporary 5.3 litre engine in it, as in a sorted, developed engine, all of a sudden the car was good, because there was nothing wrong with the Lola T70. It was a great car. It was the Aston Martin development engine that was pretty pants in it, really.
Still being developed. Oh, we got the...
Which is why I was filling, because the safety car's out. I
Safety
knew that was
car,
happening.
exactly.
Yeah. I wasn't just rambling on Aston Martin stuff.
And you mentioned Mike Wilds, still racing and winning. I think he's close to 80, I think, Mike. And I would recommend his book. It's an excellent read. And he did tell me it was sold out, so you maybe have to look on eBay for it.
Yeah, rather like you with your book, you very kindly sent me a copy.
Yeah.
You put something in the front of it. I suspect I probably shouldn't read that out. But I thought, Mike absolutely touched me, because I said, I'll buy a copy, and he said, not at all, and he sent it to me. And he just put a note in the front, and I thought he was going to be rude, a bit like you, and say something tongue-in-cheek or whatever. And he didn't. He just went from one racer to another, which
lovely.
I thought was just utterly charming.
Yeah.
Totally inaccurate, of course, because it's from one great racer to a commentator. So very kind of him. But I was quite chuffed by that. So safety car continuing for another lap. Obviously, whilst we get that, was it a Lola that's gone into the gravel? Little black Lola?
Yes, it was.
Trying to think, whose was it that's gone in?
Was it Patrick Surrey? It was somebody running near the rear of the field. I'm sure he was having fun.
You're quite right, Patrick Surrey it was, in a Lola T212 from 1971, car number 15. No, my apologies, car number 34.
Oh, right, I guess 34.
No, there's some optimism for you. I was going to say they're trying to push it. That's never going to happen. What I hadn't realised was to the left of the camera shot, because somebody was blocking it, is that they've actually got the rope or pull attached to the roll bar, the roll hoop of that car, to be able to try and bring it out. But it won't lead a straight toe. The danger with cars this far dug into the gravel is that they don't want to move, and you're pulling that from quite a bit high up over the roll hoop in the centre, and if you don't look out, it will want to dig the front in as well. You really, if you can't reach the tow hook on the towing eye on the front, you've got no other option. So we will see. So Chris Ward must be thinking, what have I got to do to build up an advantage and maintain it at the front of this race? It's twice he's had to do this now, and he's going to have to do it for a third time. So we are 36 minutes to go, so we must be at the pit window, Andrew.
Just having a look to see if there's anything on the screen.
Yeah.
It should be just about opening. So we've seen in second place this Porsche 9083, and we talked about the Porsche 9117. Porsche gave the drivers sometimes the option of one or the other. I know the places like the Targa Florio, they much preferred the more nimble 9083. And the 1970 Targa Florio was won by a 9083. And I mean, famously raced by Joe Siffert, who we've been mentioning, and Brian Redman. But you've seen the fins on the back of that 908. They weren't added until 1971.
Well, all drivers that drove them in period, and if you talk to Richard Attwood at any time, of course, the first man to win Le Mans for Porsche in 1970.
Yeah.
And he will tell you that the original 917 wasn't just difficult to drive or tricky, it was evil. It was plain evil. And Richard Attwood will tell you that on the Mulsanne, which in those days was a 3-mile straight at Le Mans, unhindered, no chicanes until 1990 they came in, that basically down the Mulsanne you could take your hands off the wheel because the car went so light at the front. The front wheels weren't touching the ground, therefore the steering was irrelevant. Just think about that, at probably about 230, 240 miles an hour at that time.
So there is the 9083 we were talking about, just lapping one of the Porsche 911s.
It's our second place car, isn't it, of Mark de Seventhal?
Yep, now we got the pit stops, and there we are. Jan Magnussen's got to climb in. The Legacy Outlaw team.
As I expected, Chris Ward, after two failed attempts to build a gap, he's kept the lead, don't get me wrong, taking nothing away from that, but poor chap's not had every time he's had a chance of building a gap, it's taken away from him by a safety car. So Jan Magnussen, former Formula 1 driver, will now hop into this T70 leading car, our first car to pit, I think, is it not?
Pretty sure, well, maybe 2 or 3 have come in. It says here the safety car procedure is under investigation.
Oh, crikey. Well, I say that, so I was completely wrong. It's not the first car to pit. What is now 21st through to 28th have pitted.
Yeah.
So that's basically all the front runners have dived into the pits. We'd only just seen eyes on the one.
Yeah.
So de Siebenthal, who was in the number 4 second place Porsche 908-03, is now our race leader, but of course he owes us a pit stop.
And I see the open Lola there, T70 Spider going through, it's got the famous Surtees arrow on the front. Saw that earlier, didn't we, with the Formula 1 Surtees that's racing.
Which is why it was carried over to the Lola Aston. It was, even though it was dark green, it had that Surtees arrow.
And they did run in blue with the Surtees arrow as well. I think it's terrific. Looks great. So here is our leader with doesn't have his father's crash helmet colours. He's got the Martini stripe down the middle, and he will hand that car over to Michael Speyer, who's I'm not sure. Michael's done quite a lot of Porsche racing. He must be a mate of Siffert's.
No, you're thinking of a different car. The car we're looking at there is the number 4 car, Mark de Siebenthal.
Yeah.
So in the 908.
I get it mixed up.
Exactly.
Because Joe Siffert did race that 908.
Exactly. Yeah. So he will hand over to Henri Gemperl, whereas Philippe Siffert in the 917 will, of course, hang over to Michael Speyer.
Right. Sorry. Thank
you.
No.
You're right. Just different car. Two Porsches. It's I do the same. It's too many Porsches.
Look at all this lot coming
back out again. That's all our race leaders that dived into the pit at the end of that safety car period. So to get these guys settled, I don't know how long the pit window for. Quite a few of them have just been 10 minutes, have they not, this weekend? So that will sort out very, very quickly. So just coming up to a minute and a half off half distance for this 1-hour classic endurance race here on Sunday in the Algarve area of Portugal.
No, I'll correct you now.
No, I was going to say, that's completely wrong.
2 the best two tracks in Portugal.
Yes.
Algarve has got a great racetrack.
I've gone the other way around. I've done exactly the same as you. There you go.
Been a long day.
It has been a long day. You're absolutely right. It's one of those things that as soon as I saw the words coming out of my mouth, I thought I need to grab those back again.
The best.
Nowhere near the Algarve. I do apologise to the Algarve Tours Board, and indeed, of course, the local area of Cascais, and getting that completely wrong. My apologies.
But two great racetracks, actually.
Absolutely. Just only one's in the Algarve.
Yeah.
That's why they run the Algarve Classic, which I've raced at.
Yeah. And we can go down into the pits now after these various pit stops. So let's see who Vincent has with him. I'm sure we'll get the best stories.
Just after the pit stop of the leader, here is Chris Ward after the first in. Chris, with the elite penalty for Jan Magnussen and the safety car, it will be complicated.
It could, but Jan's an extremely talented driver, as we know, and I'm sure he can get the bit between his teeth and try and drag some of that time back.
How was it for you, this first in? Good?
I enjoyed it. The car was working really well. Just unfortunate that we fell unlucky with the two safety cars, that the lead we'd built up is now null and void. But like I say, Jan is very, very good, and he's got the ability to be able to pull that back.
Not too much oil on the track?
No, the circuit's fine. It was literally just coming into the pits where the oil trail started, and the rest of the track's perfect. Estoril is a fantastic circuit. The Portuguese always welcome us here so much, and a great job by Peter Otto again.
Thank you very much, Chris. Voilà, Chris Ward qui nous disait qu'effectivement, il y a une pénalité pour un pilote élite qui est Jan Magnussen, bien évidemment son équipier. Il y a également la safety car qui est sortie avant, et donc l'avance qu'avait prise Chris Ward, elle a été réduite à néant, et avec cette pénalité, ça va devenir très compliqué pour Jan Magnussen de remporter cette épreuve, mais comme le disait Chris Ward, c'est un ex-pilote F1, on connaît la carrière de Jan Magnussen, tout est possible, et pour le reste, le circuit est absolument parfait, et il félicite Peter Otto pour la qualité de l'organisation.
Well, Chris was hitting the right buttons there, wasn't he, in that interview? Just trying to see Magnussen with that pit stop drop to 22nd overall. But as we said, most people haven't pitted yet. Number 59 has been speeding in the pit lane. That's the Carrera 911 of Jean-Louis Bonnet, so that's not part of the main show.
So we're waiting for our time screen to settle down now, because we've had quite a few pit visitors and quite a few non-pit visitors. So it's the order is exactly as it is at the moment, but of course that will shake out once everybody's done their pit stops. That window must be ending fairly soon. We are at just under 28 minutes. So did you find out the pit window and or not? Were you not able to?
Well, firstly, in this race, I believe there's an extra penalty, of course, for Magnussen. So he'll get another.
For being an elite driver?
Yes, for sure. We just check it on that list we had. Normally, yes, they've changed it here, and that's why he's quite far down the list compared to the people he was racing against. So he's showing an 18th. He's Chris did a 1:45. Magnussen lapping on 1:40.6. But we go back down to the pits again for more news.
It was a superb team from this guy. This guy is Philippe Sifferl, the son of Joe Sifferl. Philippe, premier relais exceptionnel, vous étiez 6e du général, c'est bien ça?
Oui, le premier relais était top. J'ai pris un bon départ, je suis content. Après, j'ai réussi à tenir le rythme avec les voitures de devant. Ça fait plaisir parce que la voiture, elle va vraiment vite, elle va bien. Elle est dure dans les parties lentes, mais on a pu bien tenir le rythme devant. Et donc, ouais, c'était vraiment un très beau premier relais et peut-être le plus beau de la saison, je dois dire.
Oui, alors, on vous a déjà posé la question, je sais 1000 fois, mais c'est une Porsche 917. On sait que c'est une voiture légendaire, exceptionnelle et exclusive. On roule à quoi? 90%, 95%? On en garde sous le pied, c'est comment?
Oui, Ouais, alors moi je suis presque à 100% de mes capacités, disons que, mais non, disons qu'on essaie quand même d'attaquer au mieux qu'on peut, en gardant un peu de réserve, parce que l'idée c'est quand même pas de se sortir et de casser la voiture, mais le but c'est quand même d'essayer d'en tirer le maximum dans la limite de nos moyens, et je dois dire qu'elle est très challenging, c'est une voiture vraiment très exigeante et magnifique, ça a été un régal toute cette saison. Je remercie mon ami Claudio, parce que grâce à lui on a pu faire ce truc magnifique, et là on est en train de finir en beauté. Maintenant Michel prend le relais et j'espère qu'il va bien terminer la course.
That's the car of Daddy, of course, and Philippe is very happy about his scene, probably the most beautiful scene of his season. And this car, we know that it's just a legend, of course, but he says that he attacks maybe 100% of his possibility with this car.
Great insight there from Philippe Seifert, son of Joe Seifert, who raced this car in period, from our pit lane reporter Vincent Francin, who's doing a fabulous job this weekend. And just to finish up on what we started before we went into that interview, Andrew, we were talking about driver penalties, the elite element for this, and there's Ayari has a 20-second edition, Ralph Kellener's 20 seconds, Jan Magnussen has, because he's gold, has so the first two are silver, by the way. Jan Magnussen has a 30-second edition, but Frank Stippler, who's regarded as a platinum, has a 40-second edition.
Well, Frank's down there in 19th place. He's driving a Chevron B19, so that is, well, that's a big chunk of time to make up, isn't it? Magnussen is 11th, and interestingly, we know Chris is a quick peddler, don't we? One of the top historic racers from Britain. But Jan Magnussen hasn't lost it because he's gone quicker than Chris. Just a tad, but there you are. You know, all that success over the years, but
that's galling. That is going to be galling. So 17 going very slowly. That's our blue Chevron B8. Was he just keeping out of the way of cars passing? But he was kissing the grass there.
Yeah, we saw some dust come up, didn't we, in the background? Now, Jan knows about these penalties because a few weeks ago at the Silverstone Festival, he put a little Turner Ford 1500 onto pole position in a race against all sorts of much more powerful cars, and of course he got the penalty because he was a platinum or whatever he is. Might be gold these days.
He's gold. That's
gold.
That's my point. I find it quite hilarious that somebody of his caliber, quality, F1 is a gold. But Frank Stippler is a platinum. But you're right, because Frank Stippler's only just turned 50, I believe, this year.
Correct.
And it's his age. We talked about this yesterday, didn't we? 55 and 60, it drops down again.
So we had this fabulous performance by this Turner, which never should have been up there, reminding us of all the great races in the 1960s, the famous Tatty Turner. But of course it came to naught because he had this great big penalty for being a wonderful elite driver with a huge amount of success, he says somewhat cynically. So Stephen Jobstall.
I'm amazed you can talk so well with your tongue so far on your cheek.
Yes. Stephen Jobstall has come in now. So Armand Neal, the champion in this category already this year, has indeed moved back into the lead because he's considered an amateur, and of course he is an amateur. It's not his full-time job. Emil Breitmeyer is second, and Gempele in the 9083 is third, and also going very well, someone who's been around for a long time, I probably know him, Robin Ward, in a T70.
Now the T1, the 917 has pulled over to one side, so it's completely undamaged. It's something mechanical. It's pulled off to one side. However, it is fairly prone where it is parked. This is our number one car. Of course, it's got Speyer at the wheel now, has it not?
We had in the booth a couple of meetings ago Lee Maxted Page, who obviously is a well-known Porsche racer, but also has a business building Porsche engines, and they were in the middle of doing a 917 engine rebuild when we spoke to him.
I've just noticed the number plate on one of the GT40s there, JWE. It's almost JWA, JW Automotive John Wyatt. It's JWE. It's too close for comfort, isn't it? But so Philippe Seifert has just done our wonderful interview with Vincent Francin in the pit lane, and now that car has retired. So we'll find out what happened to Michael Speer very shortly. Meanwhile, Vincent is hot on the press, as it were, and we have another interview with Francois in the pit lane.
He uses to be Mr. John of Bees co-driver, of course, but this weekend is totally different. He's not the teammate of John of Bees, he's not here. He's the teammate of Olivier Breitmeier. Soleil Harry, changement de voiture, changement de monture ce week-end. Une Chevron B19, c'était comment?
C'est extraordinaire, quelle super voiture à conduire. Je me suis régalé au volant. Et cette petite voiture, finalement, je suis arrivé à suivre les grosses autos et on s'est suivi. On était un petit train de 3, 4 voitures, 5 voitures peut-être à se suivre devant. Et c'était passionnant à rouler, je me suis régalé.
Alors c'est sûr qu'elle reprenne l'avantage dans la ligne droite. Et quoi, dans toute la partie technique, ça c'est pour vous ça?
Ah oui, je revenais et je me cachais derrière elle dans la ligne droite. Du coup, elle m'aspirait un peu. Et du coup, après, même si elles avaient fait une différence, je revenais dans la partie sinueuse.
Merci bien. So he's very happy, of course, about this stint in the race. A little car, the Chevron B19, of course, but in the straights he's just kept behind the big cars. And once it's more technical, then he is the king, of course. There was a warning for a car during the race. He saw the warning, but he did not know the number of his car, or he did not know if it was for him.
Well, that's a classic driver error, isn't it? See, that is absolutely brilliant. The admission there, no wonder he's smiling away there. That he saw the warning flag and noticed it, observed it, took note, but didn't realise his car number was that car number. That is brilliant. I love it.
Now, Jan Magnussen is really flying here. He is up to 6th place, and he's got. He's going to go past Sigrist in a moment. There's another T70 he's chasing right there. Is that the Robin Ward car that he's right behind? I think possibly it is. I think he's gone past Sigrist and he's gone past Ward. And that takes him up to 4th place. So that 30-second penalty in the pits. Two Lola's very similar colour schemes. I think they may even be prepared by the same group. Anyway, Magnussen, what's he got to do now to get on the podium? Well, he is 24 seconds behind Gampelet in the Porsche 9083. Gampelet is pretty quick. He's lapping in 1:48. Magnussen 45. So he's 3 seconds a lap quicker. And we've got 9 laps to go. 3:09 to 27. So yeah, he might. He should be able to get the car into 3rd place, but it'll be a close run team.
I take it there was a change of driver in the 99 Lola T70 then. I've got Nick Chester on my, but it's Robin Ward.
Yeah.
Obviously, so I've missed that completely. Thank you, Andrew. Robin Ward, who runs Damax Racing.
Exactly.
He used to run the Estoril a few years ago and was very kindly, very KZR1 GT3 cars, very kindly employed me over a winter to test and develop that car with him a bit and I did all the early days of traction control. And basically it was a very simple job. I got paid by the day if it was raining. Because they didn't need me if it was dry, because they knew what it did in the dry. What they wanted to do was test and have feedback on the traction control system at different levels 1 to 12 of what it did. And I remember getting this call up once at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Get your carcass, or words to that effect, from Robin Ward direct up to Snetterton. It's tipping it down, precipitating. You can work out how the conversation went, and it was just like, really? And I basically was on call to go and drive this KZR1 GT3 car and pound around the pouring rain at Snetterton, thinking, this is the job of a racing driver. Where's the glory? Where's the money? Where's the champagne?
So coming back to me now, Damax prepare the Nick Chester car. They do sometimes race together, sometimes I think Nick drives on his own. And if I remember rightly, he had a terrific race at Spa earlier in the season with that car.
And a race preparation guru is Robin Ward, but I have to say, also in his defence, and he won't believe I'm saying this of him, but he's in the car so he can't hear me, but he's a mighty, mighty fine driver too.
He's having a big battle with Breitmeier as well, isn't he? There's the 1-2-4 car of Breitmeier.
No, that's a 35 car. That's Armand Miel.
Oh, Armand Miel.
And Breitmeyer together for the race lead, 0.3 seconds apart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so...
Breitmeyer looking really racy, the young Belgian driver from Team Bright, as I mentioned before. Pretty good in a rally car as well. He's going to dive down the inside and... is he going to make it? Can't make that stick, can he? The camera sort of foreshortens that shot a bit, doesn't it?
It does. It's a longer braking zone than you realise. They
yeah.
seem to be in that braking zone forever, in the camera, because as you say, it foreshortens. You don't quite get the full image there. But those cars diving down on the brakes into the corners, almost like they're dragging the front of the car along. All power sliding out of turn 3. There is Emil Breitmeyer in his hasty pursuit of Armand Miel, trying to stay in touch with him. T70's been driven flat out, 0.4 of a second apart. Fantastic.
Magnussen took 5 seconds out of the Porsche 908 on that last lap. I think Gampelet is not quite as quick as his co-driver, is he?
No, so our leading cars, Armand Miel and Emil Breitmeyer, might only be 0.4 of a second apart and dicing for position each and every single corner, but they are lapping in 149s and 148s. Jan Magnussen, however, in 4th place currently in another Mark 3B Lola T70, is lapping in 144. However, he has 52 seconds to catch up and 14 minutes to do that in, so that's going to be a big ask.
We've seen Ollie Bryant very quick in one of these T70s over the years, haven't they? Apparently they just sold that car.
Had their fun out of it. They do move on and cycle through different things.
So here's the leaders across the line with 8 seconds over the, you should say, the Porsche. There's the Porsche coming into view with the fins on the rear, the silver Porsche. And how close now is Magnussen to that? He's down as
Still 50 seconds away. 51 seconds, so it's a chunk of a lap yet, and it's not. I don't think there's enough time to do that, to catch that up in.
Well, my timing screen showing 24.8.
Ah, well, maybe mine hasn't updated again. I shall click the refresh button, which I need to do on a regular basis. You are absolutely right. It is saying 22. It's now 15 seconds, so a 1:44.391.
That's the
fastest lap of the race for Jan Magnussen.
Absolutely loves driving this T70. I was supposed
funny
to
that.
A bit like a Corvette, but similar engine.
A bit like a what?
The Corvettes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, they are now. They're mid-engine now, Corvettes, aren't
they are.
So I still can't get my head round.
I don't think he raced one of those, did he?
No.
I think he'd left.
No, not that generation. No, he was an ambassador by then. So I was looking at a timing scheme that hadn't updated. It does confuse me because the clock ticks down, but the times don't necessarily update unless I refresh it. So my apologies for policy disinformation. You were absolutely right, Andrew, to pick me up on that. So what I was saying, the point was that reading my screen, I was saying I don't think it's possible. Quite the opposite is, it looks like it's going to happen. So Jan Magnussen is 13 seconds off the Henri Gimperl in front in P3, so he's certainly going to be on a podium, I think, but 20 seconds off the lead. So our number 56 Porsche has just retired as well. That is our 911 of Alain Goudal, or actually Alain Gauthier is probably in its second.
Do you know what I've just spotted? Mighty Mouse, Martin Stretton is in this race in a GT40. And last weekend,
Mouse?
Yeah, Danger. Last weekend he won the Spa 6 Hours with the organiser of this race meeting, Diogo Ferral.
Well, more to the point, it's 11 years since Martin Stretton had won the 6 Hour, and he was a joint record holder of 4 wins. He is now the outright record holder at 5 wins of the Spa 6 Hour, and bear in mind, he's 66 years old.
But he's
fit as a fiddle still.
Yeah, 5 laps behind, so they must have had a problem with that car. Well, there's so many stories in this race, catching up with them all is a little bit tricky. Things happening everywhere around the circuit. So the Miel Breitmeyer battle continues, and I think the Porsche's close right up on them as well. No, the Porsche, sorry, my mistake. Porsche's 8 seconds behind. And Magnussen There's 11 minutes remaining, so 5 laps.
Oh, we've got a spinner. That's Emil Breitmeyer. Our second place car has just spun. That's put paid to that. He can't get it restarted either. It's facing the wrong way. That, I think, is at... Ooh, I'm not sure which turn that's at. I'm sure we're going to get a yellow flag for that very quickly. I've just got eyes on it for a second. Let's just have a look. I'm sure we have got a yellow flag.
And we got the chevron stopped up there as well. I think it was a chevron, the number 12
You're
car.
absolutely right. Yes, that's the Frank Jacob car.
Yeah. Yeah, Frank Jacob.
No, that's number 12. It's a Lola.
Yeah, sorry, Lola.
Lola, T210.
Yeah, I often mix those up. Yeah. So that almost certainly will bring out the...
Well, it's put the yellow flag out. It's been cleared that it's gone back to green already. So
really?
It's obviously got it sorted and got it turned around again and facing the correct way. But what that does is it leaves Armand Miel in the lead now by a comfortable 16 seconds. Henrique Gemperl is second in the Porsche at 908, number 4, which is seeing on screen right now here in our box. And that promotes Jan Magnussen to 3rd position in the number 70 T70.
Had he not had the 30-second penalty, he would have been in the lead.
Well, he's 8 seconds off the Gemperl.
Yeah.
Make that 7 seconds now with just 10 minutes to go. So, and he is lapping. Let's just have a quick look, Andrew, just to finish that off. He's lapping in. His last lap was a 48, but Gemperl's was a 53.
Yeah, but that time was because of the safety car came out briefly.
Yeah. Of course, absolutely right. Yeah, so we need to get a better clue on that on the next lap that recorded.
Right, one Porsche going past a much earlier Porsche, raced in similar races. And that's the lovely number 30 there. That's the Porsche 906, I think it is.
So that 7-second position for Jan Magnussen is now more than that, a lot less than that. It's more visual, is what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
It is surely, it's 6.5 on my clock. That's a different Lola he's going past, but he's eating away into it. Jan Magnussen just showing his class. And how many years is it since Jan Magnussen raced in F1? When he was F3 and F1, we're talking 30 years?
Something like that.
Well, mid-90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, mid-late 90s when he came to prominence, is my point. His career went on longer than that, but that's when it first came to our attention, if you like. I was just looking at the headlong shot there from our camera into turn 1 of Jan Magnussen in the number 70, thinking why has it got what looks like a dashboard mirror, mounted mirror, as you have on open cars quite often, right in the centre of the dash when you've got a firewall in the way. And as it turned out, it's not. It's the Race Logic Video V-Box data display in front of it, which will tell him his eclectic times and etc. etc. So it confuses me. I'm easily confused. I'm a driver. Come on, give me a break.
Just trying to look.
It's been a long weekend.
We've forgotten Jan Magnussen also. Had a season in '96 running in IndyCar series for Penske.
Which is 30 years ago next year. Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't far off.
When did he win the Formula 3 championship?
1991, I'm going to guess. Bit earlier?
93.
93?
No, he joined and did the last couple of races in 93 with Paul Stewart Racing, of course, and Andy Miller probably engineering him, and then went on to win the championship by a country mile the following year.
So 94.
And the first race season he was 3rd, had a couple of wins and a 4th, and then he had 7 wins in a row. He had 1 retirement during the season, and then he finished the season off with another 6 wins. Just absolute domination. Everybody thought he was the bee's knees.
The next big thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and of course he made that jump from Formula 3 to Formula 1. It's always very difficult, and then it wasn't just the driving of the Formula 1 car, it was the whole Formula 1 infrastructure. And I had a very nice interview with him at Daytona a few years ago. He said, do you know, I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't old enough, I wasn't mature enough to really flourish in that situation. And then, of course, he flourished nevertheless in sports car racing.
Very open and honest of him to say that, but
Yeah.
it's you're a bit of a rabbit in the headlights in that Piranha Club at that time, aren't you? And you say it's not a lack of talent; it's just a lack of life experience, no more than that.
Yeah. But anyway, here he is. He's still racing. He's still going to win a trophy, and he's the fastest man out there. So what can you say?
Well, he's going to be second place before we know it, I think, with just under 6 minutes of the race to go, Andrew, and he surely is going to get second place.
And do you know what? He's just again reduced the fastest lap. He's got the fastest lap again, and he's just about to bounce around this Porsche. This lap he'll be past it, won't he? And find second place. And he's 20 seconds behind Armand Neal, but he was in the pits for 30 seconds longer. So there you are.
I will have a chat with Chris Ward at some point, probably off the record, and to say, you know, you're quick, you're really good, and you're really quick, and you win lots of things. And then you have a superstar from 30 years ago jumps in the car and is still quicker than you. That must be time for self-reflection, I guess. But you can only learn from somebody like that. It's great exposure.
There goes Daff, twitching a bit under braking to snatch second place. And has he done it? Or, well, I'm not sure if it's Gempel, as you say, or Gempele. But anyway, whatever you pronounce his name, he's now pronounced in third place. Just laps the Davis Jr. T70 in the process. As we're into the last 4 minutes of this race.
He's 20 seconds behind, 19 points. Oh, now they've got a spinner into the gravel there. They've got that going. That's going to dig in. And that might well cause another. No, it's got it going unbelievably. He's got it to spun around there. That's a yellow flag being shown for that car. I think it's got itself around. That's turn 4, which is the curve of VIP. Just gone a little bit too deep and swapped ends and got into the gravel, but miraculously got itself going out again. And indeed, green flag clear. So that's great with the last 4 minutes of this race to go, Andrew.
One thing we haven't mentioned much, but this is the cars we're seeing in the prototype category, but there are quite a lot of GT cars, and the leading GT car is in 18th place, but it's Ralph Kellerman is in the De Tomaso Pantera. Now, he's won that category of this championship already, the couple of wins earlier in the season, but nice drive from former factory Toyota driver, Porsche factory driver in Ralph Kellerman's second generation racer. And our mate John Sheldon, we mentioned, he's probably the oldest man in this race, I think, up to 20th place and in 10th place in his class. John will have had a great time.
So yeah, so Jan Magnussen it was that had a 30-second addition to his pit stop for being not an elite but a gold status driver.
Yeah.
And he's 20 seconds behind, so that tells you they've got it pretty good, haven't they?
Yeah. I still say to a degree you're penalising excellence, but you know, I understand why they do it. I mean, we wouldn't have had Jan Magnussen coming through the field, would we? If it hadn't been for this system, he would have been out in the lead all the time.
Yeah, which is, you know, the problem is you let one really quick car or driver into a series. I've organised race series, and you've done, I'm sure you've been involved as well, Andrew, that you let one really quick or dominant person in and you lose 5 other competitors off the grid. Yeah. And the bottom line, that doesn't work with running race meetings these days.
People have tried everything. They tried putting extra weight on cars.
Magnussen's is that Magnussen?
I think so.
I think it is. Actually, Magnussen just lost the back end. No, that's 35. 35. That's Armand Neal.
Armand Neal spun it.
Armand Neal spun it. That's thrown away. Now that's put him in sight. Now that's, you can just see in the background Jan Magnussen. Now he may well see that there, but Armand Neal just lost the back of his T70. So that's negated. That was a 15-second lead on the last lap. We are 1 minute 37 in, so we are on the last lap now. And that's not the time to... Jan Magnussen surely would have seen that down the pit straight. That 15-second lead, that's just cost him 10 seconds. 5.4 seconds
here's
now.
Jan on the charge, look, you can see him. surely he can't make up 5 seconds, but Neil's going to be unnerved, isn't he, with that? And he's going to be wondering about, was it the car, was it me? Here are the two black Lolas, very similar colour schemes. Oh, it's all been happening in this, hasn't it?
So is it a car problem, or does Armand Meal just literally just drop the ball on his own? That's the key. Is it a car issue? Is there something that's going to do it? So Jan Magnussen, he can see Armand Meal now. He's got to tape it, but it's halfway through this lap, and now 4.4 seconds the gap now. He's reducing it, but I don't think he's got time to do this. Back markers might get into the way. The Porsche needs to keep out of his way, which it has done for the moment.
There's lots of
actually, it's the other way around. That's the Porsche, actually, 911, that's holding up Armand Meal a little bit. That's going to put Jan Magnussen in play. 3.5 seconds now. They're coming up a whole line of traffic now. This is going to play right into the hands of Jan Magnussen to give us a grandstand finish. I don't think Armand Meal is going to lose this race, but boy, oh boy, it's going to be close at the very end. Jan Magnussen dives down the inside of one of the 911s, up to the corkscrew. This is almost done. There's another Porsche in his way there. That's going to negate it. That finishes the job. It's going to be Armand Meal, surely, that wins this race, Andrew.
Totally agree with you. Bit unlucky, but, well, interesting excitement all the way to the checkered flag here at the marvellous track in Estoril. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Meal can was going to kick your foot down until you see that flag, and Armand Meal, the champion, puts another victory in the book. He is the winner today, but he had to fight for it in the closing stages from Jan Magnussen.
1.8 seconds at the end. Wow.
And the beautiful Porsche 9083 comes in third, still waiting for Breitmeyer, another spinner. And then beautiful drive by Rolf Siegrist in the Chevron B19. He wins the under 2 litre class from Sergei Kriknov. We saw him racing earlier. And what about Frank Stippler? Because he had that huge penalty, didn't he? Frank Stippler has come up into third place in the Chevron B19, the 55 car, third in the under 2 litre category. Well, what his penalty was 40 seconds.
It was, yeah. Absolutely, because being a platinum rated driver.
I wonder what the cut-off is. I'm sure Frank Stippler just turned 50.
He has, yes. So 55 is when you drop a level, and 60 you drop the next level. So if you're a gold at 50, you become a silver at 55 and a bronze at 60.
Yeah.
I know. When you drop a level at 55 and 60 is the point.
Well, then that's a bit weird, because Jan Magnussen 52. So why is he a gold?
He's not 55 yet. 55 and 60 are the ages.
Yeah, but why isn't he platinum still? See, that's the trouble with this system.
Maybe there's a 51 as well, so maybe there's a platinum at 50.
Yeah.
So, because Frank Stippler is still 50, so it would be his 51st year that he would drop from a platinum next year.
I think that's the answer.
So, so it's effectively 50, 55 and 60.
Yeah. So, we should be talking about great racing, and we have been talking about great racing, and now we're talking about grading systems.
But it's all relevant. It's contextual to what's happened out there on track. But,
it is.
So, Armand Meal it is that wins in the T70 Mark III. Jan Magnussen in a similar car is in second place by 1.8 seconds. Third place goes to the Porsche 908 over Henri Gompelet. Fourth, that's our podium. Fourth place is another Lola T70 from Emile Breitmeyer as the cars make their way round to our Parc Fermé, where Vincent Françon will be to welcome them, ready to welcome them. Serge Krukhanov is in fifth position. Frank Stippler makes it sixth. Robin Ward, seventh overall. Rolf Siegrist is eighth. Olivier Breitmeyer is ninth. And James Denty in a Lola T212 rounds out the top 10, Andrew.
Yeah, we didn't give James a mention, well-known preparer and restorer of racing cars, but mainly single-seaters, I thought. But there we are. Jan Magnussen's got his door open already. So another of those. So many good Danish racing drivers that country has produced. But obviously, Tom Christensen, so many, hasn't it, over the years? And So what have we got coming up? That was a cracking race, so we'll be doing well if the next one lives up to that. It's going to be the historic touring cars, which will be an hour-longer event, and historic touring cars. We're going to see the Capris and the BMWs, the Batmobiles racing each other. I just think that car looks great, doesn't it?
Always did. They looked great in period, but I should imagine they're pretty hard work to drive because they're quite short and square.
Yeah. It's great round the Targa Florio where
I bet
it won. Oh, look, it raced in period by Helmut Marko and
Van Lennep.
Yeah, Van Lennep.
Guy Van Lennep, yeah.
Guiche. He's still around, former Le Mans winner. I saw him at Dana Field, lovely man. So I think we're going to head down and pick up all the stories from Jan Magnussen, Armin Mehl, and also from Ulrich Gempelet. So there should be some good tales to be told as the congratulations go on. The 35 car comes in. Bonsoir.
Voilà l'arrivée ici de cette épreuve avec la victoire pour Armand Mehl, et ce n'est pas passé loin de la catastrophe avec Jan Magnussen qui est revenu très très fort. Armand Mehl is the winner of the race. Jan Magnussen was not so far away, less than 2 seconds at the finish, and it was a very close finish because of Armand, of course. He will explain, il va nous expliquer tout ça. Armand Mehl, vous aviez Armand une belle avance, et puis on a soudainement vu la voiture partir dans tous les sens. Il y a eu quoi?
Franchement, c'était une course très sportive, mais franchement incroyable. Et à la fin, c'était très sport. Bon, je suis désolé, mais j'ai course d'HTC là. Alors,
Allez, il va aller dans la Capri. He will drive the Capri in the next race, so he won't be on the podium. We'll see Jan Magnussen, second place. And the third place for Enrique Jumpel. Come with me. Enrique! Voilà, Enrique Jean-Pierre, la 3e place avec cette Porsche 908 qui reste très efficace en toutes circonstances.
Oui, c'est une super voiture à rouler. Ici, elle est quand même pas mal à l'aise parce que c'est un peu technique par certains endroits. Bon, après, elle était 70, dans la ligne droite, elle trace. Mais c'est magnifique et puis on est content d'être 3e.
Il y avait du monde en piste, on l'a vu.
Oui, effectivement. Après, bon, les safety cars aussi ont un peu recollé le peloton. Ouais. Mais voilà, c'est la course et puis on est très content d'être à l'arrivée.
Congrats, great. The Porsche 908, of course, in the third place. It was complicated against the Lola T70, more powerful. We just wait till Jan Magnussen take the helmet off to interview him. Jan. Just a comment with the helmet. It was very, very hot at the end, of course. Armand made a little spin and you finished less than 2 seconds of the victory.
Yeah, man. It said finish on the line the last time by. I thought the race was over, so I backed off. I think I could have had him on that last lap.
Yeah, there is this penalty for elite drivers, of course. There was a safety car just before the penalty, so it was not an easy race for you.
No, there's so much to catch up. But I think came out of the pit lane in 22nd. Yeah. 40 seconds behind. So that's good. Catch that back up.
Thank you. Voilà, il est content, Jan Magnussen. Il a dit j'ai fait mon possible. C'est vrai qu'avec sa pénalité de pilote élite et la safety car juste avant qu'il purge cette pénalité dans les stands, eh bien, ça ne lui a pas servi naturellement. Il avait 40 secondes à remonter. Il est remonté. Il a vu l'erreur d'Armand Mehl, bien évidemment. Il a dit bon, c'est une belle remontée. Plus que ça, je ne savais pas faire. Voilà le top 3 de cette épreuve du Classic Endurance Racing 1. That was the top 3 of the Classic Endurance Racing 1 race.
Only had P2 at the finish.
So getting ready for the Heritage Touring race, the Heritage Touring Cup, the championship already won by, guess what, Max Guenard. But Seb Glazer will be right in there, and Seb Glazer is on the pole position. But just interesting to hear Jan Magnussen talking about his race and saying that we had a lot of time to make up and the yellows didn't go his way. But his biggest problem of all was that the last but one lap he thought was the last. He thought he crossed the line and gone past the finish. But there was a lap to go, so then he picked the pace up. He said in his interview, I think I would have won it otherwise.
Of course he did. Yeah. How very Formula One.
Yeah, very Formula One. So anyway, this is the battle, and we love these fire-spitting Capri in particular of Max Guenard. We'll see that in a little while. And Sebastian Glazer. Sebastian Glazer is the reigning champion. He won last year together with Michael Kammerman. He drives alone now. But this season, it's been a good battle between him and Max Guenard. But it's Guenard with 4 wins and Glazer with 3. And I think Glazer had a couple of retirements, which means that he cannot win the championship now. And Armand Miel is 3rd in the series. Armand Miel just won that last race and rushed off, of course, from the victory ceremony to climb aboard his car. He's had the 2nd and 4th places this season. So they'll be the 3 front runners. Indeed, they are the 3 top people on the grid. In 4th place is Dominic Guenard, father, who we saw finishing 2nd earlier on, did we not? And then in 5th place is all part of that same group. Ivan Maar is the son of the preparer of all these Equipe Europe cars we see. Then we've got Philippe Shamama in there, but we have not, sadly, got his brother Yves. And his brother Yves has been very successful in this particular category. He won this race here in Estoril a year ago in his Capri, and I think he'd won it previously, actually. No, I'm mistaken there. But he won it last year in the Capri and beat Emil Breitmeyer on that occasion. The year before, it was Glazer who won. The year before, and then in 21 and 22, Maxime Guenard won it. So with all these victories that Maxime Guenard has had, difficult to keep up with them, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was great. We saw this yesterday. Great Ford versus BMW battle. This, isn't it? Basically, in fact, I don't think there's any other make of car in this race other than those 2. Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 sorts of Ford. We got some Escorts in there, and we got a Group A car as well, which is a separate category. It's
yeah, 3. We've got 3 RS 100 Cologne Capri.
Yeah.
My apologies. Sorry, Andrew, I cut across you. Sorry, you were explaining.
Well, I was just going to say we had earlier in the season a Volvo.
Right.
Which had come from Sweden.
Was that a Ford or a BMW Volvo?
Well, Volvo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then look, what is he talking about? Yeah, I was like, ready. Yeah, so, and I've also got 2 different types of BMWs. Jack Layton, who I was mentioning yesterday, who's our chief instructor down at Goodwood Race Circuit back in the UK. He is racing one of these cars. I can't remember which number it is now. It'll come back to me, which one he's in. But it's one of the BMWs. What he was telling me, quite interestingly, go on.
73.
73, thank you so much. Yes, so that's with Matt Sanders, who owns the car. Yes, because he's not on my entry list in front of me, that's why I couldn't find him. But he was saying to me yesterday on message, I love these drivers that give us information. Drivers can't help themselves, so they want to kind of defend their position or put their case, whatever. But there's always greater depth to these things. So we might sit there in a commentary box and go, well, why is he faster than that? It's the same car. What Jack has pointed out to me is that the number 73 car, owned by Matt Sanders and driven by Jack in this race as well. I'm not sure who's going to be starting, probably Matt, but there's 2 types. There's a 12 valve and there's a 24 valve car, and they are totally different beasts. And it is not just a question of double the valves. It's 150 horsepower more for a 24 valve car, but as he puts it, different beast, brakes, suspension, etc., whatever. So that particular car it's great to see it out. It's one of the first Batmobiles. It's been run by Amspeed, and they usually running E30, so M3s. first time they've run one of those, and quite a famous car in its day.
Yeah, those 12 valves were in 1973, and the car was developed on for that to 75 when they had all these modifications, including the engine. But a problem for the 174, that is, oh no, it's not.
This is on the grid.
No, I've been silly.
Just on the grid.
I looked at it, I thought it was in the pits.
No, it's on, so, the pole on the
yes,
pole position.
Of course it is.
That's not a problem. That's the right. It's a problem for everybody else.
Absolutely. Originally a Stitzer car, famous Stitzer, BMW's top team, ran so many BMW works cars over all those years, run by the great late Charlie Lamb. And it just looks good, doesn't it, in that gold?
Well, something I've never really seen before. I've noticed it all weekend long. All these cars in Peter Auto have to run the race number on the back of the car central as well.
Great idea.
Yeah. Because we get so many camera shots, you get usually a number on the bonnet and on the doors, sides of the car, whatever it may be. But as Andrew just said, a great idea to have the number on the absolute centre of the car at the back. On this one's on the left-hand side, the 50 Capri. But at least you know when you see one of those long camera shots of the cars going through, you can get an identifier straight away, which helps us inform you a little bit quicker. So, as you were saying, Andrew, some pretty famous liveries there. I know you're very much into your liveries.
I like liveries.
Gursa Beer was a BMW one I remember as a kid. The green ones. It was always a particular colour, Hermitite, and all sorts of things in there. I was just mentioning a few minutes ago the '73 Matt Sanders and Jack Layton car that was raced in period by Jérôme Bastille, quite a well-known French national driver in his day. Nice to see that car still out again, and we like that, a bit like the Porsche 917 cars that were raced in period, and they're not built now as another one into a race car, they were raced in period.
And the Grenard car, we'll see it, there's no livery on this one, or no sponsor on this one, the 51 of Ivan Mar, whose family prepared that car, of course. But yeah, we'll see the Max Grenard car with the Nigrin sponsorship on it, and that you'll see the windows or the window street with his ladder actually on the side of the car. And the Nigrin company was started 120 years ago making polish, and they got into car polish and they got into cleaning, so that's why they have a chimney sweep on the logo.
I love you have a particular fascination for the histories and the companies and the money behind it and whatever, and that's another layer. But I also find when we do that, the origins of a company and how somebody names a company, that we take it as read as whatever it may be, a name, and we go, well, actually, what are the origins? When they founded that, what made them choose that colour? What name, logo, whatever, and where is the history? And hence the same with drivers' crash helmets. What makes a driver have a particular penchant in a certain way and choose green or red or blue or orange or something different? And there's always a story behind it.
Well, we've seen the Capris, we've seen the BMWs, but there's a very nice Escort with its wide arch. It's obviously had a little ding. You see this
patina.
Yeah, Heritage Touring Cup coming up, and that's a 64 car, which is driven by Hervé Ordioni, who's a regular in this series. Well, there's an interesting crash helmet design, wasn't it? With looked like a giraffe or something.
It's funny, I was talking about my crash helmet design. I didn't realise I'd accidentally copied somebody else's, genuinely, totally unintentionally.
Oh, really?
It was a plain white crash helmet when I started because I couldn't afford to paint it. So poor was I, as in tyres were optional. New tyres were absolutely a luxury, but tyres on the race car were kind of optional, if you get my point. So I wanted to put something different on it. So I put 3 stripes around it of the colours I liked.
Yes.
Which were blue, silver and orange. Laterally around the helmet for them to go with the visor, and it wasn't until I was testing at Mallory one day, which is again I actually got budget to go and test, Andrew. Can you believe that? Wow. At Mallory, and Marcus Pye, famous racer and of course commentator, walked up to me and just went, Derek Bell. And I said, well, you know damn well it isn't, but I'm flattered. And he went, no, Derek Bell homage helmet. And I went, sorry? And he said, it's identical to Derek Bell. And it was. It was the same 3 colours in the same sequence. So I then felt mortified because I just did not know. So I then, right, the white has got to be changed to blue.
And then,
so it's different. So I've kept the stripes. And then there's a snowflake on the top now because of being snowy and whatever. And that's been like that now for 25, 30 years or more, 30 plus years. And in fact, one day at Goodwood, when Derek Bell was with us, with Jack Layton actually, on a day doing some corporate work and driving BMWs. And Derek took one look at my helmet and just went, have you copied my crash helmet? I went, there's a story there, Derek. Pull up a chair, get a coffee, and I will explain. But no, it wasn't. It was entirely unintentional, coincidental, I promise.
Yeah, back in my rallying days, I actually copied a sort of version of Graham Hill, except I had a white helmet with green stripes where the rowing oars were.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever done any rowing, except on a little paddle pool. But anyway, that's what we wore then.
I've rode a few bad race cars home, but that's another story.
That's it. Driven a few that handle like a boat as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a wet cardboard box.
Yeah. Yeah. What did they say? Cars got the rigidity of a cornflakes packet.
Yeah.
So anyway, much of that humour, but let's move on to this race, penultimate race of this big weekend here down in Portugal, and a big season from Peter Auto. And maybe an even bigger one next season by hearing all their various plans. And of course, we've got the Le Mans Classic coming back again next year. First time they're running it, 2 years running. Well, not the first time, but in this new sequence here. And
yes, it's always been biannual, hasn't it? And they're going to change it now, but it's got two slightly different events, isn't it, year on year?
Yes. So
Le Mans Legends, is it called?
Well, I'm just going to give you the full SP when I found my notes on it. But COVID got in the way, and there were 2 running together.
Which we did. You and I did them, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. So yes, basically they split it into 2 sections. The Le Mans Classic, and this is it, Snowy. We're going to have next year the Heritage, which is 1923 to 1975 classes and plateaus, and then following year Le Mans Legends, which will be 76 to 2005, which will include races like the new GT3 Revival Series and Legends of Le Mans Series. So
Le Mans Classic evolves into Le Mans
Heritage
and Le Mans
Legends.
Okay.
Now, whether it be called Le Mans Classic Heritage, not quite sure. And we'll talk dates, because of course people like to book early, because obviously that's the granddaddy of all the races in the Peter Auto portfolio. And July the 2nd to 5th will be that Le Mans Classic. Whole series next year.
Same weekend as it was this year, wasn't it? First weekend in July. Yeah.
The whole series will start next year in Barcelona in the end of March, 27th to 29th, move on to Spa, Dijon, then it'll be Le Mans, then Ricard, Imola, Estoril, and some of the categories are going to go to Daytona next year. That's very interesting. I think maybe the Porsches are going. So anyway, that's
fabulous circuit, Daytona.
So going to have a great season next year, but let's get this finished off, the last 2 races of this year.
I should say, Andrew, so our pace car coming in, diving into the pits now. So our race is underway in any second now. Andrew, I'm going to let you do this one because you're good at race starts.
Well, who is good at race starts? Which of these 2 drivers? Will it be Glazer? Will it be Guanau? And it is Glazer in the BMW, but as they go into up the gears, it looks as if the Capri has got the jump there now. They're side by side going down into this first corner. Who will be late on the brakes? Inside is the BMW. I think it's going to be the BMW that goes into the lead. A bit of a lock-up on the right. The Capri tries to go round the outside. They're side by side, and it's the Capri that comes out first with another Capri in third. How about that, Snowy?
Well, that was amazing. Seb Glazer there, as you were describing it, calling it perfectly there. Just as you said they're about to go, he obviously, the lights weren't changed yet, so there's a little dab of the brake lights. So the brake lights flicker on. A great camera shot there for us. But our commentary position slightly out of line with that, but perfect camera work to pan by. You can see the back of the cars there. Brake lights on from Seb Glazer. Didn't quite get the run he wanted in his BMW 3 to CSL down there. So it's Ford from BMW, Ford, BMW.
So.
And Ford Escort.
Max going out. Is he going to have yet another win? What a weekend he's had. So what a championship. Series of championships he's had with Peter Auto. A bit of weaving going on there, wasn't it? And we haven't seen the flames out of the Capri yet. That green and white Capri, also with the Liquid Moly sponsorship, of course, on it. Great sponsor of motor racing, Liquid Moly, German company. You'll see a lot of flames coming out the side of that. Now, no question of doubt, that 174 car, it's got the 24-valve engine, hasn't it, that we talked about?
You can tell the way it screams, can't you? It's, they always sounded fantastic in period, even more so. Oh, and lock up from the front right from Seb Glazer there. Tyres not quite up to temperature yet to lap in. So, and lifting that inside wheel exactly as they did in period. That is so nice to see. There's body roll in these cars. I'm not suggesting they're soft or compliant, but they are looking like they raced in period. Absolutely, evocatively brilliant. Seb Glazer it is that dives down the inside. He's going to try and retake the lead from Guenard. And job done. The flames spitting, there you are, out to the side of the Capri. Well, right on cue for you.
Yeah, well, the flames spitting out the other side of the BMW. It popped itself up on the curb, but managed to keep the momentum going.
Be a great night racing shot, wouldn't it?
It would. The Capri dived down the inside, look. Terrific battle.
Well, it's all very well looking fantastic on photographs of flames spitting out, but not if you're not in the lead of the race, and that's where he'll want to be. So Maxime Guenard takes the lead again. Seb Glazer won't be happy about that. Seb Glazer in turn has it is Armand Miel, isn't it? Because he jumped out of that Lola having won that last race. Couldn't do much of an interview for Vincent because I have to go and drive a Capri in this race. Oh, just listen to those end under gear changes, crisp and clean, just fantastic.
So it's Switzerland versus Germany.
Oh.
The BMW is spitting the flames as well, isn't it? Lots of fuel going through the system there. Some of it not burning in the pistons. More smoke. It's a bit fast and furious, is this? Oh, and Dominic Guenard, who qualified fourth in the pit.
Now, this Seb Glazer's second place BMW, apart from just freewheeling the way through turn 13 there, is fantastic. It's this puff of smoke every time I think it's changing down. It's almost like it's coming out of the exhaust, not from the tyre, because it's a side exhaust. I think I've been misplacing where that's coming from. We'll have a little closer as it passes our commentary position. Once again, Seb Glazer tries to dive down the inside. He's not close enough to do it, surely. Oh, fantastic headlong shot there. Four cars in a row. BMW, Capri, BMW, Capri, BMW, each with side exhaust, opposite sides, and all four at the right time were just spitting out the flames there. That was a photographer's dream. Jeff Bloxham, where are you? So yeah, this is still spitting stuff out from the right-hand side, so it is something on the down change, almost like it's over-fueling a little bit, because there's some excessive smoke coming out of that exhaust on the 174. I hope everything's okay with that. Seb Glazer's gold BMW in second place, 0.3 of a second off Max Guenard in the Capri, and mate, that's not 0.3 of a second, that's 0.3 of a thou or millimetre there. And down the outside, that's a very, very brave move from Seb Glazer. Goes around the outside into turn 4 to get the job done, around and take the race lead. That was stunningly brave. The logical thing there was to go down the inside and take it. He didn't go around the outside. It completely surprised Max Guenard. He literally did not see that one coming. Well, he probably did in his other mirror, but
just keep getting those puffs of smoke.
Yeah, it's from the exhaust. If you look at it, the exhaust is on that side, from the opposite side on the Capris. It's on the offside on the there, and it's as it changes down every time, Andrew. There you go. It's not the wheel locking.
No. Not sure that's a very good sign.
No, I'm not either, but I'll tell you what is a great sign, though, as it comes through turn 13, how much it just three wheels. That car, that BMW must so stiffly sprung.
Well, both Ford and BMW really fighting for sales, weren't they, with these cars and putting a lot of money. And of course, the BMW was seen as a premium brand, where Ford wasn't, as the Ford does not go through, both twitching into that first corner. So for Ford, it was great to be racing wheel to wheel with BMW.
Yeah, and so almost slightly different markets as well, isn't it? BMW probably slightly perceived at the time as a slightly more upmarket car than the Ford Capri audience, maybe. But they went and duked it out on with the European or British and European national and world stages. And it's the age-old adage of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And you know, this makes you want to go and buy a Capri tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you.
Never had one.
Never had one?
No.
Oh, you haven't lived. Andrew, get yourself a Capri. Come on. I had one. Signal orange. Brilliant. First race car.
Well, when I was at Motoring News and the great journalist Alan Henry joined us, he got a Capri as his car. He hadn't been there more than about 3 weeks when the thing was stolen and subsequently found cut up into 4 parts.
Why was it cut up into 4 parts?
I don't know. I think they take all the stuff off it. I think
hung, drawn, and quartered, quite literally. Yeah.
Well, that was the story at the time, anyway. But it was definitely stolen.
Says the man who had a Lotus Cortina as a company car. Though. Come on, that's something on your CV, isn't it?
I reckon that car's probably still around, actually. There's a lot of smoke coming. I don't like the look of that. I'm not sure that car's going to last. What do you think, Scully?
It's very odd to keep doing it. I thought it was a tyre lock-up to start with. It clearly isn't. It's further back. It's out of that side exhaust, which I've said a couple of times now. And I just wonder why it's doing that on the overrun so much. It's like it's burning off excess fuel. But it's on the overrun, which would suggest top end of the engine. It's pushing out a little bit of smoke past the rings and valves, which is not ideal.
I think these two are holding each other up a little bit. And that's why I'm on the honest right with them. 4th place.
Oh, he's playing a waiting game, isn't he?
Yeah.
It is the last of our 1-hour races. We do have one more after this, which is a 50-minute race. But this is the last of our Iberian race. It's our last 1-hour race of the weekend. But we're not even 8 minutes into this yet. So Sebastian Glazer it is that's leading in the gold 3-litre CSL 174 competition number by 2.8 seconds over Max Guinard in the number 50 Ford Capri. Armand Miel is 3rd in the number 60 BMW, with Yvan Mar in another BMW in 4th place. So we're BMW, Ford, 3 BMWs, and then we have 3 Escorts and another Capri. Ranking out the top 10, Thomas Studer, that being in the Capri RS 2600, a slightly smaller engine version, to start until they evolved it into the full 3-litre. And then, of course, the Capri, 3.1s for the Capris and 3 litres for the BMWs that became 3.5 litres, some of them.
All these had mechanical fuel injection, didn't they? But before we had all the electronic cleverness with the system developed by Bosch, I think.
Yeah, again, revolutionary in its day, wasn't it? It was quite a thing to have at the time, fuel injection, but it was notoriously unreliable to start with. Certainly on road cars, nobody ever wanted it. Was there an English company, to Calamat that did something? Yeah, on Lotus Cortinas and things, as I remember. So a battle a little bit further down the field between our Escorts of, I'm just trying to clock the numbers on those for us before I misinform you. It is 21 and 64, was it 54? 21 and 64, which is 8th and for 8th position, which is Hervé Audione in the first one, the number 64, sorry, all the way around, and Jean Blanchemoin in the number 21 car.
So that was a great shot. We had flames coming out either side of the two
simultaneously,
cars. Simultaneously, yeah. And there's another Escort down there with Wolf Zweifler in there, a Bavarian driver. He's got the Bavarian badge on his race suit, not a German badge. Can you get that smoke?
Well, it's still going at enough pace to hold the lead. What I'm intrigued at is it's not the flames the problem. The Capri behind of Maxime Guenard does exactly the same, but it's the smoke that comes with it.
Yes.
That's slightly, if anything, I'm saying it's getting slightly more. I guess the time to worry is when it stops smoking.
I guess, yes, exactly. Ooh. He never hit anything.
Well, that's our number 64 car I was talking about a minute ago, the Hervé Audioni Escort 1 RS, that had a definite tank slapper moment coming into turn 1. We've seen a few of those
look at this,
So race lead changes. Maxime Guenard takes the lead from Sebastian Glazer in the BMW. The Capri now being ahead of the field.
A terrific scrap between these two.
So a quick update from our man of the pits at the moment, not Vincent Fontaine at the moment. This one is from Jack Layton about the BMW Matt Sander car that I mentioned. The Jerome Bastille driven car in its day, back in period. But that car is just saying the engine sounds a little bit sick on the warm-up lap, just hoping it hangs on. Fingers crossed emoji, which I'm concurring with. And I'm going to ask Jack if he knows anything about the 174 car, which is a bit unfair because he's not driving that one, but let's ask him anyway.
So Sebastian Glazer, been around quite a while, raced BMW Pro car, of course. In the past, been pretty quick in Porsches, GT2s and various other Porsches. Raced together with Patrick Simon in the past, and his car being prepared by the German organisation, which I just name check, MK Motorsport running this car. So Guenard just 0.7 a second lead over Seb Glazer, and then Neil just dropped back a bit now, 3 seconds, and then Philippe Chamama, then Wunderlich de Boorman, who's in the 37 car. And that's Raphael de Boorman. That's the best of the escorts there. Who very nearly got taken out, didn't he? In we saw a few moments ago.
Well, he did by the 64 car that had that massive moment behind. We've got one of the Guenards in the pits. That's the it's been a while now. That's the Dominique car. Sorry, that's been out a while. So yeah. The number 49 car. My apologies.
That's it. We have got a BMW 2002 in this as well. Catherine Berens is driving that. I think she's just been lapped.
It's not just a 2002, it's a TI.
TI,
and
wow.
then he got a TII, and then he got the turbo.
Yes.
My dad had a turbo in the mid-70s. Wow. How cool was that? I mean, what I thought was so cool about it was they were in wicked colours, but it had the Alpina markings on it, and it had turbo written on the front air dam in reverse. So you could see it in the mirror. Exactly, which is a 10, 12-year-old. That was just uber cool.
Yeah.
It's so fast, it's written backwards so people can see you approaching. I thought that was mega at a 10-year-old, 12-year-old.
I wonder what marketing man thought that up.
Exactly.
A clever one.
And can you imagine trying to get it signed off as well, though? We're going to write this on the front, but we're going to write it backwards.
Yeah.
What? Imagine the Germans, du spinnst, are you mad?
So, yeah. Guenard now started to pull away, hasn't he? That little bit. It's also a classic colour scheme, that blue and yellow Capri. Here's these two Escorts again. Hopefully that's the one that got all out of shape, the 64. Will be Idoni. So after those initial skirmishes and passing and repassing, Gwenard seemed to establish himself a bit more with a bit of a buffer of 1.6 seconds over Sebastian Glazer. Then it's Miele. So, as I mentioned before, Gwenard, the new 2025 champion, Glazer, the 2023 champion. But here's a nice little battle a bit further down the field. And in that Capri, that's an RS 2600, of course, not the 3100, the smaller engine car. And that has been driven by Thomas Studer. All in the same class.
Not exactly a massive gap at the front still. In fact, a mere 1.5 seconds it is between Maxime Gwenard and Sebastian Glazer. I'm surprised that Sebastian Glazer didn't get back past again. He was so determined a couple of times and doing some real hard racing. It is still only 4.8 seconds to third place as well for Armand Miele.
Just wonder if the oil pressure gauge is telling him a bit of a story. He's backed off a bit. Possible.
I love the idea of gauges, analog gauges.
Analog gauges,
not
yes.
lights and warnings and symbols and things, or shutdowns or limp modes. It has a gauge. Why didn't you look at it?
Yes. Nice little battle this between the Escort and the older, less powerful Capri.
Yes, this is our 64 car, isn't it? That's just got past number 9 Studer Capri. That was the one that 64 was the Escort that had the massive tank slapper going to turn 1. So he should be a bit further up the order there. Always think an Escort on fat, what I call Mexico arches. That looks really good. It's, how can a 3-box car look so good?
Yeah, it's a battle for 9th place.
But they just do, don't they?
Yeah.
And again, one of those cars that just was, you know, sold lots of road cars. Great race car, great rally car.
A great rally car, yeah.
And there's a sight for sore eyes. 3 TSLs in a row. Look at that.
Yeah. Make a nice photo, wouldn't it?
Cool. The last of which has just dived into the pits. So I'll just see who that is in a second.
Did you see someone going to the pits?
Yes, it's Matt Sanders in the 73 car. So he's going to hand over to Jack Layton, I would suggest. Well, quite early with,
So it's
19 minutes. It's a 50-minute race, not an hour race, isn't it? So we're 10 minutes shorter, so it might well be a pit window now. So it might well be just, Matt Sanders might be just doing the early bit and handing over to his sort of pro driver, elite driver, if you like, of Jack Layton. I can soon tell because Jack's been messaging me, so if I message him now, he'll stop, won't he?
He will.
If he messages me, he's not in the car.
Yeah.
So we might well have our very first pit interview of this race from Vincent. We might be able to go and interview Matt Sanders on the basis that that is a driver change and putting Jack Layton into the car. The only other pit we've had so far was Dominique Gwenard in the other BMW, one of the other BMW CSLs, 3 litre, which was retired 9 laps ago.
Well, the 64 car, the one we saw having that big moment, the Escort, has just had a penalty, well, not a penalty, but a warning for track limits. I wonder if that was going off the track when it's having that massive incident.
It's a bit harsh.
Just been lapped. I haven't seen a sign that the pit window is open, actually, on
No, so Matt Sanders has rejoined. Well, it says it's Matt Sanders still.
Sometimes it takes a little while for
the identifier to just change. Yes, it's not like a Lumi rank in GT racing where it does it for you on the way out of the pits, although you're supposed to reset it. So I'm guessing that was a driver change. Otherwise, it's an early and unnecessary additional pit stop. This car, sorry.
The lead is eking out of it, isn't it? Guenard is almost 2 seconds ahead of Glazer now.
Yeah, but it's still only 2 seconds, and we're not even halfway into this. We're not about a third of the way in. So yes, we are about a third of the way in. 20 minutes elapsed and 40 minutes to go. So that battle between 64 and 9, which is the Escort and Capri of Hervé Audioni and Thomas Studer, has continued. I thought that was really the Escort getting back ahead after his indiscretion into turn 1 where he had that big tank slapper and had to rejoin. Might have even got a track limits penalty for that. Well, it wasn't. He has got by, but it's they've just let number 50, our race leader Maxime Guenat, come through. But the Escort and the Capri are still duking it out. In fact, the Capri Studer's going to have a little look down the inside into turn 1. It's been a favoured spot for a few cars down here now. This race, he's probably got the power, but not the brakes necessarily over the Escort. The Escort must be lighter, but superb driving by Audioni there. One move allowed, just blends across a little bit and just says, I'm going to have that line into there. Of course, you compromise your radius by doing that, going in a little bit tighter than the line you would like, but that's what you do when you're defending and racing.
Snowy, suddenly the gap's widened to 3.5 seconds. I wonder if Glazer has slowed up that BMW with the Vorsteiner car. We'll see them on screen in a minute, and then we're going to try and assess the situation. Guenat, Glazer, Meal for the top 3. Van Maar, who his father founded this Keep Europe outfit that runs so many different cars. Well, there it is, look. And still the smoke coming out.
Yes, but it's less volume, but for a little bit longer. I noticed that. So, oh no, it's still there.
Yeah. Well, still waving the front wheel in the air as well as he bounces it off the curb. I like that.
Not impeding his pace, is it?
No.
To say the least. So it's maybe we're back to something and nothing. This battle royale between the Escort of 64 Audioni and Studer at number 9 in the yellow and blue Capri, again a very period colour scheme, is still continuing relentlessly. And again, just slightly different cars from the same company, with Capri being the longer, bigger car, more of a coupe. The Escort being very much a saloon car, but lighter, a little less smaller engine. But of course, the Capri is only a 2.6 anyway in this one, not the 3/100s.
So that 64 car that had that huge tank slapper just been given a penalty
for
track limits, 10 seconds.
To be fair, it's his 4th track limit warning.
Yeah.
And that was at turn 7, which is the right-hander after the Parabolica interior. So yeah, Orella is the corner. I've always loved the way those Escort wheel arches are cut back in on the lower edges, so you can just see that big fat slick sitting there. You can see the tyres, almost like an open wheel Escort, isn't it? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think your mates with the BMW, the 12 valve car, have probably got a problem, because I see they're now shown in 17th place overall. I think it must have come in with a problem, because nobody else has pitted, have they?
No.
Look. Oh, that's one we haven't seen before. That's the 90. That's the Carlos F. Cruz. Just cruising around nicely. Checkered flag roof. Bit like a stock car, that, isn't it, with a special roof?
Yeah, quite 60s, 70s, that.
And then we talked about liveries and sponsors. There's the Rippelin car, which is a French paint company. In fact, we don't quite see it. We're wide now. There it is. It's quite a well-known brand, Rippelin, I think.
So Sebastian Glazer pits and is third. Therefore, now as a result of that, let's say we've got eyes on that car. Is there anything coming out of it or not? Is it just trunks itself into the pit lane? This is the 174 Gold 3-litre CSL from 1975. Sebastian Glazer staying in that car. I believe he will stay in the car, will he not?
Yeah.
There's no second driver listed.
50-year-old car. It's unbelievable to think of that, isn't it? When you see that, it looks so modern.
Yeah, half a century. Yeah.
They make a great sound, these cars, actually.
Great to hear them again. Some of those BDAs in the Escorts.
That Escort, I think it's got quite a big history. I think it was raced by Dave Matthews.
This is the 37 car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whose son, of course, went on to be very much part of the group that resurrected Williams, well, not quite, but took it over. The Dorrington group, I think he brokered that deal. James Matthews, who was a very good runner himself, also involved in the management, I think, of Lewis Hamilton. I think that's right, maybe not. But certainly he was the guy that was involved in the Williams deal. And as I said, good racer in his own right. But Dave Matthews was top man in one of these cars way back 50 years ago.
So Glazer still in the pits, unsurprisingly. That seems about the right time for me, which just tends to lend weight to your argument that the Matt Sanders car, it has gone back out and rejoined, but it is lapping in, well, it's on a 2-minute 1 is its best. It's just on a 2-minute 2, so it's doing its own pace. Sebastian Glazer rejoins in the 174 gold-coloured through the CSL. Schnitzer across the windscreen banner. So Charles Firmenich, Carlos Cruz, Peter Virgil and Jean-Marc Demier all pit at the same time now, well, as indeed does Jean Blanchimont, Thomas Studer. That's the BMW and Escort battle. And Franz Wunderlich from 5th, number 138 in the lot of the trio of BMWs in 3rd, 4th and 5th place. So Sebastian Glazer getting his pit stop in early, because that means that Max Guinard and Armand Meal still owe us a pit stop, both in their RS3 Capris. Heading the field, they are some 11.5 seconds apart at the moment.
James Matthews, of course, married Pippa Middleton. So a bit of a royal connection there. It's another Jägermeister car, isn't it? Have you ever tried Jägermeister?
No.
It's a sort of herbal alcoholic thing that people take the morning after, which is meant to sort of, well, heaven knows what it's meant to do, but it's very popular in Germany. And I say over the years they've been a great sponsor.
They have that. It's not, again, so many of these things we just say it. I would never say Jägermeister out of context of seeing it on a racing car.
No.
I'd say the Jägermeister BMW or whatever it may be, but I never think of what the actual product is, which is probably not the purpose of the market. I'm probably not the right audience for the marketing team if I don't know what the product is.
Well, it's
I just know the name.
It's a German digestive made with 56 different herbs and spices, developed in 1934 by Wilhelm and Kurt Mast. There you are. Now you know.
I'm glad I didn't ask.
I'll stick to the cognac. Well, there it is, the 174 car. Still spitting out those flames.
So currently we have totally different timing screen up at the moment. That's come up with something very weird. Porsche 718. So I was like, what?
What?
Yeah, I'll just cancel that. We'll have a look at something else.
We'll probably have the results of race in Peru next. Maxime Guenard now shown 11.6 seconds ahead of Armand Mille. So it's Capri's first and second now. Philippe Chamama third. But what about pit stops and stuff?
My timing 71 screen had reverted to the ADAC GT4 race in Germany. I was thinking, those look like GT4 cars. Where's these CSLs gone?
Who's winning?
Porsche. So Maxime Guenard now pits the race leading number 50 Capri, which will then promote Armand Mille to the race lead, unless he also pits, which he does. So that's cars 50 and 60, first and second into the pits. Now Philippe Schimama has not yet pitted. Number 88, third position car. And this is, it says 88 coming down the pit lane. It is. Philippe Schimama, as I just said, has also brought his CSL into the pits. So it will settle down again in a moment or two. We're going to get another lap or so in. We are just over half distance, 33 minutes a lap, 27 to go.
So I was just remembering the Ford Capris did race at Le Mans, but it was when there was still the 2600 version back in 1973. And Jerry Birrell was one of the drivers, the late Jerry Birrell.
So still green flag status. We've had a couple of moments, but nothing that's caused any problems. I hope that doesn't curse it, but I don't believe in that curse, so we're absolutely fine. So our top three on our timing scheme are now in the pits. Max Guenard, Armand Mille and Philippe Schimama. 2 Capris and a BMW. Fastest lap of the race so far has been our race leader that's now in the pits, Max Guenard, with a 1:49.391.
Just briefly, we've got Raphael de Bourman in the lead because he hasn't pitted yet. I think the pit window in and out here is about 2:30.
Well, nor is he pitting on this lap, is he, Raphael de Bourman? I thought he would actually pop into the pits there, but he's continuing on down, pit straight, in that deep navy blue CSL.
It looks well in that colour scheme, doesn't it?
It does.
That Capri's swirly sort of colour scheme, and driven so well by Maxime. I wonder if his mates call him Max or Maxi, but his full name Maxime Guenard. He has gone back onto the racetrack now, so he will resume his lead momentarily. Sebastian Glazer is second.
Yeah, so Rafael de Boorman in the leading escort, number 37, does need to come and over that pit stop, does he not?
He does. I don't know when the windows are.
And he's just entered the pits right now.
But he had to. The window closed at 10:56. And he came in
at 10:57. Yeah, he may have an infringement there.
Yeah.
So.
He was pushing the window a bit, wasn't he?
So 44 and 88 are under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. 88 being our 6th place car of Felipe Schimema in the CSL, and 44 is Katrine Behrens in the BMW 2002 that you mentioned.
Well, it's still puffing out that smoke. It's still going okay. Not quite to the early pace. You know, that car that came into the pits, it was 30 seconds late. So I think he might get pinged for that. Philip Schimema is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. As is car 88.
Yeah, I just mentioned that a few minutes ago. Yeah,
Oh, did you? Yeah.
that was what I saw that come up. Just
yeah.
It's not been awarded any penalties yet, but it's just been.
Sorry, 88,
that's all right.
88 and 44. That,
yeah.
44 is the little BMW 2002.
What is hermatite?
What is hermatite?
I think I know. Is it some sealant?
Absolutely.
Gasket sealant.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you probably get it in Halfords or
yeah.
You know, other
is
similar.
It a blue stuff that you.
Yeah, I think so.
Sort of
been around
thermostat gaskets and
things.
You seal it and pinch it up so it's tight before it dries. Yes.
Yeah.
So now Glazer is returning to the pits.
Oh.
Sebastian Glazer, 174 in the gold Capri. Is Capri CSL? I'm just looking at the gold Capri, and I'm talking hermatite. The Seb Glazer is returning to the pits there now. It's not come up on my timing screen, but I can see it has come in. Yes, it's coming up on our screen now. So I reckon that's going to be a retirement.
Sure, there's hermatite green and there's hermatite red. So.
But not blue that I mentioned.
Well,
no.
I think there's blue as well. Yeah. I wonder if the driver knows. Obviously, it's a livery from the past. It's the way the car was originally.
So if Seb Glazer does retire the 174 CSL, that's going to promote, and indeed it has already, number 51, Ivan Maha into 3rd place. And indeed, Seb Glazer is stepping out of, or has stepped out of the BMW. So that's a definite retirement. He certainly hasn't got a second driver, so that's him out, which is a great shame. And I just wonder if that's anything to do with, I don't want to put 2 and 2 together and try and get 5, but I might get 4, because that car's been smoking heavily out of its exhaust system from lap 1. I just wonder if the 2 are connected. Possibly not. It might be something totally unrelated, but we will try and find out. I wonder if our pitman, Vincent Francois, can go and find out.
Well, my old rally mate, Andy Dawson, had that success in the past in the Stratos and so on, just sent me a text and said, I think you'll find that the lead BMW has mechanical fuel injection and is massively overfueling on the overrun.
Which is what I said, didn't I?
It's what Snowy said, yeah.
So we have,
Thanks,
we might have the answer in a bit. Thank you, Andy Dawson. We might have the answer by going down to the pit lane with Vincent.
in the pits here in Estoril with this guy, Sebastian Glazer, and this car, this BMW. And unfortunately, Sebastian, is the retirement. What's the problem?
I think we are losing brake pressure. I have no brake pressure at all, and well, I think it's the left front, it's smoking, and I think we're losing brake fluid because I'm even pumping and I have a stiff brake, but it loses completely. So no driving anymore.
The battle with the Capri was impressive at the start of the race.
Yeah, it was so much fun. They are so quick. It's so tough against them because they are a bit lighter. They are faster in the corners. I have a bit advantage on the exit of the corners. But it's amazing. It's so much fun. It's crazy. And it's so exhausting, but they are so quick.
Thank you, Sébastien. Sorry for this. Voilà, traduction en français rapidement. Problème de frein, hein. On l'avait vu depuis le début de la course, pas mal de fumée à l'avant-gauche au niveau de cette BMW. C'était déjà les problèmes de frein qui se manifestaient. Et là, il n'y a plus de pression de frein, impossible de continuer. On parlait de la bataille avec les Capri en début de course qui était particulièrement intéressant. Il dit on n'a pas les mêmes avantages au même moment, ce qui rend la lutte assez incroyable, bien évidemment. Et il dit c'est terriblement fatigant.
Sorry?
Another problem.
Well, we said it might well be, but I still think that's not right, putting that fuel in that. But Sebastian Glazer there, an historic racing driver, bemoaning the lack of brakes on an historic racing car. What did he expect?
Yeah.
It's all relative, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And driving one of those around here is going to be quick. You do not want a lack of brakes, let alone a pedal that you can pump and then still goes to the floor. That's challenging, shall we say.
Yeah. So I think that was... I mean, that's they often have two separate problems going on, not just one. So, Guinard now has 11 seconds on his mate Armand Meal, with the guy who prepares their cars, or the part owner of the organisation who prepares their cars, is in third place. And then it's Shamama. Then in fifth place is Frans Wunderlink, who's in past years in this event has had the odd podium. Actually, he did 23. He was second. We had Patrick Simon driving with him that year, and in 21 he was third overall behind Ramama and Yves Shamama.
So we're getting into the final stages of this race, final third now. Well into it, 17 odd minutes to go. Max Guinard it is that's leading from Armand Meal.
Your mate Jack Layton's rushing up the order. He's now 11th, and he's just done his fastest lap of the race, which is 1:55.163, which is good for the older 12-valve BMW. And is there anybody can catch?
He's 18 seconds ahead of Carlos Cruz in the Escort RS 1600 right in front of him, isn't he?
Yeah, Cruz is 18. He's got 18 seconds to catch up on Cruz, and he's lapping 9 seconds a lap quicker. So,
2 laps is going to do that then.
Yeah.
We should do 2 laps in 16 minutes.
A bit of luck, yeah.
You'd hope, wouldn't you? And there's the car right on cue now. There's Jack Layton, our chief instructor of Goodwood Motor Circuit in the UK. Looks after a lot of the revival fleet and all sorts of driver experiences down there. And quite clearly a dab hand. There's a reason why he's chief instructor. He's quite a dab hand behind the wheel as well, isn't he? I'm going to pay him a compliment now he's in the car because he can't hear it.
What's his history then, Jack? Because I wasn't aware of it, to be honest.
Do you know, I don't know in terms of, I just know him contemporary through historic racing stuff, so I shall find out for you. Bear with me.
Yeah. That car looks great in those sort of classic BMW
Alpina colours, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, Snowy, is that Alpina colours or is it BMW Works colours?
Well, they're right, they are BMW Works colours, but I think of it as Alpina at the time. Though Alpina was more the similar colours, but with it's split, wasn't it? It said Alpina in the word. You're absolutely right. There are the Works colours, but that's 3 colours, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got your light blue, navy blue, and then your red.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. I shouldn't argue with a man that's written books on racing car livery, should I?
Well, I haven't written the book yet. That's coming. I've written these various chapters.
Do you see what I did there?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm going to try and combine them. And No, I've done some of the classic ones and stories about national racing colours we've discussed in the past, haven't we? That when we saw that Formula One parade, of course, we saw the blue Ligier and the green Lotus, and sadly no red Ferrari, but so there's the 10, which is Peter Vergeley. As I said before, 3 generations of Vergeleys. There's Charles, I remember the original one that raced with Joe Siffert, was, I think, the granddad.
So Jack Layton was BRSCC UK Organised Series Fiesta Junior champions twice.
Yeah.
In 2015-16, he was also he was also British Supercar champion in 2016, and finished 3rd in the British Championship in 2017, and moved into largely historic racing. Yeah,
those supercars are mega quick. And back in the days when they used to run on the Silverstone Grand Prix track, didn't they, with the likes of Martin Hines, wringing their neck. There's the ex-Vince Woodman car going through. Vince, the Bristolian Ford dealer and top saloon car racer in his day. And he was a Ford dealer, had a very close connection with Ford.
So we have 2 Capris at the front, 3 BMWs still, which has been pretty well the way. They've changed the ordering around a little bit, but it's still pretty well that way. A brace of Capris at the front, a trio of BMWs, followed by a brace of Ford Escorts, and then Ben Monet in the CSL, and 2 Escorts running at the top 10. Jack Layton it is that's trying to creep into the top 10. He's just outside at the moment in P11, but I say just outside by 2.7 seconds for the moment, and currently hunting down Carlos Cruz in his RS 1600 Escort, and I'm sure in that BMW 3.5 litre CSA 12 valve, CSL, my apologies, he'll be through that very, very quickly. He's then got 50 odd seconds to catch up onto the next one, which is going to be a little bit more difficult to think with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just remembering Vince Woodman was 20 years racing in the British, what was called the Saloon Car Championship there, and it was 2nd a couple of times and 3rd several times, and never quite won it.
Always the bridesmaid.
Yeah, I was 2nd.
I don't know why we changed the name from British Saloons to touring cars. I don't know where touring car, the word touring came from, really.
No, I don't.
I'm not doubting. I don't know why the change and when it was.
No, I never understood. Maybe it was the start of the Alan Gow era, was it? I'm not certain. So going on now with 11 seconds over Meal. Mark right back, 34 seconds behind the leader. And Vanderlick 4th. And Vanderlick and Shamama, that's the battle. The battle for 4th place. The 138 and the 88, they're running nose to tail at the moment, and that's right on screen now, of course.
Let's have a very quick look at a very quick internet search there for BTCC, just to get a bit of history there, because we do call them touring cars. We had touring cars, Tourenwagen, DTM in Germany, didn't we? Which is now GT3 cars, sadly. It was 1958 to 1987 or 86 inclusive when it was called the British Saloon Car Championship, and it was renamed the British Touring Car Championship in 1987. It was initially a mix of classes, and a good mate of mine who's been messaging me today, actually, Chris Hodgetts, who's quite a bit of a scout of drivers. Finds people like Harry King and Lando Norris, just to name but a few, in Ginettas very early on. He's 2 overall titles in the British Saloon Car Championship.
In Toyotas?
Correct, Toyota Corollas.
Yeah.
So we have unbelievably crept into the final 10 minutes of this Heritage Touring Cup race here on the last day of the Estoril Classic 2025. This race is currently being led by car number 50, Max Guenat, in the Capri RS 3100. A similar car of Armand Miel is in second place, number 60, just 12.2 seconds behind. And I've got to say credit to Armand Miel, who's finished, he won the last race, didn't he, in the low T70, despite a spin on the last lap, nearly handing the advantage or the race win to Jan Magnussen. But he couldn't stay and do the driver interview because he literally said, I'm off to race at Capri in the next race. And quite often drivers do 2 or 3 races over a weekend, possibly even more.
Yeah.
But to do them next back to back, there's usually a gap and chance to recover. And having jumped out of a T70, which is going to be exhausting, and he then jumps into a Capri and wins one race, and is now running second. So he's a pretty fit lad, isn't he?
It certainly is.
Third place is the first of our trio of BMWs in third, fourth and fifth. Jack Layton has now got up to 10th position. He's deposed Carlos Cruz, as we thought he would, and he's pulled out 20 seconds on him already. That being, because he was doing 203s and 155. So as you said, it was 8 seconds a lap, didn't you? You said it was 8 to 10 seconds. That means that huge gap to 9th position, I mentioned, is now suddenly down to 44 seconds. So still achievable. If he's doing 8 seconds a lap and we've got 12 minutes to go, that's possible.
Difficult in a way. You're in what looks like a similar car to the car that's been battling for the lead, but in fact, it's quite different. Yet they're in the same class.
Yes.
And, yes, you can have a lot of fun, but how many horsepower did you say he was down?
150.
150.
It's something I used to say when I raced in Motor Racing Legends, the Woodcote Trophy with in a DB2. And in the same WT3 Woodcote Trophy 3 class, which was up to 3 litre drum brake in a DB2, but we'd have Martin Stratton in the same class in a Maserati 300S.
Yes.
and it was allowed in because it was under 3 litres and drum brake. Absolutely right. But I used to say to Duncan Wiltshire, who ran it at the time, I didn't complain or protest, but we'd just say, hang on, it's not really a Maserati 250F, but it's got a lot of similar.
Oh, yes.
It's much more of a racing car than a DB2.
Yeah.
It's kind of like putting an LMP car against a GT car, but the rules are the rules, and Duncan was absolutely right, and he did say to me quite rightly, he said, what I will not do is change rules partway through a season, which is quite right. I wasn't expecting him to do that. He's now chair of the motoring committee at the RAC.
Certainly is. Yes. Yeah.
Probably just thought me as an annoying driver.
Yeah.
Those are the rules. Go get yourself a Maserati drive then, rather than an Aston drive.
But very much a Bentley man as well. So
very much so, and races a 3 litre himself very successfully.
Yeah, and I think the family have been into Bentleys forever.
Yeah, his two boys now race an MGB with him as well.
Yeah. I'm involved in a motoring and motor racing art exhibition for the Royal Automobile Club, and Duncan usually comes along and makes a little speech and then introduces me. So we've got 31 artists at the end of, just give it a plug, to the end of October. And you can find all the details on the internet. But it's,
I must come to that one day.
Yeah, it's just close to the club in the iconic images gallery. And we're just finishing off the list. Actually, we've got 31 artists this year, artists and sculptors. But Duncan's been a huge supporter of that.
Well, he's very much a big picture man, isn't he, Duncan Butch? He gets the whole thing where it all fits in, and where every I'm going to say every little element creates the big picture. He totally understands it.
Obviously, he sold the Legends group now, and I think he's still involved. And
he sold it to Sean Lynn, didn't he, last year?
Sold it to Sean Lynn at the end of last year, and Sean's got some pretty deep pockets to make that organisation grow. And Sean's got some marvellous. We went to British Racing Drivers Club, had a little visit to see some of Sean's racing cars the other day, and it was a wonderful trip actually. Some of the things I didn't know he had, and it was right down to things like Ricardo Patrese' Chevron Formula 3 car, plus there was Le Mans Bentleys, and it was a great selection of cars, and also motorbikes as well. And strangely, he had a Barry Sheen Yamaha there, which I'd done the sponsorship deal for with that guy. Sean and his, obviously his two sons, most successful racing drivers. Alex, of course, racing, and he'll be racing and a possible winner next week in the Petit Le Mans. And then his younger son, Maxwell, has really come on. He's really quick now in historic cars, and does a great job. And they're looking forward very much to this GT3 category, which they're running it in their series, and of course now Peter Auto also running a similar series, and I believe they talk quite a lot about making sure the rules equally match each other.
Yeah, you just mentioned Alex Lynn there, that of course drives for Team Jota in the Cadillacs in the World Endurance Championship WEC, and the pleasure when he put that car on pole position at Le Mans this year was just to see that we see drivers punching the air or saying yes or whatever, but he just couldn't get over it. So standing outside that car and to say it doesn't matter how much money you've had or how much sponsorship you get or however you get there. At the end of the day, he stuck the car on pole position at Le Mans 24 Hours. That's you can't take that off your CV.
Yeah,
brilliant work.
And in a big shootout deal as well, of course. So anyway, we're coming to the end of this. 3 minutes remaining. Max Guenard is going to have yet another. He'll need a truck to take all these trophies home from this, won't he? As he has done in the past. He gets 3 or even 4 championships. He's won this one. He won before we started this race, and still some just nipping past people now. You'll see the this chimney sweep on the side of the car, the logo for that Polish company, which has been going for 125 years, I think we said, didn't we? And but who raced that car in period? That's something I'm not certain of.
So we have 30 laps on the board now with just over 2 minutes to go. I'm just trying to see where Max Guenard is on the circuit as to whether he's just crossing the line now, is he not? Yes, he is indeed. So he'll have this and, in theory, another lap to go. But we have seen that once before.
Yes.
It's got, he's done a 1:49 is his best. His last lap was a 1:52, and he crossed the line with about 1:50 to go. So they may, for expediency, put the flag out at the end of this lap. Otherwise, it would be starting another lap with a matter of seconds to go. We may just do it to get into the time. There might be constraints to running this last race, time-wise.
And it's been a long day. We started at 9 o'clock, and you think of all the people in race control, all those marshals out there, and the organisation. We've had a lot of racing over these 2 days, and obviously on the Friday it was a full day of testing as well, and lots of sessions. Then there's the flames.
And we can both go home and put the Grand Prix on. Highlights.
No, well, we can.
I think it's enough racing over the weekend for us.
Yeah, I mean, I did sneak a look at who won.
Yeah, me too. But
well, what a great result for Britain. We got 3 or 4 drivers in the top 10. I'm not giving the result away there, am I? Because I know there's people who don't like.
Move on, Andrew. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not giving the result away, but I think Britain still is the leading nation in producing winning Formula 1 racing drivers. And it always has been.
So,
well, not quite always, but certainly for the last 100 years.
Meanwhile, back here in Portugal, we have just coming up to 30 seconds left to run. Is the checkered flag going to be prepared on this lap for Max Guenat, who has dominated this race one way or the other. It took him a little bit to get to where he has, but it's a 15-second advantage. He's crossing the line now. Have we got the 17 seconds to go? No, so there's no flag, so it's a little bit closer than I thought. It was. I thought it was only going to be 2 or 3, but no. So there are 17 seconds left. We are on the final lap now. Max Guenat has a 15.2 second lead over Armand Miel in the similar Capri. It's been a bit of a Ford run, this one. I didn't think it was going to be at the beginning. It was BMW Ford to start with, isn't it? Literally those first 4 cars. The trio of BMWs, it is the 3.5 and 2 3-litre CSLs, all from 1975, of Ivan Maha, Frans Wunderlich and Philippe Skimama in 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Where did Jack Layton go? He's still in 10th position and he's 24 seconds adrift of 9th place, so he wasn't able to close that down enough, but it's a top 10 finish for a car that had, as he said, a 6-sounding engine on the warm-up lap, so they've done well. So it had an early pit stop as well. Don't forget, it's had an additional pit stop, that car.
Yeah. Earlier this season, we had quite a few Group A cars, and at Spa, we had Kurt Team making a comeback. Another great Danish racing driver. So obviously, son Nicky had great results in Aston Martins, and he drove a car with Vincent Voss, the boss, obviously, of the Belgian team that run all the BMWs.
Well, I don't know about Kurt, but Nicky I know reasonably well, and he's as mad as a box of frogs.
Yeah.
He just does not fit the profile of a racing driver. He doesn't seem to care. I don't mean he's uncaring. It just, nothing seems to bother him. Everything's just fun and whatever. Put him in a racing car, and he is dynamite.
Yeah. He wins the prize for the craziest hairdo in the paddock.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Here we are then. Look, heading towards yet another win. What a week for Maxime Guenat from Switzerland, from the Jura, and he comes home. So 3 victories, I think, this weekend, and those 4 championships. We saw him earlier dominating that Lola, and I'm sure. Well, I'd like to hear a bit more from him in English, you know, because the interviews we get with him are normally in French. So as I said, he lives just the other side of the French-Swiss border in Switzerland. So, Snowy, we'll sort of rev ourselves up a little bit for the final race of this weekend and this Iberian series, which is pretty interesting. They don't have a championship.
No.
They are just individual races, and their motto is no crashing, no cheating, and no complaining. But we'll have GT40s in that, I think. That was going to be running quickly.
Yeah, and just looking at the entry list for that, I have a casual little grid of 53 entries for that. Whether all turn out onto the grid, I'm not quite sure, but such a variety of cars again, just as our finishers from the Heritage Touring Cup come across the line. We're all down to top 2, 12, 13, 40, all the way down now, so they'll trundle their way back in now, and will be certain to be joining Vincent Francois in the Parc Fermé area, or the podium 1, 2 and 3, as in Formula 1 style now. Drive up to your post. A couple of cars got it in the wrong place the other day. One car thought he'd won it, put it in Part 3, then put it in Part 2, and then moved it into Part 3 again, and he hadn't even won it. So yes, it does happen. But so there's Maxime Guenat, hand out of the window through the little aperture on the bit of perspex window on the right hand side of that Ford Capri. Great drive by him. He got a fastest lap of 1:49.391, which was the fastest lap of the race as well. So, and his friend Armand Miel finished second, having won the previous race in his Lola T70. So he can't complain. That's another good cache of race results to take away with you.
This racetrack was built when these cars were pretty well new, actually, built in 1972 originally, and designed by a guy called Ayrton Cornelson, who was a Brazilian architect. He designed the circuit. The corkscrew section was added later, but the track come 2.6 miles round, and of course hosted the Portuguese Grand Prix. It's a very famous venue from 1984 to 1996, and very much the territory of Alain Prost, who won here 4 times. Nigel won here a couple of times. Senna won his first ever race here, as I think people are aware. Damon won here. A happy hunting ground, actually, particularly for Williams. The last 3 races here, all won by Williams and 3 different drivers. Damon, DC, and maybe it wasn't with Williams, but DC, happy hunting ground for Brits anyway. And then the last race here was won by Jacques Villeneuve, Formula 1 race. And Portugal, a country that's had 4 Grand Prix drivers. And the only one that got on the podium in very strange circumstances was a guy called Tiago Monteiro for Jordan. Or was it Minardi? Something, one of the 2 anyway. And this track still hosts the World Superbike Championship, which I think is next weekend here, Snowy, and also the Sidecar World Championship.
That's going to be a bit different. It's quick enough and scary enough in a car. Never mind a Grand Prix car. Never mind a motorbike. So.
I know. I'd like to see them through that loop section where they go uphill. And another little factoid, I think I'm trying to say. Niki Lauda won his 3rd and final World Championship here. Just beating Alain Prost, and you're reminded by how much? Not a lot.
Half a point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was, you're absolutely right about the Indy 500 or Indianapolis race Grand Prix for not the Indy 500 in 2005 for Tiago Monteiro was indeed in Jordan.
Yeah.
And only a couple of years later, yes, it was 2 years later, I was doing the Tour of España, my first ever one in a Mustang.
Oh.
And he was on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent.
A lovely chap as well.
Yeah. Of course, these days, Portuguese drivers got Antonio Felix da Costa, one of the stars of Formula E, and Philip Albuquerque, sports car star, of course, and very successful in the past, particularly over in IMSA. Old Barbosa, now based in Florida.
So, Andrew, I can scarcely believe this before our winners are interviewed by Vincent, that we have arrived at our final race of the weekend already, Andrew. The cars are streaming out of the pits. We will, of course, cut straight to Vincent when he's got the winners of that previous race in a moment. But in the meantime, we have a field. Now, I said there were quite a few cars on this. 53 I counted on my entry list.
Yeah.
And they are still coming out. I'm seeing Elands, Cortinas, E-Types, Alfa Julias, Mustangs, Porsches, a Land 2+2.
So yeah, what you call an eclectic mix. I think 45 cars will start, but we can go down to the victory area with Voltor.
And we are on victory lane. On est sur la ligne d'arrivée ici au pied du podium pour cette finale de l'Héritage Touring Cup. Je pense que là on a un boss heureux. We have a boss quite happy after this race. It's a 1, 2, 3. C'est un triplé, mon cher Yvan.
C'était beau. On a fait 2 doublés ce week-end et là c'est le triplé, donc c'est magique. Ça, jamais arrivé. Donc je suis content pour le team. Bon, moi je suis un petit peu vieux maintenant. J'ai du mal avec les jeunes, mais je suis content de faire 3. Voilà. Et la course était magnifique, le temps superbe, le public sympa. Enfin, tout magnifique.
Et les titres qui sont tombés aujourd'hui.
Et donc oui, c'est le 3e titre qu'on gagne du championnat. Il nous en reste un. On espère gagner le dernier là. Donc, mais voilà, ça fait 4 titres. On a gagné les 4 titres. Voilà. 4 titres sur 6. Donc voilà. Donc voilà, on peut pas faire mieux. Pour nous, c'est fantastique.
4 titles in 6 competitions for Equipe Europe, of course. The winner and the champion arrives here. Maxime Guéna with the 50, with the Capri. Okay, at the finish. It's not champagne, it's just water. C'était pas du champagne, c'était juste de l'eau. Voilà, Maxime Guélin qui va s'extraire de cette Capri. Maxime, bon, je pense qu'il y a des week-ends qui comptent plus que d'autres dans la vie. Celui-ci, c'était pas mal. Hein.
Celui-là était vraiment pas mal. Franchement, 3 courses, 3 victoires, 3 championnats, incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Une course de nouveau très intéressante ici, avec Glaser qui a rapidement eu des problèmes de frein, avec Armand qui était pas loin.
Ouais, alors moi, tu vois, je savais que les freins, ça allait être compliqué. Donc, en bagarre avec Glaser, je devais quand même un peu gérer en étant en bagarre avec Sébastien. Je me suis dit en plus que une fois qu'il passerait devant, ça allait être compliqué. Je voyais que je gardais du rythme, et puis finalement, c'est lui qui a lâché. Donc, super.
Félicitations, champion, 3 fois. Armand Mille, le dernier à l'interview pour aujourd'hui et pour ce week-end. À 2 courses de 60 minutes consécutives, pas évident, Armand. Hein.
C'est sûr que c'est sport, mais bon, on va dire qu'avec le temps, on s'y habitue. J'ai fait la même au Cascais d'ailleurs. Bon, ça s'est pas fini pareil, mais bon, franchement, avec le temps, ça rôde, on va dire.
Qu'est-ce qui fait la différence par rapport à Maxime ici dans cette course où il vous manque un petit quelque chose pour aller le chercher?
Des freins, je pense. On a eu tous le même problème. Des freins, ça m'est venu un peu en première partie. Et après la deuxième partie, juste essayer de faire au mieux pour suivre, quoi. Mais bon, non, mais franchement, une très belle course.
Merci bien, congrats, bravo. That's the conclusion of the weekend for Equipe Europe. It's a 1, 2, 3 in Heritage Touring Cup. 4 titles for this French team. Just a great thing. Thank you for watching. See you.
So unbelievably, we have arrived at our last race of the weekend. It is the Iberian Historic Endurance, Andrew, and it's our final partnership for the weekend. It's a 50-minute race.
It is.
With over 50 cars in it.
Well, it feels
They're saving
like
the best till last almost, aren't they? No disrespect to all the other races.
Feels like we've done a Le Mans 24 hours together, doesn't it, or something? I mean, in a car almost. Not that I have the talent of you, but there we go. So the guy in pole position is called Christian Oldendorf. We've seen him earlier. He's going to be driving the Fernandez Racing Ford GT40, and he's no stranger to this series. I think that he took part in it last year and was third, if my notes are correct. But some of the other people that have raced in it and done well, I don't see on the list. But what I do see on the list, which is really exciting, is the Feathers Motorsport Ginetta G10, a very, very rare car with a great big American engine in. We think they only built 3 or 4 of them, don't we, Snowy? They're down there in Whittam in Essex in the old days of Ginetta. And we do know that they're now building, the Walcott family sold their the Ginetta to someone else who then sold it on again. But the Walcott brothers retain the rights to build recreations of some of the older cars. So originally the managing director was Bob Walcott, and then there was Ivor and Trevor, and I think one was the stylist, one was the engineer. It was a lovely family business, and built some very good cars. And one of them was this Ginetta G40, G10, I should say. And Snowy's going to tell you all about the drivers because he knows them well.
Yeah, you're right. 1 of 4 cars built at the time, 1 of which was destroyed, 3 existing. I think this is the only one that actually races. And quite a good lineup in there. So James Guest, we mentioned yesterday, will be going in the car second. I don't think he'll mind if I call him a gentleman driver because he's similar to my age now. It's the closest you're going to get to being called a gentleman in any sentence. I'll say that now. And I know he's listening, so I'm going to get a message now about that. Yeah. But Simon Rose, who owns Feathers Motorsport, will be laughing his socks off on the pit wall, I'm sure, if I look down, and he'll see that. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. James used to be manager of Justin Bell, Derek Bell's son, 5-time Le Mans winner, so very much involved in motorsport, went to school with him, so just grown up in motorsport. But the no disrespect to James, the star driver in the car is the man starting it, Tom Canning, who's an Aston Martin Works test driver, does all the Valhalla, Valkyrie type testing and customer handovers and that kind of stuff. So you have to know what you're doing if you're employed by Aston Martin to hand those sort of, you know, £3-4 million cars over to customers and take them through their training program like McLaren do with pure McLaren. So he's in P4 at the moment. Well, at the moment on the start of the grid, quite obviously. There's a GT40 at the very front, Christian Oldendorf from Fernandez Racing. Carlos Brasido is in second place in a Porsche 911 3-litre RS. And HY Racing with Olivia Muchins have another GT40 in third place on the second row, and it's Tom Canning in the Ginetta G10 from Feathers Motorsport in the fourth. Aurora Motorsport have their Chevrolet Corvette, which is one of your favourites in this race, with Pedro Bethencourt in fifth place on the third row. Alongside him is the Jaguar E-Type of Ray Sauter Motorsport with Ray Sauter driving it. Jaguar E-Type on the next row is JAC Motors team Laurent Jaspers. Ferrari 275 GTB in that deep blue. We've seen Scuderia GT Classic with Andreas Rollner driving that. It's been out quite a lot this weekend. Santos and Henry Wegener in the Porsche and Alfa Romeo GT-AM round out our top 10, the first 5 rows. Our field are moving away. It is a rolling start once again. I think, in fact, I think you were quite right in saying one. So I think I'm correct in hearing what you said correctly of the 2 Formula 1 races with the only standing start race of the weekend. Yeah.
Correct. The one thing you didn't say about Tom Canning is because he's only 23 years old, and
I know, I hate him for that.
And won the British GT Championship in the GT4 category at the age of 17 in a AMR Academy car.
You're all right, don't big him up.
Oh no,
I'm teasing. No, he is. No, he's a proper chap, and running in GT Cup in the UK at the moment in a GT4S, not the latest version, the previous version. That's what we call the 17A.
And just add, and he's one of the youngest members of the BRDC.
Yes. Yeah, and quite rightly so. And he said he sent that amazing message yesterday. I've been saying to him for the last couple of years, which I've been driving with him and working with him, of the historic racing, and he didn't laugh. But, he was 20. I remember his 21st birthday. Put it that way. We went out and introduced him to alcohol. I'm not joking. And because it was February his birthday, and it's like, it's pre-season, I can't. Like, no, it's your 21st. But he couldn't understand this, get his head around this historic racing concept. And then he sent me this message saying, "This is absolutely mega." I know what you've been talking about now, Snowy.
Be even mega if he gets on the podium, which he may well do. But it's not the only unusual car. There, it just went through the picture there, the red car with the silver top. Not the only unusual British sports car in this, because we've seen many Lotus Elans racing over the years.
Indeed.
Never in my life have I seen a Lotus Elan +2. Now, there's a man called Francois Guerin. He's in the invitation class. He's starting last, but he's an Elan +2. He ditched it somewhere, didn't he? Or beached it in qualifying yesterday, which we were commentating on. And we've also got another very rare British car, and it's the little blue one with the orange on the front, you see, and that's a Merlin Mark IV sports car that was back in from the 60s that raced against the Lotus 23s, and two very fine British drivers cut their teeth in those cars that went on to Grand Prix racing, Piers Courage and Chris Irwin. Piers, of course, was a wonderful chap. And
to the Courage Brewery family, wasn't he?
Yeah, part of the Courage Brewery family.
I was right about the safety car, by the way. It is a Mondeo estate. I was right. I've just had a close-up of it. It is a Ford Mondeo estate. I think that's brilliant. We've got a more modern car at the back of the grid, pulling them up. It looks like might even be a Tesla, actually. I'm not sure, but how extraordinary. That is a fairly old Mondeo estate at the front. It's been the safety car all weekend. I thought my eyes didn't deceive me. I was scared to mention it, but we're coming through. The lights are off now. We're coming through the Ayrton Senna parabolic at the last corner onto the pit straight. And remember that the safety car will peel right, but that does not start the race. We have to wait for the light to go to green. Andrew, this is your forte.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, it's going to be a GT40 versus the Porsche 911 RS racing down into that very first corner, which does not have a name. It's just turn one. And we're going to watch how that red car, you said, with the black hardtop, that Ginetta with the big air scoop in the front, because it's a big Ford V8 motor tucked under there. And I reckon he's going to be pretty swift for this. So the young 23-year-old driver. And off they go. And what about, is it the GT40, the dark purple car, that's going to make it into the first turn? What's the Ginetta doing? He's going to the inside. He's got an E-Type trying to come the duck blue one, making a good lunge down the inside, but the GT40 of Oldendorf turns in first. Fernandez racing car. There's a little Merlin, the light blue car, which actually was very quick in practice, but dropped back towards the end of qualifying. But it's two GT40s, first and second, with Oliver Mutjens in the HV Racing GT40 in second place. And last year he was racing a Cobra, but now he's in the GT40, and he's had success in this series as well. So we've got two GT40s at the front. Over the years, this series has tended to be won by GT40s. So here we are, as I say, the three C's.
So Tom Canning in fourth place in the Ginetta, lost out to Carlos Brazido in the 911 at the start there, but he's got it back. And the Ferrari 275 having a massive moment there, catching it, only just catching. I thought that was going to rotate and potentially get caught by something else, but it hasn't. Tom Canning gets back ahead again. He's now got the Corvette behind him. The Merlin trying to come down the inside of the Corvette. And that's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? The size of the Corvette and the Merlin, and they're trying to outpace one another.
I have not seen a Merlin Mark IV racing for 50 years.
Well, that's an Elan +2. It's when I said it yesterday, and you're right, and I didn't think like you that I'd never seen one race before. And as soon as I said it, you were just like, what, a +2? And you went, you're right, you know? It's like, yeah, it is a +2. E-Type locking up there just a little bit. That's our third place car, Ray Sauter.
The Ray Sauter from Ray Sauter Motorsport. And with that E-Type, I think he's going to come under pressure. Oh, the Corvette getting out in the dirt.
Yeah, thinking it's in California, heading for the beach still.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what year that Corvette is.
So Canning having a little look down the outside at the moment of the E-Type in front of him. You can't miss that car. It's duck egg blue, I think you called it.
I think you called it.
Yeah, it's an interesting colour, but I'd take them a lap or two just to get the tyres in completely. And cars like the Corvette and the Ginetta, more so than the E-Type, so this is the fourth and fifth place cars, they've got massive V8s in them, so they'll have absolute oodles of grunt. But until the tyres are up to temperature, you can't get the power down. Then when the tyres up to temperature, you get too much power down, you're going to overheat them. So they've got to manage them properly. It is the two GT40s at the front, though. So it's two GT40s, Jaguar E-Type, Ginetta, Chevrolet Corvette, and Merlin are the top six. Quite an extraordinary mixture. Porsche and Ferrari then.
I think you called it eclectic. I think that's what you say.
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah. And the Merlin, being a British car for Colchester Racing Developments, outfit that was founded and run by Bob King. A very British company. So how one of those Merlins has got itself out to Portugal, being prepared and raced here by our man Carlos Barbot.
Doesn't matter, it's here.
It's here, and it's great to see it.
Now, Canning just showing is the nose of that Ginetta G10 to the E-Type in front. And we've got a safety car out for some reason. I've got safety car lights flashing on my screen, but nothing evidence on the track. I don't know why. So we've got 221 is running slowly or stopped. We have indeed got a safety car out, to a more modern car than the Mondeo we used to start the races. You think I'm joking? So that's going to constantly everything up again. So tyres have now got, this is going to, the restart of this is a bit different to the start of the race because everybody's constantly it up again. You're in line astern, but everything's up to temperature now. So let's have a look at this safety car. Are the lights on still coming through? They must complete a full lap, I'm convinced. I think this is going to be for the car number 33, which is the Coutinho Domingos BMW 2800 CS, which is running around slowly. That's a sort of coupe version of the BMWs. 2.8s, 3 litres and 3.3s they were, weren't they, in the day? So our field just bunched up behind the safety car. We will complete at least another lap behind that. So a little bit of drama there, just a matter of minutes in. This is a 50-minute race, of which we have just under, this coming up to 5 minutes now. This is where on modern race cars you'd have your pit talking to your drivers. Obviously we can't do that now in this racing because the historic racing we don't permit pit to car radios because it wasn't running period, so why should we now? So it is Christian Oldendorf in the Ford GT40 leading from Olivier Muytjens in his GT40. Ray Sauter is in third place in the Jaguar E-Type. Tom Canning it is in the Ginetta G10 in fourth. Pedro Bethencourt Corvette, the Carlos Babot driven Merlin Mark IV. One of Andrew's favourites is running in sixth place at the moment. And obviously will be for the mine. And then Dido Brasido in the Porsche in seventh. Andreas Rollner, Laurent Jasper and Joao Gomez Mira in Ferrari, Jaguar and Lotus 7 round out the top 10. We are 5 minutes into a 50-minute final race of the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah, another little factoid, talking about the car which is currently in third place. There's a series in Holland called Super 60s. And last year it was actually won by that, what's that, egg green E-Type, driven by Ray Sauter, but he was also ran with Andy Newell was his co-driver. So I think Andy's had quite a bit to do with that car going well. So
Andy.
We saw him racing earlier in the weekend, but he was the overall champion of that series. So he's got a bit of form. That's what I'm saying, really. It's no surprise to see him up there.
So we see some of the drivers there. Tom Canning just doing a little bit. One of the second place GT40. Olivia Muytjens was just doing the same, a little bit of weaving. If you wonder why people do that, if you're new to racing, it's to keep heat in the tyres. It also keeps heat that dissipates down at the brakes as well. You want to keep everything nice and up to temperature because everything cools down, because racing cars are designed to work in a very small operating window. And when they're sitting behind the safety car, they don't like it. Nor do the drivers, actually.
No, also the tyre pressures drop, don't they?
Correct.
All that
so the ride height changes, the car becomes more compliant, then you suddenly go back to green. If the car's up to temperature, you set off thinking you're in a racing car again, and it's not ready to go.
Yeah. So, Oldendorf in the GT40, Muytjens in his GT40, and then the German Sauter I just mentioned with Tom Canning fourth.
Safety car lights are out, Andrew, so we're going to get a restart.
Another Brit in this race is Robin Ellis. Normally see him racing in a Lotus Elite pretty successfully in this series. Robin been around for a while with the JWA Racing Porsche this time in this race, running currently in 16th place. Quite a lot of different classes in this as well, Snowy. So,
yeah, green flag, we're back to racing, and the two GT40s still line astern. The E-Type takes the right-hand side. Canning having a bit of a moment in the G10 there, getting the back just slightly squirrely into turn one. We've seen that with lots of cars. He's not alone that. That's not an elite club this weekend, but not able to do anything with that E-Type just yet on the restart. The Corvette, indeed, also getting quite squirrely under the brakes. It gets down the inside of Canning and take that place. That's because Tom Canning got squirrely going under braking. Well, the Corvette took opportunity of that and seized that.
I thought he was a bit wrong-sided by the E-Type, actually. I think he thought he might be going into the back of the E-Type. I think Canning will soon get past that Corvette again. Look, two big V8 American engines, Chevrolet versus Ford. We've even got the odd little Datsun in this, haven't we, right near the back. There's a Datsun 1200.
So our Corvette is looking like it's trying to have a look at the duck egg blue E-Type already of Ray Sauter. This is, of course, Pedro Bethencourt in the Chevrolet Corvette. He is indeed trying to come down the inside. That's a very brave move down the inside of the E-Type. I'm not sure he's going to get away with it. He has. But on the power, but then again he gets on the power too much again and gets it squirrely and sideways. Corvette is operating without a safety net. Tom Canning in the Ginetta wants to get that place back and get past the E-Type and get in touch with the Corvette again. But change of position there, the Corvette's jumped 2 places in the space of half a lap.
He is Pedro Bethencourt. I remind him of the strapline for this series. No complaining, no cheating and no crashing. I think he's come close to it a couple of times already. We've got 2 of our rare British cars. Now, look, the Ginetta powers its way past the Jaguar. Absolutely terrific. Now he's got to go back after that Corvette. The little Merlin's tucked in there. It's got the Lotus twin cab engine in it. But then the E-Type, I wonder if the Ginetta's brakes are not brilliant.
They've got a 265 GT40.
Yeah, that's the second place car.
The second place car, which isn't now.
It isn't now.
That's going to be the 10th place car. Just make sure it doesn't get collected there. Tom Canning went one side of it, the E-Type went the other side of it, and Tom Canning, that worked in his favour. He managed to get past the E-Type and use that. There's experience for you at 23 years old. GT racing, like, I'll go one side and take a place in the process. Never an opportunity missed. So he's now on the back of the Corvette. Very quick note, just very quickly from the previous race, from Jack Layton about Matt Sanders in the BMW in that last race. We said he had an early pit stop and we thought there was a problem. He thought there was a pit inboard, so he'd come in early. So and Jack just said, it happens, maybe we could have won it if we didn't have that, as in,
But did they get a penalty for coming in? I didn't see a penalty. Well, anyway, that's a shame.
No, because you didn't take the pit, so we didn't do the driver swaps. It doesn't matter, does it? He came in, stopped. It's not you. Out you go again. It's your own loss.
Yeah. Oh, the Corvette's off. That's it. I don't know what happened.
There's a little bit of damage at the front of the Corvette there. I hope he hasn't collected anything in the process of doing that. It's just a little bit of the apron is bent.
I think he's out of the contest, though, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely it is. So that puts the so the other GT40s drop down the order. So that puts the Ford GT40 of Christian Oldendorf it was obviously in the lead. Pedro Bethencourt now is in second place. Tom Canning is in third place. The Chevrolet is not, and that now puts Tom Canning, if I'm right, into second place because he's ahead of the E-Type.
I think that is absolutely a situation. And the Merlin up to fourth. And you know what? That Elan has moved up. The +2 has moved up a few spots. He's in 35th place. It's got an excellent racing heritage here in Portugal. It's the famous track at Porto, and there's another very hairy track at a place called Vila Real.
So live updates from the pits, not from Vincent, pit lane reporter, but from Simon Rose, the owner of Feathers Motorsport.
Ah, he's on, is he?
He's just said, James not here, Tom is doing the whole race.
Ah.
So James normally, he was going to share this car, but he'd be busy with work, keeping base performance simulators going, I am sure, and selling, as he does, very, very successfully. Oh, Alpha GTA just three-wheeling there. I thought the CSL was good.
Yeah.
That wasn't just three-wheeling. You could drive a bus under the gap under that Alpha wheel. Superb. So Tom Canning in second place in the Feathers Motorsport Ginetta G10 is going to do the entire race, which is going to be interesting because he's only, 8 seconds behind Christian Oldendorf's GT40. What are their lap times by comparison? 1:58 for the GT40 and a 2 minute for the Ginetta. That said, the Ginetta had a little bit of traffic and some avoidance on that last lap. That was also his best lap, so I think there's some more time to come out of that. It is only 8 seconds away from the leader though, so at the moment a strong podium beckons for the second place car.
Quick question, so here he is in his Ginetta from all those years ago, and he's obviously got an H-pattern gearbox. Would he normally use paddle, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's going to have to heel and toe and change gear and do his leg muscles. It'll do him a world of good. I can just see him looking, Snowy, I can hear you. Yes, as you say, a very different way of driving these. Drivers like that are used to modern cars. Some serious armfuls of lock going on the green 275 Ferrari there. That is in. This is Andreas Rollner in currently 6th place. This is the 188 car. Absolute armfuls of lock going on that looked more than the car was actually going. That won't have power steering in its day.
I'd like to give our Brits a mention. This is primarily a Portuguese and Spanish series, but we did already mention Robin Ellis, of course, in the Porsche. He's up there in 16th, but there's Neil Perry and Neil Merry, I should say, in a Ford Capri, and I think there's another Brit or two also a bit further down. Richard Bateman from Batman Motorsport in another land. Batman Motorsport.
I love the way that Andreas Rollner drives this 188 Scuderia GT Classic Run 275 GTB Ferrari. It is with absolute gay abandon. It's armfuls of lock. The car looks mint, like it should be going shopping. It looks like a road car, but it's right up there in front, giving racing cars, purebred race cars, a hard time.
I had a look in that car at Ricard a few weeks ago, and it's got a racing seat in it, but the racing seat is fitted over the original leather one. They haven't taken the sort of road-going seats out.
It just looks like a road car. It looks fabulous.
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously very well prepared and very sorty because it's right up at the front there, giving cars that it shouldn't be ahead of, showing them a clean pair of heels, which is very, very impressive.
So the Ginetta in second place, it would be pretty pleased with that, won't he?
That Ferrari having a little dive down the inside into turn one again. He's having, no, that was too early. He's having to dive across onto the runoff area and take the right-hand side. The 273 E-Type right behind it. That's Laurent Jaspers in the GAC Motors Run E-Type right behind Andreas Rollner's 0.4 of a second, actually. Well, I think it was a bit closer than that on that into the corner there. So the Andreas Rollner taking a look down the inside into turn one to take the title line, but realising he couldn't quite make it and having to pull out onto the what you'd call track limits. Track limits is really on the exit of a corner normally, but you can obviously cut the apex if you want, and if you're caught doing the advantage, again, he's lost himself time. He's taken that to get out of the way. He's avoided the collision, which is a very sensible thing to do. That said, he's now trying the right-hand side and the left-hand side of this Porsche right in front of him, who is now up against back markers. This is the 75 Porsche of Carlos Bizido. Andrew.
Wanted to buy one of those Ferraris for the road. You're going to shell out the best part of £2 million, you know. That's what they go for, yeah. And we talked about the Merlin, the little Merlin sports racing car we've seen. Because Merlin, the Colchester Racing Club, much better known for their Formula Ford cars. At one stage, back in the day, Merlin was the thing to have. You remember Colin Vanderbilt won his Formula Ford championship in a Merlin. And I was involved in selling the car on then to Jody Scheckter, who had lots of success with it. So
only you could come out with something like that, Andrew. We know, obviously, it's absolutely true. But
I'll tell you something.
Just sort it onto the 1979 world champion, helping on the way to his career. Brilliant.
Well, he was sleeping on my flat floor, just to add to it.
I knew
he
was.
He was in a bed actually, and well, I've told this story many times before. But he subsequently in his book complained that we ate like dogs at Andrew Marriott's. Do you know why? We used to serve that Irish stewing steak in a tin. I think he thought it was dog food. And I talked to him about it 2 or 3 years ago. I said, a bit unfair, Jody. He said that wasn't the worst thing. I was only allowed 1 bath a week. Well, he weren't paying.
Well, exactly. I'm grateful.
Yeah. Anyway, I did broker the deal for, and there is the Merlin coming through. I did broker the deal for the Magic Merlin, as it was known, with Colin Vanderwell, to go to Jody Scheckter. And from there, I didn't broker the deal when it went to Frank Sitner. And it had the famous how could a Formula Ford engine be famous? But it had the famous engine that was known as Patch, that people with long memories will have heard of.
So the gap at the front is eking out. Tom Canning unable to challenge the Fernandez Racing Run GT40 driven by Christian Oldendorf. That's stretched out to some 13.6 seconds now, and we are not quite at half distance. We are 19 odd minutes in with some 30 remaining, so still time for things to change. We've seen some dramas at the end of races before, and this is our final race of our two-day race weekend.
Well, for a lot of people, 3 days, of course, they had all that practicing on the Friday. So this car's sort of in the Gulf blue, isn't it, without the orange stripe? And I think it looks very well in it. And so instead of the orange stripes, we've got white ones.
Again, another one of those instantly recognisable cars, a Ford GT40. Just, again, a great-looking car.
Now, I'm not sure the history. There are a lot of continuity and replicas of this. Lots of different people have built replicas. So I wasn't aware of this car's history. So it could be an original, but Andy Newell will probably know.
Of course he will, yes.
Because he built a lot of the replicas. But there were plenty of other people who built them, but Andy was
there. GT40 aficionado, isn't he? Just full stop.
Yeah, well, yeah. What was he called? Jelsko.
Jelsko, yes.
Yeah.
So first pit stop we've got here is our 75 entry. That's Carlos Brazido, who was having that gargantuan battle with the Ferrari, was he not, of Andreas Rollner. So that's in. It's got 3 names on the window, but I suspect only one other will take that car over. That is, as I say, 75. It's Miguel Lobo should take the car over.
The track temperature is 22 degrees and air temperature 20 now. It's dropped to 20. 75% humidity. Yeah, that guy was in almost immediately the window opened. So obviously that was their strategy.
Now, of course, if you do as I said before, that a pit stop is mandatory, a driver change is optional. So people like the second place car of Tom Canning will not change driver, and nor does he need to get out of the car.
No.
Which is always the danger that the car, you can't get the belts back on, or you struggle or whatever. Some series I've done in the past where you've done a single driver, they've actually made you stop, get out of the car, run round it, get back in again to simulate a driver change.
Yes.
But they decided that was getting a little bit unsafe, and safety is the most important thing. So they, for all the marshals and officials concerned, so it's now better to keep the cars drivers in the pit lane. Sometimes they also do require you to switch the engine off.
Yes.
And restart it again, because that's when hot race engines often don't like restarting.
So Tom Canning's got a nice little gap of 9 seconds. No, sorry, 7 seconds over the pursuing Merlin. Well, the pursuing Jaguar actually, and then the Merlin's right there as well. Anybody else moving up to who's doing quicker times? Oh, that Alpha with the front wheel way off the ground.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Lotus Cortinas used to do that a lot. They're much stiffer these days.
Yeah, until Mike Jordan engineered it out of them.
Yeah,
his own phrase, he told me himself, I asked him why they didn't do it anymore. He said, because I engineered it out of them, Peter. Okay, fair enough. Now we know. So, a brace of red Alphas coming down the pit straight. Both look like GTAs. They were GTAs and GTAMs, weren't they, with the big stretched arches riveted on. So they were still... Oh, now one's just slowing. I look a bit there. I think that's the... Is that the 28? That suddenly seems... Yeah, suddenly that's out of pace. Yes, it's slowing. That's the AM with the twin headlamp front. I think that is slowing out.
Yeah, I believe so. Number
20, my apologies. Yeah. That's the Rafael Cavera Pinto driven car. If it hasn't done its pit stop, otherwise it's Pedro Diaz Carlos in it. So Porsche 914 into the pits. Our race leader is in, I believe. Yeah, 168. That's Christian Oldendorf in the GT40. Is in the pits. It looks like he's staying in the car. So this is another single drive. Tom Canning passes and therefore takes the lead of the race temporarily. Of course, he now owes us a pit stop.
He owes you a drink or two as well. Give him a good black, but he's been doing a great job, of course.
I think he's earned the publicity.
Yeah.
Or the airtime, certainly. Now, is there any hint of a penalty for a lead driver or anything for Tom Canning being a Works current driver? I just want to check.
I think they won't even know who he is. Because they look at
They will after this.
Oh, they will after this, yes. I mean, coming into this.
No, you're absolutely right. There's nothing in this, so that's fine. So we can discount that now completely. So our TV director is focusing quite rightly on our race leader, the Ginetta G10, driven by Tom Canning in deep red with a black hardtop and Ginetta in its familiar logo written across the back. Meanwhile, our race leader, de facto, has just come out to the pits now. So that's Christian Oldendorf, and can't be long for Tom Canning at pit, so the order will shuffle around a little bit. 24 minutes remaining of this, our final race of the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah, it's been a long list of races, had some great events and great action, haven't we? For me, still the highlight was the Saturday Formula One race with the victory by Nick, of course.
In the nicest possible way, it wasn't because of that victory, it's because of the fact it was a victory that was hard
won by Nick Padmore over
exactly.
a surprise package in second place. I'm not sure what the situation is in Portugal, but I noticed in the Formula One race, oh, there's a Ginetta in.
So Tom Canning in, Reese.
Is he getting a drink?
Reese and the boys from, it's actually a separate, it's Feathers Motorsport or the entrance, it's Inspire Engineering that run the car on behalf of Feathers, which is the group company that enter it.
So have they been racing this car earlier in the year?
No, it's been a long time since it's been out. It hasn't done Goodwood for... Oh, now, the GT40, the race leader, Christian Oldendorf, that's smoking a little bit, that GT40.
I did wonder if that was brake smoke, but let's have a look. We see the back of it. No, it looks clean, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks clean now, but there was certainly something there. You might be right, it looks a little bit of brake smoke there, but we'll keep an eye on that.
It's a lovely uncluttered car, that looks...
Yes.
Very few stickers on it, obviously privately owned by Fernandez Racing. Yeah, I think he's just got the obligatory stickers. Batman Racing, I think that's a French team.
Yeah, 26 Aralan, isn't it? Number 150.
They look French, yes. They got the Batman sign.
Well,
on
you couldn't get more English, actually. You've got Richard Bateman driving it and
Well,
Roger Barton, so it sounds very English to me.
It does sound very English, doesn't
French.
it? Well, I did Google it. It came out as a French
Richard
team.
Batman, it's actually Richard Bateman driving the car.
Yeah.
Bateman and Barton. You've got Batman, haven't you? That's what they're doing.
It's clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having fun.
But I like the fact that when it says Batman on the back, it's a period silver black pressed number plate from the 60s, 60s, 70s. So it's a little. Again, we've said it so many times. It's the detail that matters, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the thought that's gone into that, rather than just writing it on the back. Let's have a number plate made up saying that.
Yes, you can buy those, but Mike Turner's got them on because that's its age.
Yeah. It's one of the first things I did with my 1972 MGB GT. That's my father. Had it 10 years now. Was I put it back onto proper period metal plates with black and silver, as it should be. That's how it was in 72. So it's how it should be.
You're probably not going to drive it in the dark anyway for the reflect.
Not a great deal these days.
The current plates reflect, don't they?
Yes.
There's that low drag E-Type, slightly different shape, isn't it? With the rear end treatment, famous for Lindner and Knocker racing a similar car.
Yeah, the only one that was actually done by the factory, that was.
Yeah.
They were lightweights converted, but the Lindner Knocker car is the only one that was actually officially converted by the factory.
Tom Canning's got a 10-second lead over the Fernandez Racing GT40. How long are these pit stops? Well, someone was. I think the window's is only like 1 minute 31, 32, something like that. Certainly, that's what some of the pit stop times have been.
I've got Christian Oldendorf back out in the lead, 13 laps completed in the GT40. We saw that. Canning is back out again, obviously. Carlos Brasido in the Porsche. They was having that great battle with the 275 Ferrari earlier. That is now in the pits. And Ray Salter, Olivier Muchens, they come out. So now it settles at the front. So it's a 34-second gap between Oldendorf's GT40 and Tom Canning's Ginetta G10. I think for a car that hasn't run for a number of years, well, I think 2 or 3 years properly, it's had a few shakedowns, and I have been promised to drive in this car.
Have you? Right, well, so, I think you deserve it.
Well, I'm not sure about. You're very kind, but I think they'll be very happy with a finish, never mind a podium.
It's a bit eclectic. You can't manage to get a Goodwood entry then. Must have raced in period.
Yeah, I think it was just unique as well. But I think it's done in the members' meeting, but I think they want to get it into the revival.
It's still quite difficult to get into the members' meeting.
Yeah, by invitation only. So 2 vastly different Ford products there. A 3-litre Capri leading a GT40 at the moment. That's the Motorcraft. That'd be a Gordon Spice car, wouldn't it, in its day?
Yeah.
So, unbelievably, we are not just into the final 20 minutes, but we're just in under 18 minutes remaining, and that, as we've seen, will disappear as quick in the blink of an eye as we chat about a few things. So we have at the front Ford GT40, Ginetta G10, Ford GT40, Jaguar E-Type, Porsche E-Type, Porsche Lotus 7, Merlin Mark IV, and Alfa Romeo GT AM in the top 10. Quite extraordinary mixture of a variety of cars there.
Yeah, the Ginetta G10, it's basically a Ford Mustang engine, and it was
289 Ford 4.7.
Yeah, it launched at the 1965 racing car show. It's a very long time ago, isn't it? But in its debut at Brands Hatch with factory driver Chris Meek driving it. Do you remember Chris Meek? A huge character. Oh, Mallory Park.
Mallory Park, yeah. Lotus Europa he's famous for, wasn't he?
Yep. A lot, yeah, he was, but many different things. And sponsoring Tom Price Informed, all sorts of stuff. A huge character from Leeds, a property developer. So in its debut, it won at Brands Hatch, beating an E-Type, which surprised everybody. But they were meant to build, I've forgotten how many cars it was, that you thought they built 4, but they only built 3, so it wasn't homologated. And then they then produced a road version of it called the G10, that chassis. But the Ford V8 engine was replaced by an MGB 1800.
Slightly less powerful then.
Yes, so there was 3 of them, and so it's a shame because it made its debut. Should have been really good, but they had to make a certain number, and they weren't. Well, they just didn't have the orders despite its debut victory. Chris Meek held some good parties on the island at Mallory Park.
So I've heard from Colin Blair of the day.
Yes, he will tell you about that.
Yes, being a local boy.
And Chris, down with sort of gold fillings in his teeth. He looked like a rock star, even when he was sort of like 60 odd. He still had hair down to his shoulders, and highly entertaining characters. And he seemed to have a different girlfriend most years, but they all seemed to be about 19 until finally a Russian one came along, and then she stayed. It's just a huge character.
Rather like you cut your journalistic teeth at Mallory Park, I did an awful lot of my testing with Colin Blair. Was based up the road there, and it was used to be Wednesday mornings was cars, Wednesday afternoon was bikes, but you had to get across the paddock to the gate and get out. And I remember testing a GT40 with Andy Newell there actually one day in a Gelsco car, and just sitting there driving a GT40 around Mallory Park. Which was, you barely got. I don't think you got into 4th gear.
Well, 1.3 miles of terror, really.
Yes.
I mean, you got the tightest hairpin anywhere in Britain, almost in Europe, I'd say. And then you got the long Gerards, and then the Lake S's, which was really tricky, and then that downhill one in front of the
Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, Devil's Elbow, and of course also some great motorcycle racing there. Famous battle between Agostini and John Moon-Eyes Cooper. Barry Sheen won there a lot. Terrific motorcycle. Now basically is owned by the group who also own a British Superbike team. And so I think the accent is a bit more on motorbike racing, but they still have plenty of car racing. They always used to have a great Boxing Day meeting as well.
They did, didn't they? Remember that?
Oh,
yes.
I went to it as a sort of 14, 15-year-old and saw sort of, I think it was Stuart Evans who went on to be a Grand Prix driver, competing in a Lister like the ones we've seen racing this weekend. So here's a Shinetta. Shades of Chris Meek, who would have driven it in a similar way, I say, because he was a flamboyant character. And, terrific for Tom Callan.
Yeah, no challenge to our race leader, though. Christian Oldendorf, unsurprisingly, in, again, we mentioned a bit earlier about differences in effectively the same race, but you've got a GT car here against what is effectively a prototype of its day, the GT40, even though literally the same year, more than likely, the 2 cars. But Fernandez Racing have got this Christian Oldendorf driven GT40 up at the front by some 38 seconds now.
I'm going to pose a bit of a question here, Snowy. We've got 2 timing screens here, and one shows Canning in the lead with Oldendorf second, and your time screen shows the opposite. I am just wondering if Oldendorf has got a penalty.
Well, I haven't seen that yet.
But no, but that's what they did before, wasn't it? Remember at the end of that race, on track, it's definitely the GT40 in the lead. So why does this timing screen show Canning?
You've also got quite a few cars in the pits on that, which is not accurate at the moment because everybody's out on track. So I would suggest that one's slightly out of date. We can still out of sync. We can see Christian Oldendorf is crossing the pit line right in front, finish line right in front of us now with just over 12 minutes to go. And we can't see the second place car at the moment because it is 40 seconds adrift now, according to my timing screen.
Peter, I'm suggesting that my screen is frozen.
Yeah.
It says 37 minutes have elapsed. And there's 12
Well,
minutes remaining.
that's what I kept saying, because mine did that. So the time elapse is correct, which is why I was watching that. But the information, the data actually below of positions doesn't necessarily update, and that's why I keep keep refreshing it.
It's just that the rest of it looks pretty well how it is. So, well, it will be resolved. We will find out. So just again, a little bit of jeopardy in this. Is that a land +2? It's still going, it's 36th. What about our other Brits? We haven't really mentioned that Lotus 7 that's running right up there in 7th place, which is João Mira Gomez, good Portuguese name. And there's also that Iso Griffo that we did talk about yesterday, run by Racing Team Holland, which was Jan Lammers' team, so I don't know if it's got anything to do with that. Did miss having Olivier and David Hart here this weekend, because they would have given Max Graynard a bit of a run for his money in some of the races.
Yeah, surprised not to see them here. I guess the racing were also having a hard-earned rest, probably.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, we are approaching our final 10 minutes of our final race at the 2025 Estoril Classic. By the time I finish this sentence, it will be 10 minutes to go, unbelievably. It's a 41-second lead for our race leader of the final race, Christian Oldendorf, in the GT40. Tom Canning it is in second place, currently in the Feathers Motorsport Ginetta G10, and rounding out the provisional podium as it stands with 10 minutes to go is the Olivier Muchen's Ford GT40. Race leader just getting his way through a little bit of traffic there. The blue flags being waved, and of course the repeater lights, which is what we really rely on, the light boards these days, which are obviously better when we get into twilight. We're not going to get into that one just yet in this race. We did last night.
Yeah, got long shadows. Look, you can see the GT40 threads its way past the over 40 cars in this race. It's lapping. Comes, still following it. That's a great section of track. It's just like the corkscrew, but going up.
It's got a nice flow to it. I think it's a nice feel.
There's the third place car, the one that won that championship, just right behind that Merlin. That's still a battle, you know that, I think. But,
yeah, and
just to confuse matters, I can't see that Merlin on my time screen now. Oh, they're showing it down as in 16th place.
Nope, 7th place.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. Yeah, there's something. Yeah.
So 18 laps completed by a race leader. In fact, everybody down to 8th place is on the lead lap. It is our 9th place car, the Centro Classico Lotus 7, driven by João Mira Gomez, that is just one lap down at the moment. First one. Tom Canning has the GT40 of Olivier Muchen's just 5.9 seconds behind him, so he's just got to keep focused to make sure he holds on to that second place. We've got a slow escort there, which is our 41 car. That's the twin cam of Manuel and Diogo Ferraro. I'm guessing it's Diogo in the car second, as per the entry list, sorry.
Nice orange Porsche. Is orange a good colour for Porsche?
Orange is a good colour for any car. I love orange.
And that's a pretty unusual race car, actually, the Porsche, the 904. 924.
Yeah, 94 very rare to see one of those out. Of course, 924 was basically very much a sort of entry-level Porsche at the time, wasn't it? With a Audi van engine, basically, a four-cylinder commercial engine, if you like, or basics of.
And then they put six-cylinder engine in there, didn't they?
Well, that then became the 944, which is and the 944 Turbo, which is a totally different car. But it looked the same thing, a bit like a Batmobile. It's like a to BMW that suddenly put on steroids. Talking BMWs, we've got one parked to the side of the track there. I think that was the 33 car parked at the side, or was that the one we lost a little bit earlier? No, I think that was the number 221, the 1800 TISA of Alberto and Tomás Vélez Grillo.
What we didn't say, Snowy, there were 2 pit stops in this race, I think. Oh, no, there aren't.
No.
That's one by timing screens all over the place.
No,
I know there was one.
I'd ignore that timing screen if I was you.
I would. There was talk of one race having 2 pit stops.
It's misleading you, and that's my job.
It is totally misleading. It's been a long day. But well, a terrific performance by that Ginetta. And the
now we
team.
say that now that gap that was 5 seconds I mentioned from second to third place is now 3 seconds with 5 minutes to go. So Olivia Muchens in the blue with the white stripe, you said basically the Gulf coloured Porsche, sorry, GT40 without the orange, has got a white stripe on it, has now got a wriggle on and is starting to haul in second place man Tom Canning in the G10. Ginetta in front and very much inside. Now that's just closing hand over fist. Now the lap times are the difference. Let's have a look. So the last lap for the Ginetta G10 was a 2:01 and it's a 2 minutes, so 1.6 seconds a lap quicker. Now the Feathers Motorsport car has only done a 2-minute 2 and it's a 1:59.2, so again it's a second quicker is the GT40, and that's going to be right in. Because I don't know whether Tom Canning realises that this pale blue GT40 looming down in his mirrors with just under 5 minutes to go is for position. He's fought hard to get this second place. He's been a lonely racer, Tom Canning, and unable to challenge Christian Oldendorf in the GT40 ahead. But it's going to be another GT40 that's just closing in on him hand over fist. And at the same time, our race leader, Christian Oldendorf, pops in a 1:57.9 with 5 minutes of the race to go. I think there's going to be a change for second position. I think Tom Canning's going to get demoted to third on the podium. It's still on the podium. We have got yellow flags shown. I'm not quite sure why. But I think Tom Canning's going to get eaten up on the pit straight coming up very, very shortly by this GT40 run by HY Racing of Olivia Muchens.
Well, it certainly looks that way. I would suggest, of course, I've seen the car sliding about quite a bit, that he's out of tyre.
It's probably out of brakes as well.
It could be out of brakes, but
it will destroy its rear tyres, this Ginetta.
So you're twitching around there again. On the straight, it's a match really for the GT40.
I love how you've got the Ginetta coming through turn 13 there, the long sweeping right-hander. And where's Tom Canning's eyes? Looking in the mirror. He's looking left. He knows where the car's going. He's looking left where that GT40 is. Ever aware. So that's our 174 Porsche off at turn 1, just parked on the rumble strip there. That's the Antonio Castro Ortega entered car, driven by Angel Lancares Alonso. Not a day for Alonso.
No. Well, we know he didn't win the Grand Prix then. We got the safety car.
With 3 minutes to go, this might be Tom Canning, Feather Motorsport's saviour. It might be, but it might not be while they get rid of that Porsche. I'm guessing it's for that car as they get it removed, 174. There is a safety car. Tom Canning will be going, thank you so much for a minute there to breathe. But if we don't finish under the safety car and they get released, we're going to have a minute or so, maybe a lap of racing. I can't see that Tom Canning can resist the challenge of that super quick GT40 in currently third place. We've got Christian Oldendorf leading, and
they have picked him up correctly, which is good. But then there's quite a lot of cars between him and Tom Canning. I wonder if there's anything between Canning and...
No, he's right behind it. No, he's right behind him.
Yeah.
But he was. Well, I hope that stayed that way. So there's our race lead. You're absolutely right. We've got a Bizzarini behind that. Then a Mustang Alpha Daytona 275, 345 cars. Of course, you can't overtake under the safety car. So the safety car is crossing the line with 2 minutes to go. Surely the amount of time it's going to be behind a safety car, this is going to finish under the safety car, surely.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm sure that is what's going to happen. And what a result for Tom Canning. Hope the people at Aston Martin will clock this.
Oh, they will be.
I know that Darren Turner's given a lot of encouragement, hasn't he?
Well, he was part of this team as well. He was one of the original drivers on this team, and is a great supporter of Tom Canning.
Has he got a motorsport family background?
I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. I think he's the first. So line of turn, our leaders coming down through the pit straight through turn 1. We have how many minutes left on the clock? 1 minute 12 left. Our safety car comes through in front of us. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still counting 12. At least 12 cars between first and second place on track.
The light's still on.
Final lap has come up on the timing screen, so it must end under safety car, even if the safety car just peels into the pits and everybody has a little blast across the line.
Yeah.
But you still, things can happen there. You get on the power a bit too soon, the tyre pressures have dropped, and you get a sideways moment, and you're under pressure. So there's the Tom Canning second place Ginetta G10 with the GT40 right behind it, ready to pounce should the opportunity present itself, which I don't think it will. We need to flip back to the front now to see where our safety car is. Surely the lights won't go out. It does say final lap. We have 10, 9, 8, 7 seconds remaining. The safety light car lights are on. Safety light cars or safety car lights?
Yes.
I've got all the right words, not necessarily in the right order.
Yeah, I've had that problem for years.
You and me both. So now the lights are off on the roof of the safety car. Unbelievably, surely they're not going to have a little dash across the line. I think they are to get a proper finish. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, Andrew.
Yeah, I think you're right. Where's it? Well, it was just pull off into the pit lane, presumably.
Exactly, and just let them go across and take the line. It's a proper finish. So indeed, so let's watch our safety car. The lights on the roof go out, the hazard stay on. It's going to dive to the right, surely it is.
And it's fine for Oldendorf, isn't it?
It's fine for Oldendorf, indeed he does. The safety car pops into the pit lane. The critical bit, what happens in second and third place? Can Tom Canning hold on to second place in the Ginetta G10 from the Ford GT40 right behind him? It was literally no gap at all between them. There's literally 12 dozen cars in between. Checkered flag is waved. Where is second and third place? And most importantly, which order is it in? There it is. It's Tom Canning with the GT40 right behind him.
This is
Tom Canning gets a race to the line. The GT40 might well do it. Tom, get your foot down. And he's just across the line. I think Tom Canning has just taken it by an absolute whisker. In horse racing world, that would be classified as a photo finish.
Well, one by a nose.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, I noticed the GT40 has dropped back behind. It's not as if he's trying to suggest that he won, or beat him, which is sometimes a tactic, isn't it? Well,
we said there's been late drama in the races throughout the weekend, quite a few of them, and let's say that probably the most dramatic. It was like a stage show, like the theatre, wasn't it?
It was.
Talk about a curtain call.
Yeah, excellent. And the E-Type behind that won its class, and there's quite a lot of different classes in this. We won't go through them all, but the Alfa Romeo number 88 of Henry Wegener, another Fernandez racing car, that won its class. Yeah, I think there was five classes of it.
So the 28.2 seconds is the win by Christian Oldendorf in the GT40. From Tom Canning's Ginetta G10, however, third place, Olivia Merchant, was 3/100ths behind second place across the line. What a fabulous weekend finale here at the Circuito Estoril.
What happened to the little Merlin in the end? That dropped all the way down the field, I think. Oh, no, it didn't. No, sorry, it's fifth overall.
Finished fifth.
Fifth overall, yeah, I just couldn't see it. Okay.
Carlos Babor.
Well done to him. Best result Merlin's had in years. I'm not sure if we're getting an interview at the end of this. I suspect we might not be, actually. So we understand there will be an interview, and I think it will be back to our Portuguese colleague Jorge to do the final honours down there in the victory.
Well,
circle.
That being the case, a huge thank you to Vincent Francet, who's just done some amazing work this weekend. He's just been on point every single interview and just fabulous. English and French. Our race winning car, Christian Oldendorf, in the deep maroon wine red GT40 pulls into its position by its number 1 board, and we're just waiting for second and third places, which is the Ginetta G10 of Tom Canning and the GT40 of Olivia Muichens to take the second and third places, if I can't see them already. The third place I can't see, so as they were right together, I'd be amazed if they're not coming in together.
So I'm sure Tom will be sending you a message later, Snowy.
Yeah, I shall tease him immediately as to why he didn't win. Which he will have appreciated, of course.
It'll take a little while for them to come. We've got to... There's our winner. It's got a young man look. Let's hear from the winner.
Thank you very much. Hi.
So we are here with Christian Oldendorf, the race winner of today, Iberian Endurance, Iberian Endurance race, and in the 4GT40. Christian, you have been trying for some years now, and at last you got it.
Yeah, indeed. It was great conditions out there, also lovely organization. There's nothing to complain about. I think this year just was the year.
So, how was the race for you?
It was a good way to get started. So we tried to get a good pole position to get and then make sure we beat everybody to the first corner and get a bit of distance driven out. The safety car came in, which got everybody back together, which was the next challenge. So the restart was about the same as the start. But from then on out, I think the car held out. The team made a great effort to make sure the pit stop worked. Luckily, there were not too many safety car phases, and it's until then it was just my work to bring the car home, and she made it.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations.
Appreciate it. Have a nice day. Sorry, George.
Sorry, no worries. Thank you. Hi, Tom. Hi, Tom. Can we have an interview?
Of course.
So your debut in the Estoril Classics and with a great result.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I mean, we had a bit of an issue in practice on Friday, so it's a miracle the boys even managed to get us out on the grid. So that was a win already, just getting out there, and yeah, we managed to move forward. First race in Classics and first time back here for Feathers Motorsport in 6 years. It's just awesome to get a podium.
And with a different car, of course, that you are to what were you used to. And in the end, there was a bit of a fight even if it wasn't possible for him to overtake.
Yeah, I don't want to rethink that at the end. I don't think he had much of a choice. These GT40s were fast though. I saw him coming at a rate. That might be a reason for some of this heat. And then, I mean, they obviously are doing a great job. But yeah, I was fortunate with the safety car at the end, so take what you can get, right?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And now we are going to interview all of your mutants, the third classified. So, Olivier, it was a hard race for you. You were fighting for in the front, but then with the spun. Do you think that you lost a possibility of winning the race?
Yeah, no, not to win, because from the beginning I had a problem with my accelerator that blocked a little bit. I don't know if it's a problem with gas self or arrival of fuel. but I was not able to win. Second was okay, and I tried to push and did a mistake, and that's life. But the win was not for today because of this small problem.
Nevertheless, it was a great result for you.
Yeah, I'm happy because we survived. I was a bit hungry that I can finish the race, and I'm on the finish and on the podium. It's a great result.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
And so, this is the end here from the Parc Fermé. Go to studio.
Well, thanks very much for that. Some nice interviews. Let's see some highlights of this final race of the day here in Estoril. So the final checkered flag has fallen. 2 days of fabulous action and excitement here from the Peter Auto meeting in Estoril. Been just a wonderful couple of days. I know that Peter Snowdon has enjoyed it. Peter, your final thoughts? Some great racing, quite a few British winners too.
Can we do the same next year? It's brilliant. Unbelievable racing all the way throughout. Different cars, different series, eclectic races with drama at the beginning, at the end, the middle. Just, if you sat down and said, write a script about a weekend historic racing, I don't think you could better that. Hollywood could not do it better.
Well done. So from Peter Snowdon, I'm Andrew Marriott. See you next time. Goodbye.
In the beginning, there were only roads, people, machines, and the desire to go faster. These roads, these people, these machines are still here to share this passion, to echo through time, and to live on in the hands of those who still believe. Nothing has changed, and whatever happens, we will always keep classic motorsport alive. In 2026, all the legends unite under one name. Time is a curve. We take it flat out.